Mm, this is so cute. Oof. What's going on, everybody? I know, look, every once in a blue moon, I come out with some real information, right? I don't think I've done this since we was talking about, when Trump was running for office. And it's crazy because everything we said was gonna happen. Well, not everything, because he's still got a lot more to go, baby. But everything we said was gonna happen is happening. And I don't even know. I don't know how. I understand when people don't want to believe people, right? Like, especially people you don't know. But over here we actually put the documents up. Even if you ain't want to look at it when we was looking at it, which we went over it, we was reading through some things. Um, and people just, I always hear people say, it don't matter. Like, I don't vote, it don't matter. I don't vote, it don't matter. Right now, in the midst of the things that we are in this country, it I don't even know what to say about Black people who can see this country drowning. But there'll be somebody come up there and say, hey, they always say this. No, they have not always said this. But when they have said the things that are happening now, that we could go in the past and actually see, there was people like Hitler, right? True things that really happened. People look at those things. Some of these people that y'all listen to, when they want to give out their information. Do you know they don't even believe that Hitler existed? They don't believe in the Holocaust and the Jewish, the things that happen with Jewish people. These people are against these people, for whatever reason, because I still can't get them to give me a straight answer. I still can't give, what I mean? They haven't even determined whether they talk about Jewish people who are actual Jewish people or Jewish people who are just Jewish as their, Jews as their religion. They don't even know sometimes that those things are different. And I just be wondering, like, I don't know. Listen, everybody got a right to their right. The smart ones, I'm quite sure they have a plan in place. If they're smart enough and have money and things, they probably gonna have somewhere to go. They got some things going on. They probably even got some possible friends where they could go and hide out and shit with, right? It amazes me that we talk about us doing us when we really can't do us, because most of our conversations is that we don't come together. We don't have a us. And so, like, I'm gonna go with the facts that are before me and my family and my community. And it's unfortunate for those who still think community is all about a race or a color. Okay. Especially with us, when in a lot of communities in which we have us, where we are killing us. Now, I just want to be real clear on this. So if for us get together and us don't have we don't have no training, we don't have no military, we don't like we're not gonna know how to do a lot of growing of our food. We're not gonna know how to, like, we barely know how to cook our food. When I was on a panel last night and I jokingly said anybody wants some breakfast and grits and eggs, and I don't even know if motherfuckers know what grits are. But we all talk about the younger generation, but that's who most of us gonna be around younger generation because we all know we can't just be the older folk. If it's gonna be a we, it's gonna have to be a whole group. It's gonna have to be a mixture of all the generations. So, like, I'm very clear. If some shit pop up, we have been preparing for a while, right? I always said that me and hubby was gonna do a video and show y'all like what to get, but I be thinking, well, people not gonna really be interested, right? But we got what my husband called bug out bags. If we gotta grab some shit and get it going on feet, whatever, right? We already know how we're gonna get water, how to distill the water. Like there's a lot that I can show you. But I wonder, do people even know what distilled water is? Do you know how to clean your water? Um, for drinking when they ain't got no more bottled water available. Are you gonna know how to go to a lake and drink water? Do you younger people know if you can go to can you drink salt water? Like if you went out and you found yourself uh, uh, uh you know, the Pacific Ocean, one of them oceans out there, right? Uh, Gulf of Mexico. Do you think you could just scoop up that all that water and drink it? Do you even know how much water you need per day for survival? And the things like food and shit like that. So apparently education has failed young people. Or you just wasn't listening. Now I'm gonna be honest, like I remember going to school. There were some things I maybe when I think back, maybe there was a lot of shit they didn't even teach that I had to eventually learn. Like if I didn't learn it from my family, parents, listening to other people, maybe even some TV, because back then TV did used to educate you, you know, on a lot of things. I don't even know if they do that anymore because I don't look at TV, but I'm just wondering. And like when we say sit down, I don't have no problem with that. I think most of Americans don't really have a problem with it because they over there on TikTok and them black people are saying, yeah, we sitting down. Right? There's races of people want to know where we at, and I ain't gonna lie. They can't ask me to do shit for them. There's a few motherfuckers that I'm not getting out there to do shit for them. But in my community, there are a group of people who I will have their back. Because I ain't gonna lie, like sometimes we don't have communications with groups of people. But if you reach out to groups of people and talk to them, you might find that, they are very welcoming. They will welcome you and, you know, they'll be a neighbor, a very good neighbor. So that's what I've run into in my years, right? And I mean, if I were to be honest, the ones who are unneighborly, they just happen to look like me. they look more like me, right? They always think that anything you're trying to do, they think there's something in it for me. Like I must be scheming and shit. And listen, I get it, but there's other races of people that don't do that. Now listen, they got a few of these motherfuckers I don't fuck with. And for me not to fuck with them, that means they've either said something, done something, or watched the way they move around us that let me know, nah. So yeah, they got and some of them look like us. Them be the worst. They be the worst ones. I wonder though, when it's about us, like How we gonna determine who is us? Because when shit hit the fan, for a lot of them, they gonna blend well with us. They're gonna do their best. They're gonna do their best. Okay. We got to point them out now. Because when the shit hit the fan, baby, they're gonna try to reach to us last. And what I would say to that is I don't give a damn. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't give a damn, to be honest, about a lot of these immigrants. Some of these immigrants just getting exactly what they voted for. So I'm gonna be clear on that shit right there. But this the thing we need to know. We need to know our laws. We need to understand. And it seems like I like there's a lot of confusion because it's a lot of confusion, man. So we're gonna go over it, baby. We're gonna listen. Um, I like to pull things up over here, so we're gonna read through, and we're gonna read through what was being said because it was a lot of things. I even went and looked up the Alvarez versus Ice, and when I looked that up, that wasn't nothing like what was explained. So maybe I got confused with the name, but I thought that's what somebody had mentioned. I thought they said Alvarez versus Ice, and the Alvarez versus Ice did come up. Okay, but what how it was explained wasn't what I read. Okay, we're gonna talk about racial profiling. We're gonna talk about stop and frisk. Now, so we're gonna be clear, right? Stop and frisk, the way I think of it, is the way it used to be. Stop and frisk, where I heard about it first was in New York City. I heard, hey, stop and frisk, stop and frisk. They used to show this shit. I even seen it on like cops and shit. There was a time when cops, let me tell you, the Constitution and the laws have severely changed a lot. Okay. Uh, they had to come in and we got to also remember that laws in an area, sometimes those laws that they put in place are illegal. I think I told this a while back, and I think what his name was over here, Brownsville, and I was telling him like he's a cop, right? But cops don't know the law, and just because they put a policy in place or a law that was voted in some kind of way, first we need to understand how laws are put in place because a lot of laws that are being put in place in our areas we have nothing to do with, but we can and we should. You should be able to strike or make sure that these laws don't get placed in on these so-called policies. But not until somebody actually break the law. Once it becomes law, it's law. In order to challenge the law, there's a couple of ways to challenge it. And the most efficient way is unfortunately when somebody break it, instead of just paying the ticket or going through the bullshit, you're gonna have to fight it and have it challenged. And then they'll then look at the law of the land. And the law of the land, y'all, is the Constitution. And I am going to go through that goddamn Constitution. I really don't want to do this. But I feel like I'm on a panel and they're saying things and like, I, and the self-hatred, comes when you see that they'll go at a black man who we wasn't even speaking about. We wasn't even talking about Obama. In fact, we was talking about ICE. And when they asked the question of why is people protesting ICE, it's because of the administration that is breaking laws. And then they'll say, well, you can't prove it. Well, I mean, I don't know how I could prove it. If nobody else is pulling anything up, they say, they're not pulling up nothing they say. But today over here, baby, we're going to pull it all up. I'm going to show you. I really don't want to do that neither, but We're gonna first talk about stop and frisk because I mentioned that, right? Stop and frisk used to be where they just used to stop people and frisk them. That's it. There was no requirements of anything. This was I saw this in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, right? Stop and frisk, stop and frisk. That means they didn't have they could just stop you and frisk you. That's it. There was no rules to it. Now there is rules to it. That means it has changed. Now I get it. Some people are younger or you didn't know. And so now when I'm referencing stop and frisk, I'm talking about how it used to be. But every time somebody, like I was like, they can't just stop you. They have to stop you and have a reason to stop you and to in order to search you. And so I'm saying that the way it used to be stop and frisk, that shit is illegal. And then there's now they have a constant right. It has to abide by the Constitution. That means you have a right to your person and your effects. You have a right to nobody just coming and racially profiling you just based on your color. Now, somebody said, well, it didn't make sense if they could do it with this, with ICE, but not that. Now, I don't know anything about the ICE profiling thing. Somebody came up and said it. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I do know that the Supreme Court has been making some rulings that have been like crazy rulings, right? Because we know that Trump stacked the Supreme Court. So they've been making some wild and crazy ass rulings. And for women, like you should know this because the first one was they taking the right to your body, your autonomy of your body. Did you know that? Maybe because we older, you know what I mean? And some of us already have our children and we didn't even think about having more children. But if you can't, unless you can't have any more, you still should be very, very concerned. You need to be very concerned until you can no longer have any. Because even if you're on birth control, you might you if you can possibly still get pregnant, then you don't have no say on nothing, not even your life. It's serious, right? It's really, really serious. And if you have daughters, granddaughters, or possibly will have some, then you should be angry than a motherfucker, very concerned at the minimum. Because yeah, I just want you to know that if you get pregnant, right? Maybe you on birth control and everything, but you still get pregnant, then you ain't got no say on nothing, depending on what states you from. Some of these states don't give a shit if you leave their state to go get an abortion. They want to prosecute you. I know Texas to be one of them. They might be the only one. I thought Florida was trying to do something like that. I'm not sure. Uh, but I definitely know Texas prosecuting you, and they want to prosecute people at the hospital you go to, even if it's out of state. I think in Texas they got warrants out for doctors in all the way in New York. You can't even have privacy to go and you got to know some of these men gonna be devious, baby. Can you imagine getting pregnant by a man? And he don't want you to really have it. Like y'all had the discussion. He don't want you to have it. He even give you the money, help you go wherever you got to go to get the abortion. But then afterwards, right, you done had the abortion, everything cool. And then you do something that pisses him off, anything. And this motherfucker go and tell on you. Your ass going to jail. Your ass going to jail. I last year, I think it was last year or the year before, what is this, 26, maybe 24. So about 2 years ago, I showed several young women who were pregnant and wanted to be pregnant. One of the ladies went to go get her hair done. She goes in the bathroom because she realized that she's wet down there. And then she realized she either her water broke or she's bleeding, right? Something's going on that shouldn't be going on. She goes to the doctor. They tell her she's losing the baby. They can't do nothing for her. Nothing, nothing, nothing. They can't do nothing for her. Nothing for her, nothing for her. She's in pain, damn near dying. They know the fetus is gone, right? It's past. Miscarriage. Men don't, a lot of men think a miscarriage is always something very early, but you can actually miscarriage later in pregnancy. Usually it's called a stillbirth. And sometimes a stillbirth, the baby can die while it's in utero, right? When you're like 6, 7 months pregnant. It can happen even at 9 months pregnant. And your body may not know how to get rid of it completely. Did you know, even if it did, let's say it got most of the baby out, right? The baby had to be pushed out because I hope they don't think it's going to just dissolve, right? So, I mean, shit, anything like 4, 5 months is big enough. So, but they got a piece that didn't come out. Something happened and a piece is in there. Your body rejects it. It's like poison inside your body, but you can't expel it. It won't come out on its own. Your body don't know how to get rid of it. Did you know you need to go in and get a DNC, right? But do you know that's called an abortion? Anytime they got to go in and remove anything in your body is considered an abortion. So when they say you have a late term abortion, and they was talking about, yeah, late term abortions, most of those late term abortions, pretty much all of them, as a matter of fact, were when there was an issue that took place, a medical emergency, medical issues. But all you needed was a nigga like Trump to say some shit that wasn't true. And what he absolutely said was that they was aborting babies who were already born. And what? And and people use that shit. Oh, y'all aborting babies that's born. I'm not sure if you know, but if a baby is born, then you're not aborting anything. And if they did something to a baby that was born, then that's murder. That's not no abortion or anything. Like if the baby came out, the baby breathing, everything going good, and then they decide to crack that baby in the head or something, I don't know, something ridiculous that he made up, that's murder. That's not no abortion. This YouTube shit got crazy. These niggas got crazy. That's what they do with black women. They run with any and everything. But let's talk about the stop and frisk rate and the racial profiling. I'm gonna pull it up. It's the best thing. The only way I could do it. I'm gonna put the link in a minute, but we don't want no motherfucking confusion. You need to know your rights, because I can assure you, right? Different states have different rights. Some people act like that's not true, but that is true. I'm not sure if you know, but there are uh states and uh even counties, even in the same state, you might have different laws from county to county. You know what I mean? Shit. But so each state and each county or whatever, they have their own laws, right? And if a law is put in place and they want to fight the law for whatever reason, like somebody say, hey, it's against my constitutional right of this, that, and third, then it goes to the Supreme Court in that state. Did you know each state have a constitution too? But that constitution cannot be uh, above the law of the land's constitution. No law should infringe on your constitutional rights, but they do. A lots of laws are in place that will go against your constitutional right. And not until somebody stands up to fight it, that's the only time it will change. But based on a lot of you, ain't no change gonna happen because you're too scared because you got to be scared. And I'm thinking it's one thing to say, hey, I'm not caring. It's another thing to put fear. And the same people who say that people are putting fear in are the ones who actually putting in fear because they'll say, well, you got to protect yourself. Oh, well, you don't fight it here. Absolutely, you fight it there. Apparently, these motherfuckers don't know nothing about civil rights or anything. Let me tell you something. Civil rights was not just for black people. And every time they say that shit, and then you know there's more than one civil rights movement. If you're talking about the civil rights movement of 64 or 65, then okay. And when they say it was just for us, but they use it. No, it was never just for us. Martin Luther King Jr. and nobody else during that time ever made a claim that it was just for black people. In fact, it may have not even gotten passed if it had just been for black people. So to now act like you know something that you don't know is crazy work. But what's worse than that is when motherfuckers be acting like, yeah, we need to go back in time and reverse all of this segregation, integration. We need to be segregated again. And I'm thinking, where the fuck you from? Where you living at? Well, how old are you? Like, what you talking about? Because even I wouldn't want to go back to the 80s. I damn sure don't want to go back to the 60s. And I'll be goddamn if I'm looking at the 40s. And that's way after slavery. Some of these niggas want to go all the way back. I've heard people say, yeah, we need to go back to slavery again when they controlled us. Like what? Niggas get mad and just say, a fucking thing. So, I was born in 69. I kind of classify myself to be a 70s baby, right? Because I was born in 69. In fact, I was born in November of 69. So I was only alive for 2 months in the 60s. Okay. But I grew up old enough to understand shit starting in the 70s. America was still in a war when I started school. Yeah, Vietnam. And I had uncles that I remember being in Vietnam. Like I mean actual uncles. Like I remember when he came home and everything. This ain't no shit that I read about or some story some family member told me. This is some shit that I remember. You know, some shit I remember. And I grew up in the South at that. And based on as far as I'm concerned, I don't think the 80s was so much different than the motherfucking 60s and 70s in the South. They were still calling grown ass men boys. My grandmother was still living who was scared of white people and wouldn't look them in the eyes. So it's crazy because I know a lot of you don't know none of this shit or you never met nobody who who was deadly or scared of white people. My dad would call white people crackers. Not until my dad got older that I even saw him even conversate with a white motherfucker without calling them some name or not liking them at all. And you know that that's still from how you was raised and how they treated you and shit like that. It's good that we've come a long way from that shit while people want to take us all the way back. It's good when you want to act like the racist person on side of you, not racist of you because your color. Yeah, you can put your blinders on if you want, boo boo. Some of y'all are really young, and so when you young, you have a idea of shit. Just like the white people, right? When they young, they got ideas. Oh, but when your white friend turned about 30 in this world we live in, and he realized that you competition and he don't want you nowhere around him, he might let you come by, or come to you. He'll come to you when you invite him to the cookout. You ain't really gonna be invited to him too much unless he was raised in your community and he still lived there. He didn't really rise up, right? There's some things holding him back, like him wanting to do something better because all they got to do is dress a certain way and they can start walking up that corporate ladder. They ain't got to have no education. They ain't got to have no education, baby, and they can still get steps ahead of you. Just color. And then they're gonna have some of you gonna deny that shit. But the only reason you deny that shit is because you dumb or you just don't want to admit it. And then I see you here online with me, baby. You ain't got nowhere. You got friends who was in school with you way dumber than you and they way ahead of you. Yeah, because it's built that way. But most of us know this. Even most of them know this. It's just the neglects, right? The neglects, the ones who claim that they're better and more, even though they ain't got nothing better and nothing more. But they do have that thing called ignorance. They might consider it pride, but it's actually just ignorance, sheer ignorance. That's what that is. Nothing wrong with you. Nobody said you got to walk around in this world with a chip on your shoulder and shit. But you also ain't got to walk around with blinders on neither. Okay. And the first way to make sure that you are at least treated fairly is the first thing you need to know is your damn rights. God damn. Like, what's wrong with you knowing about the Constitution? So when we talking about the First Amendment, Second Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and motherfuckers they don't know what they say. Now listen, I don't know what all of them say all the way through. I know the important ones, and even then, I don't know all the words. I can't, recite them word for word and shit like that. But listen, when it comes to the justice system, you better know something because what you don't know will come back and bite you. If you don't know you have a certain right, if you don't know that they can't just, if a police can't just come in your house, did you know there was an argument over there? And somebody kept saying that if they saw me in my house, I opened my door, and they say they saw some white powder on my counter or dresser or wherever. Them motherfuckers think the police could just come in. I want you to know that that is not true. If they come in, right, and seize them goddamn drugs, then them drugs gonna be thrown out with a lawyer. Why? The argument would be that they could have gotten a search warrant. Some judge that says they go and say, "Hey, we saw through the door that it looked like they had cocaine on the dresser." Now check this out. The judge want to say, "Are you sure it's cocaine?" They got to tell the judge exactly what make them think that it's actually cocaine instead of baby powder or some shit like that, right? So they got to convince a judge that they not going in hopes to find something, but that they know what they saw and they need to go in to get it. And then the judge signs off on it with them saying, yes, we saw the cocaine. We know it's cocaine because we saw how it was wrapped up and what it looked like. Or maybe somebody went in and bought some, right? They bought it, came out to them, reported, and said, yes, it's sitting on the table. In that case, they'll come, they will come and they can arrest me, right? Or detain me. They could come and detain me, but they got to get a warrant to get them drugs. And let me tell you, if they don't get them warrant to get them drugs, then if they are drugs, I'm happier than a bitch. That's right. Come and get me. In fact, the truth is, I might be like, okay, I give up. I'm not gonna tell them to come in, but I'm like, I give up. I give up don't mean they get to come in, right? If I don't let them in, because if I let them in, that's something different. They could get over there and they can literally see that it's drugs, and then they can detain me. But even then, they still got to get the warrant to get them drugs. They got to get the warrant to get them drugs. There's a many reasons for that. There's a many reasons that they need to do that. They need to do it to ensure that they're gonna be able to keep it without it getting kicked out. They got to make sure that it's drugs. They got to make sure that they didn't plant it there. They're gonna have some statements saying, yeah, we saw it there, that's where it's at. They detain me so I can't move it, I can't take it, I can't flush it. So they got every opportunity to just detain me, so it won't be moved, hurt, anything, right? And then they go get their warrant so they could go in there and grab that shit up. And if you don't know that and you let them in your motherfucking house, now that's something different. If you told to come in, and that's the problem with some people who don't know the laws neither. You probably telling them to come in because you think they're coming in anyway. If I don't let them in and they come in, when they seize them drugs, then they might be able to get me for many things, but they ain't gonna be able to get me for them goddamn drugs. That shit gonna be thrown out. Y'all, the looking at TV and thinking you know what you know based on TV is some bullshit. And then we got some of these niggas, right, who was up there talking about, I went to federal jail. I know, because if you didn't know the laws, that's why your ass probably went to jail. You probably invited the motherfuckers in. And that got to be the most ridiculous shit right there I ever heard. But some people think if you act like you're innocent, then maybe they want they nah, them motherfuckers probably know what they coming in there to get. And you done let them in. It don't take a long time to get no goddamn warrant. They could get a warrant over the phone. And they could actually have a warrant signed without it being there in their hands right then and there. But if they coming in my house, they better have a warrant. They don't come in my house no more. I'm opening the door. Can we come in? Nah, we good. They got many videos that show you this. And yes, you know what I hear black men on this bitch say? Oh, well, we're stopping them from hurting you. Nothing stopping them from hurting me at all. Nothing, right? Evil motherfuckers will do evil shit. Nothing stopping them. No matter whether I comply or not. There's a whole black woman when we was discussing this shit last year, man. Y'all don't remember the same people who was like, yeah, she threw that boiling water. The same motherfuckers today talking about the ice was claiming that woman threw that water on that man. And they swore up and down he didn't kill her. They swore up and down it was self-defense. They swore up and down he was gonna get off. But I could have sworn he just got 20 years. His own partner testified against him. But don't make me go and grab them streams where all these black ass niggas, right? These men was talking about how she was guilty. Oh, dead woman. Oh, and you know what I didn't see? I didn't see nobody cover that shit when they realized that everything they were saying was wrong. No apologies to the family, to that woman, or nothing. The disgrace in this area is fucking amazing. A woman died, a man died by ICE. And the arguments was they shouldn't have been in the street and blowing whistles. And you can't say that, well, we're not saying they should have been killed. Yes, that's exactly what that the other side is saying. That's what they're saying. That's what Trump and his people were saying. So, like, it's confusing when you're saying what they're saying, but then you're saying you're not saying what they're saying, because they clearly were saying they deserve that. And by the way, they didn't want to do no investigation. In fact, the fucking state had to go to court to try to get says do investigation. Why they keep saying I know they not do investigation. So we're gonna look that up too. But let's go to Frisk and Frisk and stop. And now I'm gonna just put in Frisk and stop. Maybe they'll tell us exactly how it changed. Okay. Stop and frisk. I did put frisk and stop, huh? Sorry about that, y'all. Stop and frisk is a controversial police tactic that allows law enforcement to stop and search individuals they suspect to be involved in criminal activity. The practice has come under fire for potential racial bias and links to police brutality. It's one of those things, one of them things that they put, but now they got cameras and things, so there's a lot of things that have changed, right? Because somebody asked when I say, well, I have to meet, like they got to say that I meet, that, somebody gave them a description and they look just like me. And I said, yeah, nothing stops them from doing that. That's what criminals do. What should stop them is that they should want to be police who protect and serve. They shouldn't want to be tyrants, right? So when you ask the wrong questions are being asked by citizens. Because if you allow them to get away with shit by just blaming the victim, then they will always victimize people. But see, if they knew that you know the laws and they got to abide by the laws, then maybe they'll stop wanting to just freely break the laws. But as long as you give them a pass and say she shouldn't have picked up the hot boiling water that motherfucker told her to go pick, he didn't want to send her to that kitchen and told her, oh, that water boiling, we don't want you to have no fire. You could go move it. That's what that man told her. When she picked it up and was putting it down, he jumped back and she said, what's wrong? And he said, oh, I didn't want you to burn me or some shit like that. And then she says, oh, well, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And then he said, what? You know what motherfuckers were saying? That is her fault. Because she shouldn't have said anything. Or she shouldn't have picked up that pot of water, even after he asked her to pick it up. Maybe did you know that they shouldn't have been in her fucking house? Did you know that? That's what I was saying from the beginning. The encounter ended at her door when she told them to have a good night. They said they didn't see anything. And she said, y'all be safe out there. And I think that woman even said, I love you. That's what that fucking woman said. It should have been over and they should have been out. And then they asked her to come in do you have some ID? And she said, sure. She goes in to get her ID, and they walk right in behind her. She going through her purse trying to find it, and they say, I think that's it. They should have never been in that woman's house. I said that then. Motherfucker was talking about, nah, it's her fault. And, it's kind of, for those who don't believe, you kind of curse yourself when you do shit like that. Like, can you imagine that be somebody in your family that shit, that injustice happened to, right? Some bullshit like that happened, and everybody on the internet talking about your daughter or your son, how they got killed or murdered, but instead of you using that, you saying they deserved it. That's how I know people in this space are dirty and nasty. No considerate of the family or nothing. For the sake of a conversation, I put that woman's picture up. See, I never talked about the man because, it was just too much. Put that woman's picture up on my side. I never do that. I had a whole white woman on my page, on up here. I don't think y'all ever seen me have a white picture of nobody up on my shit. Got lots of black pictures and children and men and couples, women, all kinds of shit. I ain't never had no picture of no white. I put that woman picture up because it was so disgusting on what was going on. It's not about her being black, white. It's about her being a human. Humanity. Anyway, in simple terms, stop and frisk allows the law enforcement to stop and search individuals without objective evidence of a crime who they suspect may be involved in criminal activity. The policy has been a major contributor to the current issue of police brutality, as it often enforces the arbitrary targeting of ethnic minorities. Okay? Now, that's when I mentioned stop and frisk, I was referencing this. Now we go to the stop and frisk laws, right? Like I said, I remember what they called it, and I remember where I remember seeing it mostly because they was talking about it a lot in the news back. Now I was younger and I didn't live in no, like no city. So I don't know what they was doing in my area, but on TV, what we saw for sure through TV shows, Law and Order, through cops and all kinds of little things that was happening when people was getting shot by the police for holding shit like a cell phone or their wallet, and shit like this. Like I was hearing about that kind of shit all the time. And that shit was happening in New York. Okay. And maybe other places, but in back then we didn't have um TV like we do today. Where I can go and look at the news all around this country. You know what I mean? Different stations and shit like that. So I'm just telling you what I saw, right? I'm talking about literally what I saw, and I'm not talking about what other people told me or anything. I'm referencing what I saw. Or and my understanding back then. Okay, so let's go to the what is called stop and frisk law. Uh-oh. They got Supreme Court laws, Terry versus Ohio. Here we go. Mm. Terry versus Ohio. The U.S. Supreme Court's decision issued on June 10th, 1968, which held that police encounters known as stop and frisk, in which member of the public are stopped for questioning and patted down for weapons and drugs without probable cause and a reasonable belief that a crime has been or is about to be committed do not necessarily violate the Fourth Amendment. Uh, Wait, let me see. It got a little warped, y'all. Give me a second. I want to make sure y'all can see it. Does not necessarily. Now, so earlier today, people was reading things, right? Now, this is why reading is very important because certain words mean things. Like the word necessarily. When they say do not necessarily, right? What do y'all think that mean when you say do not necessarily? Or I've even heard today when somebody say, well, it's not always. And so to me, if it says it's not always, that means there are times when it is, and there are times when it isn't. There will going to be circumstances. Necessarily do not necessarily mean there will be circumstances where it fits and where it does not fit. But people will read and they do not know the meaning of these words. And so when I hear them say something like, well, it do not necessarily mean da, 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 and they just say, see, it doesn't do this. And I'm saying, well, no, it says it does not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily violate the Fourth Amendment's prohibition for unreasonable searches and seizures. The Fourth Amendment states the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause. Now, wait a minute. You mean, you mean no warrants should be issued? So what is probable cause? Who you got to show probable cause to? To a judge. When do you show probable cause to a judge? Usually when they go and get a warrant. It depends on what the crime is, though, because your first court date might be bam when you're trying to get the case thrown out, and they got to show probable cause that it should go forward, that you actually can prove that they committed the crime. Now, the problem with probable cause in the courtroom is it's almost like that where they can indict a ham sandwich because you may not even get to be there for that court date. You may not even have a judge where you could fight it. I mean, not a judge, a lawyer. But if you do, your lawyer, if they're good, might be able to say, hey, we're going to have this probable cause hearing, and I might be able to get this thrown out. And they make their case. Some lawyers may not do that at all, even though they all have the right to. They may just figure, I'm not going to do the work. We're going to get it on the back end. Which means you got to go through all them court dates and shit. But when people make it seem like they don't need a warrant, well, then if they don't need a warrant, then what the hell is warrants for? If they don't need it, what is it? What is it? You're saying that they can just see it and just go get it, then they don't need no warrant. So what they doing now let's relate that to the ICE movement, right? What ICE is doing. ICE is not going to no judge to get warrants like they supposed to go in people's homes. Now, see, if they outside wait for them people to come out, that would be one thing. These people are running in people's houses. You know why they're doing that? Because people are staying in their homes. They know that they're out there looking for them, and they're not leaving their homes. So ICE decides, oh, instead of doing their job and staking out and all that shit, no, what they're going to do, they're going to just run in people's houses. And they're not doing no research. They're running in any and everybody's home who look like they could be an immigrant. because they don't even be knowing whether they're legal or illegal, documented or not documented. Okay. Anyway, we have a right of the people, and I'm going to explain the right of the people to be secure in their persons. That means you have a right to be secure in yourself, by meaning people don't get to just come and frisk you down and go in your pockets, right? You secure in your persons, your homes, right? Your houses, papers and effects. That means your cell phone is in your pocket. They don't get to, do you know, to get your cell phone, they got to have a warrant. Now, they can ask you for it and you could give it to them. But if you don't give it to them, then they got to get a warrant for it in your papers and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. And so there are things that may constitute something that is reasonable, where they see you with a gun. They can take your gun for you, even if it's legally there. But while they're handling you, they can take it from you, right? They could take it from you, put it to the side for safety until they finish their conversation with you and everything. So don't be fighting to keep your gun, even if it's on you legally and you got all the permits and everything you need to conceal carry cards and all that. If they ask you, don't even reach for it to give it to them. Let them get it for it. Let them get it off you. Now, in Florida, did y'all know in Florida it used to be against the law to open carry? And what they mean by that is you can carry concealed as long as you had what you needed. I think Florida, I think you may have had to have a card. I'm not sure about that. Okay, don't quote me, because some of the states are different, but you couldn't open carry for years. And then not that long ago, like in the last 5 years, they changed it. The Supreme Court challenged. So the law was still the same in Florida, but the Supreme Court, we talking about them, not Florida Supreme Court, the Supreme Court in this country had made a change on us carrying, what's the words I'm looking for? The first, is it, what amendment have us with guns? Second Amendment, I think. They made a change. So what had to happen was, and a guy did do this. He went on the corner with his gun in his belt, so you could see the handle, and he was out there showing signs and things like that. The police come and they say, "Hey, you can't carry like that." And he says, "It's okay. Do your job. I won't fight you. Do what you got to do. But you're supposed to abide by the Constitution, would give us the right to bear arms, right?" So what he was saying to him is, hey, the Constitution that you pledge allegiance to, you're not supposed to mess with me. But I understand in this state, there's a law in place. So I'm not going to stop you from what you got to do. So do what you got to do, but I want you to know what you're about to do is wrong. But he wanted them, he told them, I want you to arrest me, because he wanted to challenge it. Now, because he was a white man, let me be very clear. A white man, they didn't even arrest him. You know what they did? They took his weapon and they told him that they're going to write him up and send it to the district attorney, and the district attorney will make a choice. And if they make a choice to arrest him, they would call him to let him know that they got a warrant for his arrest. They did that with that white man. They did all them steps, baby. You know, with me, you, or somebody else, depending on our color, they would have threw us to the ground, stumped us out, took our gun if we survived it. So y'all right when it could be dangerous, but somebody got to do it. And sometimes you may not have no choice because you may actually have your gun legally, everything legal, and you still might get stumped out. So please, I don't want to hear that bullshit y'all be talking. Anyway, this white man, they followed through with the charges, and they hit him with some charges and shit. And then from there he went his way through the courts all the way to the Supreme Court, who then the Supreme Court in this state that then looked at, they had to go and look at the Supreme Court, the laws now, right? Remember, it changed in the main Supreme Court, and they had to drop the charges. They then, which set and said that their laws in Florida was not constitutional, right? It was against the Constitution. They dropped all his charges and everything, and they changed that law. And it's unfortunate that we got to go through some bullshit like that just to get the law changed. But these people will put laws on books in your area just for the sake of getting money and all kinds of shit. And it doesn't mean that they are lawful. That they are lawful up until, if they become a law, it's lawful up until you challenge it. So remember earlier when somebody said that there was a law, then they said that it was against the law, and then they said, but Trump and his people, they challenged it, and there was somebody up there making it seem like once a law, like judges don't make rulings. And then, yes, if a judge make a ruling, the ruling sticks, it stands. But yes, you can fight it. And then it'll go to the other courts above it. But while it's and going up through that channel, which could take years, but if it's a state like with Trump and them fighting, it ain't gonna take no years, right? It get processed real fast. But if it was something you was doing, and you took it to the Supreme Court, and they found, that you lost, they decide, okay, no, we and you challenge it. It might take years, but while it's taking years, that law, they have made that ruling, it stands. It stands. They was trying to make it seem like no, the judge didn't make no ruling. But I heard somebody say that. Now listen, I went to go look up the case. I don't see this case that I went to see. And I think, and maybe I'll look it up for y'all so y'all can see it. But before I get into that, let's finish this up so I can go to the profiling. Okay? Because if we don't know what these things mean, you got the right of the people to secure in their reasonable search and procedures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue. That means when they go to get a warrant, they have to actually prove it, but upon probable cause. Okay? Supported by oath or affirmation, right? Affirmation. Affirmation. I don't know. But y'all know when they gotta go on the oath and swear that I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth. I did see something like cocaine, or if the person went in my house and I sold them some cocaine, they got to put them under oath to say, hey, yes, I did go in and I did see this and that. And that person will be held responsible if they give falsified information. But they going before a judge to do that shit. Now let me tell you something else, because y'all may not notice some of these, the way they were speaking, I could tell anybody can't just come and tell on you, right? Like they get on the phone and make a phone call, and I call 911 and say, hey, I saw somebody and they had, they did this, they did that, and I give them your name. Now y'all know this has happened before, right? And people have gotten killed who was innocent, by the way. if the actual officers have to actually witness something, right? They can't just go by a phone call or somebody who they don't know just telling them. Now, if I stop an officer and say, "Hey, that little boy around the street, I saw him steal this and that," right? And then I leave. He got to go around there and see if he can see that that little boy did something. Did it look like? Do we have the item that I claim he stole? Uh, is he dressed the way I said he was dressed? But then that's not enough, right? So they can't just arrest him on that alone, but they can approach him. They can talk to him. They can investigate. But think about if people was able to just call the police on you and make up some shit, and then they just come and arrest you. Shit, if people can do that shit, it'll be a whole lot of that shit happening to people you don't like. You'll be to call the police on their ass just for them to get arrested for nothing. Yeah, and it won't happen that way. The police will show up and do some investigative work. And if they don't see any proof of what you said would happen, even if it did happen, but they don't see no proof, then they can't do nothing about it. They'll contact that person and say, "Hey, will you write something up?" And now that person got to actual affirm some shit under oath with a witness signature that says, "Yes, I saw this." And based on that, they can then take it and get an arrest warrant. But just based on your say, nah, you got to put your signature on some shit. And that's why they'll ask you, will you fill out this? Will you do this? And once you do that, then they can arrest me based on what you saying. But you gonna go to court and I'm gonna get to face you. You see? And if I say, "Hey, this is my ex," and he trying to get back at me, and they don't find what they say, yeah, and then I want to press charges on you now for lying. Oh, and by the way, sometimes you got to ask to press charges. Don't think they just gonna do it. Nah, nah. Listen, the police be getting help from people. When they lie on you, you say, "Well, wait a minute, isn't a false police report against the law?" Because see, just telling the police something that's not against the law. You can lie, or you can lie. You can walk up to them and lie, but you better not make a police report. You put that shit on some paper and affirm that you telling the truth, nothing but the truth, then yes. Now you committing a crime, falsifying the police report. Okay. So they said in particularly describing the place to be searched. Like if they saw the drugs on my table, then they gotta say, "I saw the drugs on the table, and the drugs better be on the table." Now check this shit out. If the drugs, they say the drugs is on my table, and they go searching in my house. They only get to go searching in around that table. But let's say the drugs is actually in my room in the closet. Do they get to go and grab them drugs in my closet? They shouldn't even be in my closet. They don't get to go on a fishing expedition. But there's some ways around that. They could say, "Well, we witnessed the drugs in the house." And if they just say in the house, they know they're in the house. They could say, "Well, this is the address." If they just use the address, then they get to search the whole house, right? Yes, they get to search the whole house. They just got to prove, a little more. I got to give them a little more details that the drugs in the house. But if it's on the dresser, they saw it, then it's a little less details they got to give. They could say, "Hey, I saw them and they was on that dresser, and I need this warrant to walk in there and just grab them." Okay. They gotta so they gotta describe what they're searching for. So if they searching for drugs, and that's what the warrant is for, but they come across guns, well, do they get to charge me for having them guns? Not if they don't go get another search warrant. Say, "Hey, we saw some guns. We don't know if they're legal or not. and they get another warrant. Unless they got a warrant that covers illegal things pertaining to me selling drugs. They say, hey, we think that's a whatever they call them houses now, but I forget what they call them, trap houses or some shit. And they say, yeah, we identified this as a drug house, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. So now they encompass things, what they're gonna be looking for in their warrant, anything that relates to it being proven to be a drug house, like drugs and money and guns, right? Shit like that. Then that'll be all on that warrant, and they'll be able to seize all that shit. Okay. But if they come into my house for a cell phone, and then when they come in my house to get the cell phone, they think they see something that might be criminal, something that I shouldn't have. They not allowed to get nothing but that fucking cell phone. They gotta go get a warrant to get whatever that other thing is. And don't let none of these cops tell you anything different, because just because they do it differently doesn't mean they do it right. I now know that by talking to the police. I now know that they don't know the law, because and it makes sense that they don't know the law. They're not lawyers. But you know one thing that happened to these police? Nothing. When they break your laws, right? When they go against your constitutional rights, that nothing happened to them. You may win a lawsuit for a few million. That's if you're smart enough to fight it. A lot of people, they'll try to trick you by throwing all kinds of shit at you, and then telling you, well, if you plead to this small little thing, we'll let it go. And by you pleading guilty. You can't. There's no fighting to do to nothing. You allowed them to get away with anything they've done that's against your rights. Um, yeah. And these cops, they don't know the law. Okay. They just know what they were taught to do. And they don't even give a fuck neither. Let me tell you, they will write you up for some shit and tell you to handle it in court. And that's why you hear some people saying that shit. Oh, you don't handle it on the street, you handle it in court. Yeah, because they don't have to deal with it. They've been accused of some shit that didn't even happen, just to do it, just because they don't like it. And now you got to deal with it. You got to go to court to fight the ticket. And their ass may not even show up. Especially if they see that you recording, and they ain't going to show up. Okay? Oh, unless you really did it. Now, if you really did it, they probably going to show up on your ass. Okay. So it looked like something happened. Possible armed robbery, January 31st of 63. McFadden conducted a pat-down search of 3 men who he believed were preparing to rob a store. Not even robbing a store. 2 of the men, John Terry and Richard Chilton, is that instead of Hilton, they got a C on it. Chilton, were found to be carrying pistols. They were tried and convicted of carrying concealed weapons. They appealed, arguing that the evidence used to convict them had been discovered during an illegal search. Now, please understand, if there's no warrant that is needed, then there will be no illegal searches, right? Because based on what they were saying, these police could just come in and just search. They could just search your car, which they cannot. They could just search your house. Now they can if you let them. Like if they say, "Is it?" That's why they ask you, "Will you let me search your car?" And motherfuckers be like, "Yeah." I'm like, "No, shit, you got a search warrant." Some of y'all think, "Oh, I got to go somewhere, so I was to let him search him." But you got to understand, you letting him or her search, and they may plant something on your ass. There's lots of cases like that. Go look them up. There's a whole cop who been setting people up for years. He done set up lawyers. He done set up I think, well, I shouldn't say lawyers. It was a lawyer. He set up a lawyer, some regular folk. He's like all types of people. He he was find these drugs on these people, and these people be like, "Whoa, I don't even know nothing about that." It took him years. One lady was in jail for like 3, 4 years until they found that this man was setting it up because there was a video. He had his camera on, setting people up. And it was weird because the way the camera was set up, the camera would never see him find the drugs. You know what I mean? Like his camera was always tilted away from the drug. But he would always go in his trunk first. After he asked people, "Can I check your car?" They would say, "Yeah." He would go to his trunk. He would grab drugs and go and set these motherfucking people up. Oh, and he not the first. Look, it's been several. They had one where they had to do an actual sting on him. He had set up so many people for drugs also. Not only that, but they've even had what they call them people when the SWAT team and shit like that set up people. They need to make, you know what I mean, bus. They setting people up. And if it wasn't for the news being involved, because they was already on their tail by then, people in jail for years behind this shit, they still wouldn't know that the people were setting people up. So good luck letting them search your car. But I wouldn't let them search my car. Uh, yeah. Even if I ain't got shit, which I ain't never got shit. You can't search my car. You need to get a warrant. And the reason they need to get a warrant, they're not gonna be able to get a warrant because they gotta be able to say what they're looking for. What is the probable cause that I have some drugs or something in my vehicle? Right? And they gotta know what they're looking for, right? You gave them permission and you thought they were looking for drugs and they found a gun, right? Now there are some reasons where they can look in your car. Y'all be smoking in your car smell like weed in certain states. That's enough to pull your ass out of there and search your car. But guess what? Even if you don't smoke weed, can you imagine when they say, "I smell weed"? Nobody smells weed, no scent of weed, but they're going to say they smell weed. And that's why people tell you, don't wind your windows all the way down. Do not give them the reason where they can say they smell something. So it's a little tricky. When these police who want to set you up, set your ass up. When they want to set you up, they're gonna set you up. Ain't nothing you're gonna be able to do about it. This idea that people say, "Well, yeah, don't give them a hard time." You ain't give them a hard time. You just need to know your rights. Okay, but there is a such thing as an illegal search, and that is a search without a warrant, depending on the situation. Like I said, they'll lie, say they smell weed, so they can go and search your car. And that will work in some areas. Some areas, weed not even a thing anymore. But in some areas it still is, and they will claim that so they can check your car. So if you do smoke weed in your car, you better know that you better not have nothing illegal in that bitch. Okay? Because if you get pulled over, they might get your ass out of there and be searching your car. Okay? Illegal search, but the conviction was affirmed by the Ohio Supreme Court. Terry case was argued before the Supreme Court, and they say Earl Warren wrote that majority opinion ruling that McFadden had the authority to conduct for officer safety a limited pat down for weapons because the suspect was observed engaging in suspicious behavior that warranted inquiry, right? So that's why it did change, right? The stop and frisk at one time, they didn't have to have no rules. They just stop and frisk. But after this decision, doing this decision, that's when they put things in place. They said, okay, although you ain't have no warrant to stop and frisk me, they're saying because they was doing suspicious shit, They had the right to frisk him for officer safety. Now, let's be clear on this. We do now know that everything they use is officer safety. They'll kill you and say it was officer safety. Okay? They use that so much on us, and we will just say, "Oh yeah," because the officer want to get home. But I want to get home too. I want to get home. My sons would like to get home. Your sons would like to get home. Your daughters would like to get home. You know what I mean? We would like all get home. But this, some of these constitutional decisions have flipped, and these officers know it. And you know what you hear them always say? Don't go for your gun. Don't stop going for my gun. Don't stop going for my gun. Even when you ain't even going for their gun. And they say it out loud because now there's a declaration that's going to be on the video recording that they're accusing you of going for their gun. And if you're going for their gun, then they have a right to make sure they get home tonight. And if they want to, they can ensure that you never make it home alive again. So that's what they said that happened with this. It went the officers now know how to protect themselves. And while we can't protect ourselves, because we don't even have to have a gun, they will accuse us of reaching for theirs. That's crazy. That's crazy, baby. If y'all want to read more about stop and frisk, Terry versus Ohio is the one that made the laws. Now they got to have certain things, got to meet certain criteria. So when I was talking about stop and frisk earlier, I was talking about the original stop and frisk. And because I didn't really get to speak, right? uh, I really get to speak like that, I could never explain that. I couldn't, but every time they was like, well, Bomb, they got to have this and that and that. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have to have this. Maybe they didn't know at one time they didn't. And I kept I kept trying to get in there, but it kept going all over the place. So what I'm saying is, at one time they could just stop and frisk you, and no problem. Not until this situation happened where somebody challenged what they had done, and then it went to the Supreme Court, and there was a decision made, and it's called Terry versus Ohio. That's why they call it the Terry stop, because it was Terry was the last name of the person. They call it a Terry stop. Okay. So now, remember, I was calling it stop and frisk, but what they was reading was a Terry stop. They do coincide, but the name of this shit is a Terry stop. Stop and frisk is what they did when it went to the Supreme Court. Okay. So for the motherfuckers who kept talking about she don't know what she talking about, she don't know what a stop and frisk is. Look, Mom, do you agree with this? Yep. Do you agree to God? Yep. Yep, I agree with that. That's called Terry, baby. That's Terry versus Ohio. Okay. But I showed y'all what the hell stop and frisk meant, because I actually showed you and read it to you. And they'll be like, Mom don't know what you talk about. Okay. The police encounters was known as stop and frisk. Um, hmm. Now I'm not sure if y'all know what known mean. Do y'all know what known mean versus no? What they are called, what wait, I didn't read it, y'all. Yeah. No, I was right about that. But I'm about to make a point that's wrong. The point I was about to make is incorrect, so I'm stopping it. Okay, I'm taking that little piece of information back. Let me snatch that back. Okay, I was about to say something that was wrong. Okay, let me take that back and put that back. Okay. Anyway, so yes, so Terry stop and frisk and search, they're the same, but when it was called frisk and search, or stop and frisk or whatever, uh, back in the day, that's what they used to call it. But after this happened, okay, and this did happen in the 60s, by the way. Okay, this did. I think they said 60. What they said 60, 68. So when the decision was made. So when I remember seeing it on TV, they used to call it stop and frisk. And I told you that's where I saw that. I never see nobody in front of me get stopped and frisked. Okay. but I saw it on the news, I saw it on cops, I saw it on TV, Law and Order, things like that. Okay. So I'm not gonna be one of these people gonna lie to you and say, yeah, my uncle always got stopped and frisked. Or I used to get stopped and frisked. Okay, let me put the link in so people can come up if they want. Because I got one other thing I want to talk about really quickly, and then we're gonna get on to some constitutional shit, possibly. And what it was I wanted to talk, racial profiling. Oh Lordy. Uh, what is racial profiling? Racial profiling, also called ethnic profiling, which I did not know that, okay, is a discriminatory practice by law enforcement officials. So, um, yeah. In racial profiling, law enforcement officials target individuals as suspects in a crime based on the individual's race, ethnicity, religion, or national origin, according to the American Civil Liberties Union. For example, a police department might use race to determine who to stop for minor traffic offenses or even jaywalking. Racial profiling is at play when immigration enforcement officials target Asians, Middle Eastern, or Muslim immigrants for detention without any evidence that these individuals have committed crimes. The courts don't consider a traffic stop to be racial profiling if police have probable cause to make the stop. So, in other words, I could be black in my car. My car got rims and everything. I got it. You could see the vibration. You can't hear it because it's all centered in my car, but you can see it moving a little bit. Um, can a police stop me? Uh, it depends. That's how they ask questions over there. Can this happen? I'm like, it depends. Yeah, like, yeah, there's times when they can stop. And they be like, see, well, yeah, so you're saying that they can. And I'm saying, no, I'm not saying that they can always. I'm saying it depends. There are times when they can, and there are times when they can't. I don't know what the confusion about that be when I say shit like that, but I am very uh, upfront, and I thought I'm clear when I say it depends. And then I don't get a chance to tell them what instances, because then now they want to talk it down. I don't be knowing what's going on. I don't know what's going on. So they can stop me. I can't stop them from stopping me. And that's what I realized be happening. They'll be like, well, you saying they can't do it? I said they can do what they want to do, but it's not legal. And if it's not legal, do you not understand something that's illegal? If I fight it, it goes away as if it never happened. They could give me a ticket, I fight it, and the ticket goes away. I don't have to pay the ticket. They can arrest me and I fight it, and the arrest get wiped off my record, and I get to sue the shit out of them. Because this is one of those civil right things. This is a constitution violation. They got certain things that when it happens, it's so egregious that you can win definitely, most definitely, without any doubt, a few $100,000, if not a couple of million of dollars. This ain't no simple as, oh, you just got caught slipping. They fucked up and you get to walk away. Nah, uh, you can let them just walk away, or you can sue their ass for your civil rights violation, for your constitutional violation, where you will win hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't think I've ever seen anybody win anything less than like 100 and something $1,000. And I've seen upwards to uh $80 million. And it depends on which one it is. And you know the one that they get hit and you get the most money is racial profiling. Anything dealing with race. That's right. Anything dealing with race, you getting big money. But don't quote me on that because there might be some people who had a lawyer, they took a little bit of money. Okay. But I'm saying I know some where they got like $1 million. And what happened was the lady, and I could tell you the case, they was in California. She was driving her daughter to college. And they was in their car. They stopped at something. I think if I'm correct, it was in front of like what they call that coffee shop. I think it was like I forget what they call that coffee shop because I don't drink coffee that I have to buy. But whatever that popular coffee shop people go to is spend $8 for a cup of coffee. Anyway, they parked there early in the morning, right? They parked there uh like a break on the long drive. And so they could go to the bathroom and do all those things. The same things I do when I'm driving from here to Louisiana. I'm stopping. We're gonna stop somewhere with people, you know. So in parking lots of places where they got people, I might even stop there and take me a little nap. Anyway, that's what they was in there, and a cop comes up and just asked them what they doing, told them they look suspicious, and made them get out of that vehicle, put them in his vehicle, and then he commenced to empty their car out, which, if I'm correct, was a rental. He emptied their car out, checking for drugs with no warrant. You understand? No probable cause. You understand? Because just because I'm parked here, don't mean I did anything. He had no probable cause. He had no reason. And that's all they had to do was prove that he racially profiled them. And they was easily able to do it because he said something to them. He said something to them that made it blatant racial profiling. And they got millions of dollars. Millions. Okay? Yeah. Y'all could go look that up if y'all don't believe me. Go look something like mother woman receives millions of dollars for racial profiling in California. If y'all don't believe me, go look that shit up. There's a whole video on it. It even shows his camera view on what he did. And so people be wondering, how did they know he said something that was racial? Because these people, you got to ask them to have on their body cam. Is your body cam on? That's the first thing should come out your mouth when they approach. Your body cam on? So in case it's not, they can push it on. Okay? But yes, people got body cams these days, and it was obvious. Okay. Anyway, let's see. So what I was saying, oh, so now what is it? Racial profiling. Let's say they do my car still the same car, rims and all, and I'm just using that example as to say, okay, that's obviously either a black person. That's a minority car, right? But for the most part, most of us know. It might be Mexican. They got them type of cars too. You know, it might be Latinos, blacks. It could be, but it's not gonna be a normal just white boy. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's say I ran a red light or stop sign. I didn't stop completely, or something's wrong with my lights, headlights, backlight, brake lights, anything where I do a traffic infraction that they witness, then they have a right to pull me over. And I can't claim racial profiling because I actually did something. I can't say, hey, you only saw me break that infraction because of my black car or because I'm black. Because it don't matter. Because there's probable cause, there's a reason for them to stop me that I can't dispute. And maybe I can dispute it. Maybe I'll tell them, well, that's not true. And then you fight it then, you know. When I say then in court, because that's just a ticket. Okay. I ain't gonna lie, I take the tickets and I lie and tell them, okay, where do I pay it? So they won't show up because I'm showing up. I'm showing up. Okay. I'm showing up. And if they not there, guess what they gotta do? They gotta throw it out. But they ain't got to, because if you don't know that and you don't suggest, hey, the officer's not here, um, shouldn't it be thrown out? But if you don't say that, you know that judge might set another court date for your ass. But see, if you don't know that, then you would just let it ride and let them schedule you another court date. But while you're in front of that judge, when he gave you that date, you were supposed to be there, and so was that officer. Okay? You was there. Officer wasn't there. If you're not there, then you know you getting a warrant out for your goddamn arrest. So when they not there, you can request that they drop that. Open your mouth. Closed mouth don't get fed. If you don't know your rights, though, you might just be okay with them setting you up another court date. Because some of them will say, "Well, we're gonna set you up another court date." Did you know if you show up ready and you got everything? Did you know that you can say, "Hey, I'm ready for court right now"? They'll be like, "Well, the other person didn't come. We're gonna reschedule." Your Honor, uh, because if you had an actual lawyer, they would push for it to be, not be continued, to just drop it. So if you ain't got no lawyer, you got to be your own lawyer. Now, all states are not the same. I'm gonna say that right off the bat. I don't know what's going on in every district all over this U.S. But what I'm saying, to never hurt nobody. To say, hey, Your Honor, I'm here, they're not here. Can we just dismiss this? I'm here. That won't hurt nobody. That's not gonna hurt you or nothing. And if he say, nah, that's not how we do it, then don't argue about it. Just go with the flow. Okay, that's it. Anything you say in the courtroom will be recorded. You know what I'm saying? So, okay. I'm about to put the link in. I hope I gave you some information. We could go more into the racial profiling and shit like that, but I'm just saying, like, racial profiling is against the law, okay? And that's why it's called racial profiling. It has a name and it is against the law. It's against your let me see. Did I read that already? Let me see. The courts don't consider, they mentioned that for purposes of determining whether racial profiling is occurred. Remember, because I think they said how you know that it's against the law. And I'm like, it's against our constitutional right. Okay. They can't just walk up to you just because you black and accuse you of shit. Do they do it? Yes. What happens when they do it? Well, if you can prove that it has been done, then you file a complaint. After you file your complaint, you let that go through the walkway. Even if they found that it's not true, don't that's not where it ends unless you want it to end there. They can file it as, hey, we think that what they did was okay. But once you get that decision, that's when you file your lawyer, constitutional lawyer. Okay? Give it to them and let them see what they say. They're gonna go based on what they can prove. If you let the people who police themselves police and tell you what to do, then you gotta be crazy. and look easy, and you don't want that money on. But listen, if any of y'all get any kind of case, you know what I'm saying, where you just too busy to follow through to get that money on, well, listen, call me, call, call me. Maybe we can figure out how we can flip it and rub it down and give it to me some kind of way, because I'm with it. I want the money on it. Okay, I want the money on it. Because black people be leaving money on the table. We get treated the most harshest. We get treated the most just like racial profiling is a thing that happens with us. Now, we're not the only ones that it happens to, but we are the ones who don't say shit. Other races of people, they get their money through lawsuits and shit. You know what happens with us? We get embarrassed and been accused that all you want is a lawsuit. Yeah, motherfucker, give me a free money. I'm okay with the free money. If you go against my constitutional rights, then I got time, baby. And the longer you gotta fight it, and the more distressed you are dealing with it, then the more money that's at the end of the rainbow. Ooh, Lord, look at them colors. All them different colors, all shades of what? Green. Oh, I see light green, lime green. I see munyon. And y'all motherfuckers be like, oh, I'm so glad I just got over it. Nah, you glad you got over it. Now you need to go take them steps and find you a constitutional lawyer. They like Munyon too. And if you don't think they'll take your case, they will, as long as you have a case. Okay, because they want some of that Munyon too. Y'all motherfuckers will get hit by a car and fake like you got hurt and shit. You'll do all that. But when you really get a case with some big ass money, your ass be like, I'm just glad it's over. And then you walk to your peoples and your family and be like, and you just walked away from all that money. Listen, this is how you hold them accountable. You might not be able, listen, you might not be able to get them to go to jail, none of that shit, but you can't hold their asses accountable. And the good thing is that a lawyer and a judge that don't even know them personally is going to handle it. You understand what I'm saying? So you ain't got to worry about that. And in them states where them goddamn officers have immunity, where they get to lose that qualified immunity if they go against your constitutional rights. So I know they don't be caring because the money comes from the city and the state and shit like that. But in some of these areas, they make them police put in money too. And that's how they should do it. Because then maybe they'll be helpful on what the fuck they do. Okay. Any questions, comments, suggestions? Okay. Now I'm gonna put this link in really quickly. No, yo, I don't know what y'all, I don't know what to say about people who don't want to talk about no goddamn money. You don't want no money. You talk about what they call it, um, wealth, generational wealth. See, you might be the look. You ain't got no generational wealth, but you got generational wealth. In other words, you ain't grow up, you ain't gained no generational wealth, but you created something, baby. Generational wealth. You're gonna be able to pass on, even if it's just your house, even if it's just a house that you was able to buy. What's going on, HD Bar? He said there's so many lawsuits against this administration, wrongful arrest, deportation, wrongful firings. I know that's right. They suing. This country will be broke. Listen, I'm thinking about not paying no motherfucking taxes as my way of protesting. Now y'all could do what y'all want to do. But if we got a whole criminal in the White House who ain't paying no goddamn taxes, he getting wealthy in the White House. And what the hell they gonna do with my little bit of $200 that they might not get? Fuck, okay? But don't do what I do, baby. Don't do what I do, okay? I'm old. I'm old. Okay. I don't owe that much in taxes anyway. So in other words, if they come and bite me in the ass First of all, they got 7 years to do it. And if they don't get me in the 7 years, if they come to bite me, it ain't gonna be that much that I owe the minimum. Okay. In fact, they might be on my ass. Okay. Who knows? But man, we got a whole motherfucking criminal in the White House, baby. The fuck? And people be wanting to argue. And then they, oh, you could tell she don't like Trump. You motherfucking right. Don't. And you notice how when I mentioned over there about Sharon today, when I mentioned what about them Epstein files, them motherfuckers got real quiet. They ain't say shit. It was like you could hear a pin drop. Bling, bling. Look, I dropped a few pins. uh, I don't understand. I really don't understand a lot of black people in this space. Because especially when you tell me you don't vote and you tell me you think they're the same. Like, first, for you to think they're the same, something ain't right about you. Now, if you would have said this when it went from like Bush to Obama to, if you would have meant any of these presidents, um, I would have been like, yeah, you're right. But that's not where we at in 2026, baby. We got a whole new beast out here. And they always willing to say that side. The disgust on my motherfucking face when a motherfucker on that panel today said, you liberals. And I had never ever discredited or said anything bad about conservative people. But I tell you something, conservative people in today's time, you are the most disgusting and vile pieces of motherfucking shit ever to exist. And I'd got be goddamn if you claim you believe in a God, because I can tell you do not. And I say that with all my chest. I say that with my chest on that panel. I say that with all my chest. Fuck these motherfuckers who got a whole criminal in the White House and all they gonna talk about is some motherfucker with Obama did. Got me fucked up. Okay. Got me all the way fucked up. You ain't had to like Obama, but you ain't lose your job, or your aunts didn't lose their job. Your dad, your uncles who worked for the federal government post office where they was making a living, they ain't lose their motherfucking job. The stock market wasn't the way it is. Up and down, don't know where it's going. Um, Right now, I think just this month they telling people what they can and cannot buy with food stamps. That's how disgusting these motherfuckers have gotten. And did you know that now nobody can buy certain types of cookies or certain things if it got too much of a amount of sugar in it, then they can't buy it. So they ain't gonna, but they not gonna be able to afford no 100% juice. Did you know sodas is cheaper than juice? Did you know that the unhealthy shit, unfortunately, is cheaper than the healthy shit? People barely able to buy meat already. So that's a whole dig against poor people. Where now they want to tell you what you can eat and not eat. You already couldn't go to restaurants and shit like that. You couldn't already go get you a hot sandwich or nothing with it. Cool. That's cool. But now you can't even go and, man, fuck up out of here. Let me grab the link in case people want to come up. That and so I do think and I'm not even joking. I think that if you are a motherfucker conservative, right, in today's time, you are disgusting. And I'm sorry to say it. And listen, if you are conservative who if any look, it's a time where you can be proud to be a conservative. You be like, look, I don't believe in all that craziness. Some of that shit too wild for me. Some of that shit too wild for me. Like when I say wild for me, but that don't mean I get to judge what other people do. Can you imagine? Like I can't imagine people judging me. I don't give a fuck if you judge me. On some real shit. Um, But fuck these motherfucking conservatives. All that talk about you what they call us again? Hey, Brownsville.
Hey, peace and love, Queen.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
We're doing good. I'm just over here talking about, all this bullshit that's going on today, right? With these uh conservative people. And I know you're a conservative, but I don't know you to be a conservative like the ones I'm disgusted with. You know?
Oh no, I'm an independent, Queen. So I
No,
don't.
no, well, I understand that. No, so you could be a independent and be conservative or progressive, and you could be you you could be a Republican or Democrat and be conservative or so. See, I think people get that confused. But
No, no,
you
no.
you
I,
I
I'm
consider you conservative. You
yeah. I'm not confused. I have some
oh
issues where I am conservative on, but I also have some issues where I am progressive on. Right?
okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I like I guess when I think of conservatism, I think of you because I think of like you believe in religion, right? You believe in your family, having your family there. So most black people really truly are conservative, even though we have those areas where we might be a little more progressive, depending, and it's going to mainly be rights that we don't want to oppress on ourselves of our children, right? We, but you seem to be more conservative. It don't mean that
That's
you
fair.
align.
No, that's fair. If you
Yeah.
was to conclude that I lean more conservative than
Mhm.
progressive, then that would be an accurate synopsis.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing because I'm gonna be honest. Like people think I'm progressive. I would consider myself progressive because I mostly believe in rights of others having their own rights. It's not to do with what I do, because the truth is, if you knew what I do, you could tell, right? I'm married all these years. Uh, my husband is the father of both my children, and I believe in family most definitely. You know what I'm saying? Like I would give up anything for my family.
Yeah,
Um,
but one thing we did cover the Epstein's files yesterday, Queen, on Sharon's show.
yeah, but I wasn't talking. See, I know you was up there and everything, but I when I say certain things, I'm talking to certain people, and you're not one of them. Okay. Um, you wasn't up there like some of the people came up there and they pro-Trump. You wasn't over there being pro-Trump. You know that
No,
little boy, what his
I'm
name?
I'm not
What his
I'm
name?
not pro Trump.
Right. But I'm not. Oh, so let me ask you this: Do you? I know you're not pro-Trump. I don't think Sharon is pro-Trump. Do you agree that there's some people on that panel though who pro-Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so I just want you to know. First of all, I want you and Sharon to know that I love you, and we can disagree. I'm okay with that. I think we disagree. Um, uh, as far as I'm concerned, even though I might sound like because I talk a certain way, but I respectfully disagree with y'all, and I know that we could disagree, and I can still love y'all. They got some up there that they driving me fucking crazy. Okay, some people came up there, and the first thing they wanted to do was bring up Obama. While we talking, Obama been gone for how many years now?
It's been a minute.
That's right. Trump have been this is fucking second term in between another president. So that means that's been really a minute. It's been well over 10 years. Um, and so I guess what I'm saying is we proclaim to be pro black or whatever, right? Could be saying, hey, don't get involved because we're black, which I do understand that. But then as soon as they come up, they want to talk about what Obama did. And they're only repeating what Trump has said, what that side has said. They only when they talk about he was the what you call him in chief. That's what their side said. But that stuff that some of them was putting up, that shit is not true. You could go and see where they say that. No CBS, few of them had that shit up, and then when you go to verify the facts, you find out that no, that has never been proven, and that's because the people who was proclaiming that he was doing something wrong or what they say fast were the people who people was getting sent back or the church. And you could go and look that up. Like, it didn't take me no time to read that after Taz put that stuff up. I went and found his exact article, and then I read the article, though, not just the title. And they said that the ACLA or whatever the school is that bring it, that bring it to court for you,
The
they didn't do
ACLU.
it. Yeah, they did not go all the way through with it. So that's why they said they don't know numbers. They don't know it to be factual. They just so that's what it says.
Yeah, I don't,
Okay.
like I said, I didn't really hear too much of the back and forth between you and Taz. So, I don't really don't know what the Obama reference was about.
Yeah.
But
So,
where we disagreed though
mhm.
was our level, what should be our level of involvement when it comes to protesting against illegal immigration.
No, I agree. We disagree with that, but I'm not mad that you don't think we should protest. But for me, I believe we should protest. You know what I'm saying? And though it doesn't upset me that we disagree. So I just want you to know that. But yeah, you could go ahead and finish, but it doesn't upset me. But we do disagree. Okay, firmly. I firmly believe that if we don't do something, now I know you a Christian man, right? You're a Christian man. But you know that I'm not a Christian, right? And have you ever heard me say that I foresee things?
Yeah, I heard you say that. One of
Okay.
the things you said you foresee is black people going back into slavery.
Yes. And so that's the one that hasn't come true yet, right? But I've been foreseeing that since Trump, before he got in office the first time. I can pull up a stream on this channel. I think it's this channel where I was telling people this man is going to be putting us back in slavery. And everything I said that he was going to do, he has done first term and doing the rest of it now. But there's other things that I predicted that have come true, because what I usually come to me, it's not like I sit there and try to. I'm not reading no cards. I'm not trying to find out the future. It just comes to me in the dead of night. I can actually see future. I know you giggled when you said that shit, but let's think about this for a minute. If we get rid of all the immigrants, which is gonna be hard to do, so what they're gonna do is end up getting rid of all the black and brown immigrants. And so they get rid of them, and then now it's us and them. What you think gonna happen? If Trump is still in office, which they already talking about a third term, they was already talking about if something happened to him, his Don Jr. and they got already these years covered up with his whole family being president for the next millennium. Okay, uh, that's MAGA. What you think? So let's envision all the immigrants is gone. They got rid of everybody. The people they can't get rid of is the Native Americans, which, by the way, are the Mexicans. That's crazy that people still haven't figured that shit out yet, right? How there's laws in place that where they were supposed to be able to come across that border freely, but then we went against that shit. But anyway, so let's say it's the Native Americans, the black people, and these Europeans. What you think gonna happen? Are we gonna live in harmony?
That's difficult to say. Honestly. I think for the most part, um, we're living peace. We're living with peace. Um,
You think we're gonna live in peace?
I think for the most part, we're living with peace now. I'm talking about for the most part.
Okay.
Um, I think in that regard, right? I
Mhm.
don't foresee, the Trump being allowed to stay in office because that's a violation of the Constitution.
But
And
he's doing that every day. Did you?
and
Okay, so maybe you don't know. Do you not? So when I say that he's violating the Constitution every day, do you think I'm just saying that, or you heard this? You know this to be true?
I think there's some issues that need to be challenged and that are being challenged, but there's just certain things that are entrenched, right? So there's certain, you know, things that is above what he can possibly accomplish. So I don't believe that, you know, he's gonna be able to figure out a way to stay in a third term. You know, I just don't think that's
Wait,
that's
yeah, no, but
probable.
I asked you a question. Do you so because you kind of answered it kind of weird. I don't even know what you're saying. I asked, do you not know that Trump is legally and have been for a while going against the Constitution?
I said certain things have been challenged, right? So there's he's, you know, pushing the envelope in certain areas, and
Uh-huh.
those issues are being challenged. There's a whole bunch of court cases that are in, you know, in process right now
Uh-huh.
against possible, you know, constitutional violations, right?
Okay. Right. What about the ones, because you're right. What about the ones that he challenged and lost and he still won't abide by the Constitution? Like they said, you got to do this, you should do this, and he hasn't done it. That's not being challenged anymore. He lost. And he's not doing what he's so that means he's violating the Constitution. It's
You'll
not
have to
about,
give me you'll have to give me an example of that, Queen.
you know what, man? Let me look it up real quick. Okay. Because he was told, they've been an example is when the courts told him to go and retrieve some people. They ended up doing it, but on his own time. But they told him not to even send them people. Do you remember that? When he was lying and saying that man had a tattoo on his hand showing that he was with the Mexican mob or whatever they call them people. MS-30 something something something. You remember that?
Uh, Vaguely, I'm not too familiar with the situation you're talking about.
Okay. Well, the guy was living in Jersey and oh, Maryland. Oh, he was Maryland. Okay. And yeah, and so they picked him up, right? And his family didn't know where he was, and then they finally found out where he was, and because they move him, they take him from one state and then rush him to a whole nother state and put these people in jail, confinement, right? And then these people don't have no rights to even call a family or nothing. And then they put him on the plane. But once the people did finally trace him down, found out where he was, and they knew they was about to ship him out. So they went to court, and court judge said, yes, do not fly these people off. And they did it anyway. They claimed that they was in the air when the judge took, but it wasn't. They just took off, already knowing they wasn't supposed to bring him. And only they went and had to get him back because for months. They was like, bring him back. And they was like, we don't know how to get him back. Do you know they selling people to a whole nother country? They're selling them.
No,
What's the name of
I'm
that
not. I'm
country?
not aware of that.
Where they selling them people? Where they sent that man? El Salvador? What, where that man was?
One of the countries does not sell.
Oh, okay. Wherever they sent them, Trump got with the president or whatever they are of that area, and they made a deal. Let's say you from Mexico and you are illegal, right? And they pick you up. Where you think they're supposed to deport you to? You came
To
from
my home
Mexico.
country, to my country
Yeah,
of origin.
exactly. But that's not what they're doing. They're not, they're sending them to this place where they're selling them as slaves. Thought it was El Salvador, man.
So
I thought it was El.
one of might be in Honduras too.
Oh, okay. I think it's El Salvador. He's selling these people to them. And some people from our country, Congress people had to go over there and try to see if they can see these people, lay eyes on these people. And then, so wait a minute. So let's say you came from Mexico, um, and they deport you. You go to back to Mexico. Let's say they legally send you back where you're supposed to go. Are you supposed to go to jail in Mexico? Wouldn't you just be kicked out of this country? Trump is lining these people up and bringing them to another country where they're not even from and jailing them in that strange country.
Are you talking about the voluntary self-deportation program, or are you talking about something else?
I'm talking about when they running in people's houses, grabbing them up, lying and claiming they with the MS-13 or some of that shit, putting them on a plane, taking them to a country they not even from, and jailing them in that country. How do y'all not know this?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to see, do you have some,
Okay, let's go look it up. You remember his name, baby? Let me see.
Yeah, because, the fact that you're saying your claim is that he's selling people as slaves, that's a big claim. So I would definitely like to see some evidence of that.
Wait a minute. I'm shocked. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, so let's back it up a little bit. I do have this story I'm about to share, but so you agree that if you come from Mexico and you here, let's say illegally, right? And when they deport you, they're supposed to deport you where?
To my country of origin.
Okay. So you never heard that he's deporting them in other countries, so I'm gonna show that.
No, I've heard that, and I've heard it through the self-deportation program. So what has been established according to reports is that he's given those people a financial incentive to leave and go, elsewhere, right? So if you're from Mexico and he wants to send you to El Salvador, and you want to get paid to go to El Salvador, then those kind of things are happening according to reports. Now, if he's
y'all gotta stop looking at Fox News. That's some crazy shit right there. But here we go. Because now this the man that they lied and said was had MS-13 and they sent him to El Salvador. And then he's back and they want to continue pushing the lie. And now they trying to send him to Uganda. Do he look like he's from Uganda?
Nah, he don't look like he's from Uganda.
And the judge keep blocking it. And they don't care, right? They don't care. But here we go. Let's listen to what they got to say here. I'm not sure what they're saying here. Let's see.
A federal judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from deporting him, and his attorneys are now fighting to keep him in the U.S. As you may remember, Abrego Garcia was detained just yesterday during an immigration check-in, and that was just days after being released from criminal custody. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman has been following this case and joins us now with more. Good morning, Katrina. So how what do we know about the judge's reasoning for temporarily blocking this man's deportation?
Okay, so this is a big long story because they sent him all the way out the country, even though the judge told them no, they can't. But they put him in the air anyway and took him to El Salvador. Then they told him, well, you got to bring him back. And they was like, well, we don't know how to get him back. But then they eventually went over there and got him. So then he came back and then they imprisoned him, right? And then they let him go because the judge said, hey, you got to let him go. And then when he went to do his check-in, like his regular check-in, like he's supposed to be doing because he is an immigrant, they picking people up when they go to the their immigration thing.
So my question is he a legal immigrant or illegal immigrant?
He's a legal immigrant.
Legal or illegal?
Legal.
Okay, so you're saying he has a green card?
He has a status. I'm not sure which one. Which that so he's not a citizen, he's a legal immigrant. So his wife is here, he has children here, and he's legally here.
Right.
But
so
Trump
is
don't
he
care
on like
about
a work visa, student visa?
Yeah, one of them. Some type of legality they got in here. Let me go look it up. Let me look it up so we can see exactly what his name is. Kilmore from Let's go see. Look, they freed him, and then they just every time these people legally here. Remember, if they got a immigration date where they got to go check in, that mean they legally here, right? If they was illegal, they would not be free. But and if they was illegal, they wouldn't have no immigration dates. They wouldn't be going to the courts to do their check-ins, to go in front of the judge and stuff. They are picking these people up when they go there before they even get in the courthouse to do their business or whatever.
I'm aware of some instances to where some of those immigrants were here for either a student visa or a work visa, and the visa expired. And prior to Trump getting back in office, they were given extensions, and they were in the process of trying to gain citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know if this gentleman falls into one of those cracks or not, but it's kind of like a gray area, because you were here legally, but once your visa expires, you're now here illegally, right? And you might have been given an extension from, let's say, the Biden administration, but then when the Trump administration takes over, now you're in you're in limbo.
No, that's not how it works, though. That is not how it's supposed to work. Even if I give an extension, they have a date on that extension, and so when that date expires, then yes, it expires. You got to take care of your business. But just because things change over, don't mean they get to go and say we picking them all up. Now let me find out what the issue with him, because I know there was a few things said about him. So let's see if he was legal, and if he wasn't, what his status was. So they said he's an El Salvadoran man living by the U.S. government under the Trump administration, which called it an administrative error. Oh, they said he was illegally deported on March 15th. Okay. And they said it was an error. At the time, he had been charged with or convicted of a crime in either country. Despite this, he was imprisoned without trial in an how you said. Anyway, so his case became the most prominent of the hundreds of migrants the U.S. sent to be jailed without trial at CECOT under the country's agreement. Let's go look what that is. Do you remember when I mentioned that he was selling them? They have an agreement with certain countries that they would take these people and jail them out. Now, I don't know what they're doing with them. I don't know what, you know what I mean? Okay, let's say he was living in Maryland. He got a wife, his US citizen wife and 5-year-old child. What do you say to a person who has a family here, been married for years, and they going through the process, but it takes years to get through the process. Sometimes they say 20 years, which is ridiculous, right? What do you say to that?
That's unfortunate. I in my opinion, right? If you are here and you're contributing to the country in a productive way, you're paying taxes, and if maybe you overstayed your visa or whatever, but you're not a criminal, then I do believe that, you should get some leniency and you should get the opportunity to, stay. Right? That's my belief.
No.
But
so this is what it says.
That's where I'm a little bit more progressive, right? I don't believe that we should be separating families, separating parents from kids and different things like that, if they're not a danger to society.
Society, right? Okay, so they say that Trump has paid El Salvador $6 million to house immigrants deported from the U.S. as part of President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. So we paying a whole nother country millions of dollars. I thought we didn't want these migrants here because they taking money from our communities, but we got him $6 million from them to house immigrants from here. Now, if he was El Salvadorian or whatever, then why can't we just drop his ass off in El Salvador and let him be him? But no, we gonna spend money on jailing them here, and then we're gonna spend money on jailing them there.
But what was he arrested for?
For being an immigrant. For being an immigrant, that's it. He ain't commit no crimes.
He was arrested for being a legal immigrant.
It looked like they said that he was legal, so that's why they ordered him back. Wait, let me see.
Yeah. Can you go back there? Yeah, so we can make sure we know all the facts.
Yeah. Okay. They said Salvadorian, I guess that's how you pronounce it, man living in the United States was illegally deported. Okay. So he was in prison without a trial. He became, let's see what he was. Administration defended, they claimed that he was MS-13. See, they lied on him. So yes, he based on the mention, okay. He been let's see, illegally immigrated to the U.S. to escape gang threats in 2019. An immigration
So, say that again. He did what?
He illegally immigrated to the United States.
Oh, so he was an illegal immigrant.
Wait, we're not done yet. To escape gang threats. In 2019, an immigration judge granted him withholding of removal status due to the danger he would face from gang violence if he returned to El Salvador. The status allowed him to live and work legally in the U.S. At the time of his deportation in 2025, he lived in Maryland with his wife and child. He was here legally. They granted him legal status. He's still an immigrant, but he's not an illegal immigrant. He's applied for whatever status that they believed him, because they got to give proof of whatever. If they say they're running from something, they got to give proof of that. And that's what it says that he did. So that's why when it says that he got here illegally, but then a judge in 2019 granted him withholding of removal status. And that's why he got a report, right? That means he goes to immigration, he reports. He probably have a which anklet on. Maybe it depends on, in the beginning they have anklets on, but depending on how long and how well he may not have it on no more. I don't know. But that's how they caught him. He doing his thing, working and everything, and then he goes to show up. Well, not him necessarily. I don't know how they caught him, but that's how they catch him. When they go into their meetings, they show up that they got to go to ICE, and them people when they go to the court dates for their migration status, and they picking them people up. But then they putting them. The thing that people mad about is not so much that they picking them up and deporting them, but they're not just deporting them, but they deporting them to jail. What would make them have to go to jail in a whole nother country where they ain't commit no crime?
Yeah, it seems like he, this was a mishap. This was a situation where, he was wronged.
He's not the only one. This is the one that everybody know because Trump lied and said that he was an MS-13 gang member. Lied and said that first they were saying that he was MS-13 bringing fentanyl over here. Then he lied and said, oh, and then they found out he was bringing illegals over and all kinds of shit. And then he said that people knew he was MS-13 because they claimed that he had a tattoo that said he was MS-13. All that shit was lied. Like our president lied to the United States American people out his own mouth over there on his own, whatever that shit called over there he on. And this is one of the big ones. And what make him so big is because they actually deported him when the judge told him not to. The judge said, "No, we do not deport him. He's here. He has a right to be here." And they didn't give a shit. They put him on that plane and took him. And then they lied and said they didn't know where he was. They was like, yeah, he's over there. They said they didn't know how to get him back. And we're like, wait a minute, you bringing people somewhere? You don't know how to get them back? Do you know there's people who they took and nobody, their family don't know where they are? I think there was a gay guy and he was a makeup artist. And that man was from like one of these European countries. He was white. He was like from, I don't know if it was Portland, or, it was one of them, like France or some shit like that. And they took him to El Salvador. And they don't know, I don't know if they ever found that man, got him back.
Yeah,
They took him with
those are some unfortunate, situations. But I'm gonna say
wait,
something
you need to
that's
go
not
look and
gonna
see
get.
how many hundreds of these situations, because it's not just or one or two, it's hundreds of them. But did you know we all listen? There's a whole country sent workers. I know you heard of this one. Workers from, I don't know if they was from Asia, China, one of them, right? One of them. Because they made a deal in this country to build a car factory. If I'm correct, it's a car factory. And if I'm correct, it may have been Georgia or one of them states over there, right? So they agreed to, when they was talking about America first, and this country said, okay, we good with that. We gonna build a factory in America, right? They're gonna give American jobs and everything. But they sent their people over here to set this place up and everything. Do you remember when they when they ran in that place and took all them people and put them in jail? And them people had to come and fly a plane over here and got their people themselves. Like, can you understand? Like, our country made a deal with another country. This country sent their people over so they could set everything up, right? That country's still paying their people, so we're not paying them nothing, right? But they working for that company, gonna train workers in this country to do the jobs and shit while they setting up everything. And they ran in that place, put them people out there and put them in jail.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, Queen, but I just don't believe that it's in the best interest of Black people to just put illegal immigration, advocating against it or for it on the
What I
front
just
burner.
said is, what I just said was that illegal immigration. When I said that our country made a deal with somebody, they brought their people over, not illegally. See, the thing is, y'all keep ignoring what people are saying. That's why you don't know. Because I promise you, this shit been all over the news, the internet, and everything. There's no way not to know this shit unless you want to ignore it, right? Do you not understand? For them to get over here to do the work, that means they had visas. And they ran in there and they didn't give a damn that they had visas. In fact, the people showed them their visas. It wasn't even like they didn't have it on them. They had it on them. And they still jailed these people. Now imagine you being these people wives to these husbands, right? Because it's men. And You at home in a whole nother country while your family is over here making money and doing their job. Only for you to hear that they're now in jail and being mistreated. This is like y'all want to forget how we look to the whole world. Like in our own country, we look fucked up to most Americans. Trump numbers are in the tank. Like it's under like 30 in certain areas. Even the immigration, did you know the immigration is like a -10? In this country, his immigration, even his own MAGA people don't agree with what he's doing, especially after they killed them white people. And here we are, black people talking about, well, they killing the white people. Why should we care? I'm thinking, I thought you served in the military. Like, I thought we were proud Americans. Yes, we're black, but like you served longer than I did. You done shit I ain't never do. And so it's shocking to me when we say, even though I'm telling you that everything they're doing is illegal. Like Trump don't care about illegal immigrants or legal ones. To him, all immigrants with paperwork and all, he want to get them out of here. Why do you think he want to get them out of here?
I think that's because you know, the people who support him, you know, they want to get him out of there. You know,
No, yeah, but that's not true. You know why he want to get them out of here?
why is
He don't
that?
want to, because everybody mentioned it today over there because of Obama. He's trying to reach Obama numbers. He wants to be better than Obama. Everything he does is competing against Obama and or Biden. But mostly, even when he's mentioning Biden, he always seemed to mention Obama, which is why everybody are now knowing that Obama deported more people, right? Because Trump bragged about it, right? He was the deportee in chief. He was this, he was that. And they keep talking about it. He keep telling them people, they got to get them numbers up, got to get them numbers up. I need the numbers up. You forgot they the ones who brought these people in this country. You forgot when they let these people in and brought them to New York and Chicago. You know that was the Republicans that did that. I think Big J mentioned that today while he was running. When he was, you forgot when people wanted to deport him in Texas. He came up with a deal where they would
You talking about
let
the
him in.
sanctuary cities?
Yeah, he. But remember, they come through different areas like Texas and Florida and California and different things like that, and they put them on boats, planes, and buses and ship them people where they wanted to take them, like you said. And then, so he let them in, and then he ran on them being here. His whole family are immigrants. He's not against no damn immigrants. He just gave an immigrant a fake ass gold card. Why he kick her out? And I'm talking about that trader, okay?
Yeah.
Nicki Minaj.
I just think that you know, I mean, I can't dispute what you're saying. What you're saying is valid, and you have a right to, you know, feel how you feel about it.
Right.
All I'm saying is, I don't believe it's an issue that we should be heavily invested in. That's not one of the issues. I think one of the issues we should be heavily invested in is, you know, education programs for Black Americans. You know,
But we're not though.
right?
And that's something
That's
we
the
could have been.
problem.
No, the problem is that we're not investing in things you say we should be, which I agree with. But what does that have to do with this? Because unless you
Because
say, hey,
I believe it's a distraction, Queen, and to me, and this is just my opinion, right?
mm,
There's always another issue that takes precedent over the things that is supposed to be used to support Black Americans, right? So, for instance, we can't advocate for reparations because we're too busy worried about advocating for these illegal or legal immigrants from El Salvador and Mexico and all these other places. And we're trying to protest for them and speak for them and issues that we should be speaking to the
You
benefit
making this up. You making this up right now.
aren't on the front burner, and that's my issue with it, right? If it ain't for helping us move forward, then I don't think we should be heavily invested in it.
Right. But you and that's what I'm saying. You making this up because all this stuff just happened in the last year, about a year now. And there are things that are on the Senate, right? They're not on the Senate floor, but they with the Senate to be voted on. And most Black people don't even know what they are and don't care, right? They even against Obama when he tried to set up a committee of people to talk about reparations. And we didn't even follow through to ask them why they didn't, what's going on with it, what you doing. And when California had some shit up, you forgot all the people who was against the Black people getting reparations and California. Like, I know that you have a stance, right? You believe certain things. But unfortunately, it does not coincide with Black America as a whole. Because Black America as a whole, there is no whole. We we living all over the place, live different lives, and there were a lot of people, more Blacks than I can even imagine, who was against reparations. Even on the panels we be on, some of the men are against reparations. You know what they say? What them niggas gonna do with that money anyway? So I believe you in what you believe in, without a doubt. You know, I know that you pro-Black.
Yeah,
I know that
so
you
I have
pro-community.
issues. So here's my issues with the Trump administration, for example, right?
Mhm.
I have an issue that he removed the Tuskegee Airmen training video that was taught in every basic training class for the United States Air Force, right?
Mhm.
I have an issue with that. I have an issue with him for curtailing a lot of the scholarships and tuition assistance money that was allocated for Black youth.
Mhm.
That has been reduced, right? I have an
Mhm.
issue with that. I have an issue with his rhetoric when it comes to Black history, trying to change it and make it seem like the plight of Black Americans didn't exist, right? Trying to change history and then remove teaching it from the schools, right? I
Mhm.
have an issue with that. So what I'm saying is I'm not pro-Trump, right?
Oh, I know
But I'm
that.
but
But
I'm also not heavily invested in the plight of the illegal or legal immigrants, right? Because I don't believe that there'll ever be a situation to where the El Salvadorians or the Mexicans or, you know, all the other, legal and illegal immigrants, there's not going to be a situation to where they're going to be supporting what benefits us.
I get that. But if supporting them benefits us and not supporting them harms us, because there's this thing where they got people like you say, you're not for you against Trump, but you also not for the side who is against Trump, which means like I had told people before Trump won, I said, if you don't vote against him, if he wins, you are the reason he won, right? Because you had, in order for him to lose, people had to vote against him. And
I voted against
so
him.
no, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. But Trump, like you, because I'm not sure if you know what he did with Black men and people in the military, right? He want y'all out and have been kicking people out, coming up with reasons. Like for instance, if you had a profile, no shaving profile, you out of there. I don't know if you noticed that. That's what he's been doing. Anything with black people, he been out there. He called it DEI and got him out of there. Like the education and all that stuff you mentioned, that's all was a part of his DEI, which when he first got in, that's all they kept talking about. DEI this, DEI that, right? So all of that meant black. He didn't just take down the Tuskegee video. He took down, like you said, all pictures, anything black, museums, everything in the White House, anywhere around DC, anything black is gone, have been removed. Okay.
Right.
On
That's
the
what I'm
west,
interested in talking about.
yeah, but I mean, but we don't talk about it.
Now
And
you
so
cooking,
if we
Queen.
fight, if we
You
should be
cooking
fighting for
now.
ourselves, I agree with you 100%, as a matter of fact. Not that you say that. So you saying instead of us actively helping them, we should be actively in the street for us. This is what you're saying. Or you're not saying that.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying, Queen. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, yeah. Now see, now you're talking. Yes. Listen, I truly do not. You're right. A lot of these immigrants don't give a damn about us, right? They came to this country. They looked down on us, even if they was lower than us. So I'm not disagreeing with that. The issue I have is either them, is this or that. This or that. That's the options right now. But you seem like right now what you just saying, there's another option. And that other option is because when they took down all them pictures, all that black shit, we didn't get in those streets and do fucking thing. We didn't say shit.
Right. See? And we didn't say anything when he removed the Tuskegee Airmen video from, the basic training and for every Air Force class, right? We
Right.
didn't say
No,
anything when he curtailed, the education assistance for our black youth, right?
right.
Those are the issues we should be advocating against. Those are the issues where we should have, something to say in regards to why he is, not helpful to Black Americans, right?
No, you're right.
We're being distracted by
Well,
illegal immigration, and that has put us in a mind frame to where we're no longer advocating for ourselves.
I don't know if we're being distracted because he attacked us well before he started attacking them. So, and then we didn't do nothing. So we not distracted by what's going on. We just decided to do nothing. And it's kind of crazy, even for white people and everybody, seeing that they out there. You know what I mean? It's crazy because I'm not even used to it. They not used to it. They used to, they begging for us to come out there and help them and shit. But I do agree they need to be out there. If they wasn't gonna get out there, then I'm damn sure not getting out there for nothing, right? But nah. So when we was being attacked, and we was attacked, I mean harshly, to where we even went against Target, right? Where people want to go shopping and shit, they went against Target because of it. But that's all we did. And then some people didn't even stick with that. As soon as they had a Black Friday, when them people played in their face, and shitload of black people went to Target. This man is getting millions of dollars using the presidency to do that in our face. And we either, even if he don't, did you not know what he just did? He tried to steal an election. Wasn't that in Georgia just recently, y'all? They went and confiscated votes and shit. They trying to set it up for the next election so they can win. He actively did that shit just recently.
I don't think they're gonna win. I predict, this is one of my predictions. So I predict that they're going to lose the midterms this year, right? And he's no longer gonna have control over the Senate or the House of Representatives. His party's gonna be a minority in both houses of Congress. But I would hope that when that happens, Black Americans begin to wake up and advocate for them to put things in place that's going to be beneficial to our future. Because I don't want to hear nothing else about illegal immigration and all that stuff. Y'all did enough for them. Y'all spent billions of dollars advocating for them, fighting for them, and trying to get them, legal citizenship and all that, right? We pay taxes, right? A lot of our tax money is going for that.
Now I see. If anybody would have came to me, what would you saying right now, right? That hey, we don't need to be worrying about them. We need to worry about ourselves, and then come up with a plan. Because you're right. This is, I think, right now is the perfect time, because if they want to get them people out with our help, then they need to make some promises. But if we're not asking for nothing, then that's our problem. We don't have no leader, and then if a leader come up and about, people we ready to tear them down. So we don't have no leadership, nobody to go and say this is what we want. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not hearing no goddamn Ice Cube and all that shit, who think just because he was somebody at some time that he could go speak on my behalf without even asking me as a Black woman, you know what I mean, what I feel, what I think. The motherfuckers get beside themselves. Okay. Because I ain't gonna lie, like, who wants a rapper to go and speak for us? I don't want no Nicki Minaj speaking for me, and I damn sure don't want no Cardi B speaking for me, and I don't want no goddamn white woman singing speaking for me. They can speak for themselves. I don't know why people be caring with how them people vote anyway. But yeah, we gotta do something. And so I asked the question though, if it's just us and white people, Europeans and us, you don't foresee that if they don't want to work, but they want workers, right? They're not gonna want to put their children to work. So I don't know why it's really blatant where we gonna be. Like it's clear y'all just don't want to see it, because for some reason some of y'all act like slavery never happened anyway, right?
Well,
Um,
if we don't get active, starting, with our community and making sure we're going to the school board meetings, making sure we're going to the city council meetings, making sure that every time we get a chance to speak to somebody who is an elected official, we're talking about the interest that's going
of
to
us,
support Black people, right? We have to start locally with that agenda, and then nationally, right? We can
mhm.
write the congressman who's representing us, our state, right? And we could email the congressman who's representing our state and tell them these are the issues that I want you to advocate for. And I don't want to hear nothing about no illegal immigration.
Right. Um, no, I listen. I'm not. I can understand your point. I could clearly understand. Lena said we are ignoring the fact that we are being killed by every type of law enforcement that they come up with. And let me say this also: the idea that you say we need to go locally, but Trump is trumping local government. When they say, don't bring them people here, if anybody go against him, or he think they went against him, or if they won't admit that he won the election in 2020, that's what this shit about. Minnesota and some of these places where he lost, he want them people to admit that he got the election stolen from him. That's how petty this man is. So I don't know. I think as Americans we got to make decisions, and we could end up with a whole lifetime of these Trump people. Is what we could end up with.
Well, yeah, if we take the approach that we're not going to participate in the democratic process, right? So what upsets me,
Isn't that how we've been moving for years though? Isn't that what, like, I remember some of the people come up and they admit they don't vote. They admit it. They say and they preaching that they don't vote. That's why I said today, like if you don't participate, then shit don't you ain't got shit to say.
Right. And I agree with that. Right. But it has to start, you know, with you exercising your voice locally, right? Getting involved in your community, in regards to, you know, the elected officials and their agendas, right? Because once you
Uh-huh.
get involved in your local community and you see how things operate from that standpoint, then you'll have a better understanding how things operate on the state level and on a federal level, right? But I think a lot of
Mhm.
it is just ignorance and laziness because we don't want to do our due diligence. We don't want to do the work to get an understanding of what's, you know, what's
But
being done to affect our lives.
do you know any group like any groups where we could start? Like I'm willing to have conversations, even go around in my neighborhoods. I'm known in these areas. I haven't been out since COVID, but I'm willing to get out there. HT Ball said we already done flipped some seats and we need to flip them all. And then though, once we flip them seats, HT Ball, like you said, HT Ball, we need to be in their faces, letting them know like we not joking, we not playing, we proving that we're important, but that we've been playing by people not and y'all know this, those of you in the chat, when I was telling people if we don't participate, that's why they don't care. If we don't, like you just said, if we don't participate in the democratic process, people kept saying if you back out of it, then that's how we get their attention. And I kept telling them that is not how you get their attention.
Right. And then in this last national election, I believe it was just a little bit over 50% of Black Americans who were eligible to vote actually voted, right?
Mhm.
So imagine if the other 50% would have voted. Maybe we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in now.
No, I agree. We came out for Obama. We definitely came out for Biden. It was so bad. Trump, people have short memories. That's what I'm realizing. I will never forget when Trump was president the first time. In fact, it got me wanting to be in politics even more. But I was on the edge of my seat every day. It was like a soap opera. Every day I decided his term, I'm not looking at no news where him talking. That shit was so messed up and they lie. Like I remember when they were just counting the lies. And then but nobody's brave enough to say it to his face. Man, can y'all imagine if I'm cherry in front of Trump? I would I'll be cussing his ass straight the fuck out. I ain't gonna lie, like
So
I'd be like, you a
one
whole
thing that
fucking
you can
liar.
do, one thing that you have power to do in your own community, which I actually did, right? Or I was a part of this thing happening. Um, and on your local school board meetings, they have
Mhm.
certain agendas. One of the agendas was the books that they were putting in the library and allowing the kids to have access to during book fairs, during library time, et cetera, right? And
Mhm.
I wanted to have say in what my kids was gonna have access to when it came to reading materials, right? Um, so that my kids aren't being indoctrinated in ideas that um I'm not in favor of. So one of the policies that they created was that all the books have to be approved. So you can go on a website and approve of different books that the teacher or the librarian is going to expose to your kids. And you can say, oh yeah, this is good or this is bad, you know,
Mhm.
and that is how you can affect things at the local level, right? That's
And yeah, that's some whack that okay, never mind. I'm about to say that's some whack ass shit you talking about right now. Because
why you say that.
why? Because you were talking about with your kids, what you want your kids. But see, I don't think you get to dictate what I want my kids to be. have access to.
You're
And so
right.
I think those who want their kids not to have access to the books that are in the library at the school might need to pull their children out instead of pulling books out. Because it like
No, but you
you've
got
been a
the right
child
to
before. You
advocate.
remember
So that's
when you
the thing.
wanted to read? Remember when you wanted to read what you wasn't supposed to read? But all the other shit you ain't even
But
care
that's the
about.
thing, Queen. That's the beauty of it, right? So if
Mhm.
you were in favor of some of the books, then you have a right to put your vote in. But if you don't come to the meeting, right, then you're not gonna have a say. You're not gonna know. You're not gonna be informed.
Right. But
So
that's the bad thing
then
because we know that most Americans, especially in our community, don't have the time or money to be at those meetings. So,
right,
and
and
that
that's the
is what white
problem.
people have
So
been
then
doing
if
us
you don't,
forever.
so let me ask you this. So let me ask you this, Queen, because that was
Mhm.
a great point that you brought up. Let me ask you this, and then I gotta go. But I
Okay.
want to ask you this. So do you believe if you don't have the time or resources or motivation to get involved in your local school board meetings, should you then have a right to complain about things you don't like that has been instituted?
Yes,
Why
most
is that?
definitely. Because just because I don't have the time or the energy or I could be sick, my children still have a right to education. And the books in the library, right? Because Trump, like that, what you're talking about right now, you do know that came from the side you say you don't agree with. They started lying about these trans, being at libraries reading to children, and then put that on their platform and spun that shit for years to where now certain parents want to know what books are in the library. But the library, I just asked the question. When you was a kid, you wanted the books that was hidden from you, the ones that you was told you can't read. And all we are doing when we do that is we're gonna have these kids are so smart that I watched a 5-year-old kid who didn't have access to YouTube because the parent said, no, you can't have access to YouTube, go through a game that the parent didn't let him play and figure out how to click a link, and end up on YouTube. And I am saying these children are smart, just like we were. And it's not going to be in the library, but they're going to find a way to read the books and they're going to purposely look for them when they call books that children are not supposed to read. Y'all are dangerous because we know this because we
Well,
grew up. We was
one of the
kids.
things, so I'm glad you brought that up, right? But I think you're looking at it the wrong way, because one of the reasons why I felt the need to be interested in what was going on is
Mhm.
because the only books about Black history that they had were basic books about Martin Luther King, and it wasn't going in depth with all of our Black inventors. Um, it wasn't going in depth with our other Black advocates, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Our Black entrepreneurs. And so that's the reason why I decided to get active and say, hey, these are some of the books that I want the kids
Mhm.
to have access to,
No, no,
right?
that's a good
Because I
idea. But you
guarantee you
said
this,
something
Queen,
that you didn't want them to get
if
you
you
to. That's
go right, and it goes both ways. So books that you
right.
want the kids to have access to, or books that
Mhm.
you don't want the kids to have access to. It goes both ways, right?
No, I get that. I get that.
Right.
But
But what I'm
if you would have
saying
said
is,
that, hey, I got a
if
list
you
of
go,
books that they don't
let
have.
me let me
But
give
when
you
you
an
said you
example.
didn't want, huh?
Let me give you
Go
an
ahead, go ahead.
example.
Okay.
If you go and talk to your local school librarian, or talk to your local elementary school teacher and ask them how many different Black history books do your children have access to in the school? I'm guaranteeing you're going to be surprised with the number, because it's going to be in the single digits and sometimes less than 5.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be surprised. From where I was raised, I had to learn Black history on my own. Okay. I'm from a generation where, as close as slavery as we were, there wasn't talking about that. And that's why I'm saying, like, because I come from that, I remember that, like, as ignorant as in Black history that I am, that's why, right? And so some people think that can never be again. And what I'm saying, a lot of the things we think go all the way to slavery isn't that long ago. A lot of the rules and things that we, that give us freedoms today is less than 40 years old. But we like to go all the way to slavery. You know why? Because slavery is long ago, but the rights that women had to her body is about 50 years. That's not a couple of 100 years. The rights to even a man being able to beat his wife, or a woman getting a credit card and having her own finances, that's about 30, 40 years old. You know
So
what I
let me ask
mean?
you this, Queen. Do
Mhm.
you believe that your grandson, I think his name is you call him Link or
Yeah, his name Malik, but I call him Leaky. Yeah.
Leak, right?
Uh,
Would you want him to have access to books about Garrett Morgan, right?
who
The
is
the
that?
black the black person who invented the traffic light,
Oh,
right?
yeah, most definitely.
George Washington Carver,
Most definitely.
Mae Jemison. You want him to learn about not just slavery, but people who persevered right after slavery and contributed great things to this country, right? You
Most
want
definitely. But them people that
him
you
to
speaking
know,
of, you do know they was slaves, right? So
right,
them the word you use, doing great works, they was doing that as a slave. So when they was no longer slave, they was even doing better, right? So
right. So
nothing
so
wrong.
so
So I agree with you. I agree.
right.
Yeah.
So
But
that was along the
slavery is
line. So
important though, because that's the one
so
that's gonna repeat itself.
exactly, right, and that is a way that you can get involved locally. That's going to help the children of the future, because one of the mistakes that we make all the time is the information that we have, we don't do a good enough job of passing that down generation to generation.
But we used to, but now people are too busy to sit with their grandparents. And my grandparents told me, yeah, they sit there. All the history that I know came from my parents or grandparents. Um, but my kids' generation, they playing video games. It wasn't he wasn't sitting on no porch with me. But I see your point. Hey, Big J, that's you. Um, is your sound working? You might be muted. No, you're not muted. I just don't hear you. But no, I see what you're saying, Brownsville. I hear what you're saying. I do agree that we definitely need to be more proactive. But people get on panels and they're not saying that. Like what you saying today, you may have said yesterday, I wasn't there, but when we saying, hey, don't do this, but we're not saying, hey, instead of doing that, do this. We're just saying, don't do this. Don't worry about this. And I'm like, I'm an American,
No,
right? And
I think like PhD Diva tried to say it, and a lot of times you can say these things, but then somebody would just say something else to just carry on the circular conversation that was already being had.
no, I agree.
and and
Yeah.
and that's the issue, because you know the panelists are more interested in arguing to be right versus actually trying to break down, finding solutions.
No, I agree. And I'm gonna be honest, we was up there, even I was playing around a little bit, but it's so many, and there's some people up there who infuriated me, right? It wasn't you. I promise it wasn't you. But I do look to you and Sharon, even if we disagree, I love y'all so much. I'm okay with disagreeing. You don't hear that little boy who said, yeah, he thinks she deserved to die, and nobody wanted to talk to him about that. It was almost just, okay, let's just bypass. Because they would say nobody wanted her to die. Like Sharon would be like, nobody's saying that. And he said, I am. And then Sharon just bypassed it. I'm like, he's a young one. We need to talk to him. Because like he says it and smiles. He says, yeah, no, I think she deserved to die. And he smiles. And the reason he's smiling, because nobody has that little motherfucker across his head yet. Like, that's disgraceful. Everybody in his family should be ashamed. And everybody who have conversations with him, if you don't like try to educate him, should be ashamed. But that's not what's happening over there. They just let that little young boy just say ridiculous shit.
Who you talking about?
What his name? He's a little cutie. I think he's a little cute young one. But he just like as dumb as they come. What his name? He changed his name, but it was like just started with a J.
Oh,
Little chocolate.
you talking about Shadow?
Yeah. I think he's so cute. He is a cutie, but that motherfucker be pissing me off. And it's not because he disagree with me or disagree with him. It's the disgraceful shit that nobody has checked him on. Everybody ignores when he said that white woman deserved to die, or when and then the majority of them even say that, well, she may have deserved to die. And it's weird because the government don't think that. They when they doing their little studies and really got the facts, they have said that woman didn't do anything to deserve that.
Well,
And she didn't impede nobody to where she got shot. And if
any officer involved shooting is a tragic loss of life, right? However,
yes.
all officer involved shootings aren't created equal, right? So you brought up earlier, you brought up Sandra Massey, right?
Yeah.
In her case, right? To where, she called the police over there because she heard somebody in her yard or whatever, and they
Right.
came in and they deleted her because they felt that she was too close to some boiling water, right? um that officer ended up getting convicted and he's facing 20 years, right?
Yeah, I said that. 20 years, yes.
Right.
But
So
here on YouTube, just like over there at Busharon, and I think we had that conversation over there at Busharon, the same people were saying what happened to these other two, that they deserved it or they did this and did that. Well, the facts come out.
I believe that there's a staunch difference even between the Megan, what was her name? The young lady who just lost her life in Minnesota.
Mhm.
And Alex Preddy, right? The latest
Mhm.
case. Those two cases are two different cases to me.
Mhm.
I believe that the young lady, her case is going to be a justified homicide. That's how it's going to be concluded based upon what I know about the case.
Mhm.
The Alex Preddy, that's a homicide. And so I don't believe that those two cases are similar.
Oh, well, I don't know. You must don't look at the news, but in that state, and they've already released them cops' names. So what you think gonna happen, or because they tried to sweep it and say they already investigated, which we know they didn't. Like when I say these things, I wasn't making this shit up, right? They really wasn't trying to investigate. So it's something that something that the people who since gotten the information, they're bringing charges, right? They're bringing charges. In fact, many of um the stations and the police and the government in that state have saying uh they see no probable cause. They saw them wheels not even going for him. And so I'm saying that's what y'all was saying, not you in particular, because I don't remember what you were saying. I do remember what most of them other men were saying. And they were saying that that woman shouldn't have had that pot and she threw water. They were
Yeah,
just
so
making that shit up.
when that situation happened, that was totally I said that was not going to be justified and that officer was going to prison.
Oh, okay, well, that's not what most of the men who was over there was saying. They was actually saying that, look, She threw the water. Like they was looking at the water. Look where it landed. Yeah, she already died dead. They just shot her in the head. Water gonna be on the floor, but it wasn't nowhere near. But they were just lying. They were like, look how it's going. Oh, just lying. Like
But
I need to see what
the
y'all see.
Rebecca
I
Good
don't never
case.
see what y'all see. And y'all be trying to convince people that we see shit we don't see. I be like, I'm the one who see shit in my dreams, the future. But y'all could be looking at the same video. Even Sharon was like, "What you don't see?" Like, no. Like I don't like I get frustrated because I refuse to let my brain see something that's not there. And I'm gonna tell you that
The
woman
Rebecca
didn't
Good
hit
case.
that man, huh?
The Rebecca Good case, and my condolences to her family. It's still a tragic loss of life, but there's because of the vehicle and the proximity to where the officer was when she was operating the vehicle, you know,
Who put himself there?
he's gonna be able to articulate a fear of serious bodily injury, and that is how that you know he's gonna be justified.
Yeah, but
Now if
How
you
okay,
ask
we
me,
can make we want to make a
how
bet on it because apparently
how
you're not. Oh, hey,
how
Big
how
J.
how is that supposed to happen when the wheels are turned away from him?
Exactly.
Explain that.
well, he was hit, Big J.
No,
The wheels was turned away from him.
Did you see the video where he was actually hit by the vehicle?
no, y'all keep saying that. We heard something. We can admit we heard something, but we did not see no hit. Why y'all keep saying y'all saw something that we none of us saw? But you heard something. But remember, he had a gun and a phone in his hand, slipping on ice. That does not equate she hit him, but it could equate a few things, like him dropping that phone, which we know he did.
And how can you be hit and you still holding the phone, you holding the camera
Exactly.
and all of that? So how are you supposed to be hit with a car and you still holding the gun and the phone?
With a
Well, it
car.
happened.
If I was hit with a car, I think I would be on the ground somewhere. I would be screaming, yelling. Would be some bruises. So how can it be he got hit? He got quote unquote hit that hard.
Well, I didn't say it was severe, right?
Hmm.
Obviously it wasn't severe, but it doesn't have to be to us, right? It's all about how he felt he could have been impacted, right? And that's what I'm saying. If he can articulate fear of serious bodily injury due to the proximity of the vehicle, then he has a justified case for using deadly force. I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
according to the policy, Department Homeland Security policy, that's what he's going to use to substantiate why he did what he did.
Well, they had
It,
a guy who been working for the ICE for years, and he says everything that man did was wrong. He said the policy shows that he shouldn't have been even near that vehicle, especially with it on. It was never turned off. You could see when she was going backwards, and you could see when she hit them brake lights to go forward. And as a police officer, you're supposed to get out the way. But he put himself there. So, like, I understand, but this is exactly what happened with this the young woman who was killed with the pot. People
no.
kept saying it's
That's
just
totally different.
well, I
Totally
can
different.
show you where the men were saying they can hear this, they can see this, they things that you couldn't see.
That's
Say, see, water
totally
is up
different.
there.
That's totally different. That's
Okay,
totally
but
different. It
I'm
and you know, you said you wanted to make a bet
yeah, we can make a bet.
on what? So what do you want to
We,
bet
we,
on?
uh, yeah, we got to clear that up. Uh, hmm, that's a good question. So okay, explain. So you said justifiable homicide. What you're saying that they're gonna say that he killed her, but it was justifiable, right?
Right.
Okay, okay. And I'm saying that because I don't know what he might get. I don't know if they have immunity because that's what we think. We think they got immunity, but I think they gonna they not. It's not gonna be justifiable. But I don't know what that means legally. Does that mean because if he's federal and they saying that he might have what they call it immunity, right?
No,
So
so what
go ahead.
happens is all, and I tried to explain this before. So whenever
Mhm.
there's an officer involved shooting, right, particularly federally, the FBI investigates it, right? And they submit a finding, right? So you're going to see that in both cases. You're going to see that in the Rebecca Good case. You're going to also see that in the Alex Preddy case. They're going to
Mhm.
submit their finding, whether it was justified or not justified. And what I'm saying is the Alex Preddy case is going to come back as not being justified. And the
Yeah.
Rebecca Good case is going to come back as being justified. That's my opinion.
Here go his little cute chocolate ass up here now. Josh, that's his name. Hey, Josh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Now, you too cute to be pissing me off. You gonna have to stop saying that these people deserve to be dead now. Okay, because I know you're better than that. Okay. Um, but if you, because you don't be saying that, hey, she shouldn't have did this and that, and yeah, she died. You be saying, nah, you absolutely say, yeah, she deserved that. Am I right or am I making that up?
No, ma'am. So I've actually had to sit down and talk to a number of people about this, including my wife. And
Mhm.
honestly, like the Alex Perry situation, she's actually helped me change my opinion on that. But again, Renee Good's situation is very different because there was a lot of extenuating circumstances. While I can still grieve the fact that she died, I'm not happy. I mean, I still believe she put herself in a position to be killed. That's how I feel. I'm sorry.
Okay. No. Okay. So yeah, that's different than what you were saying before. Cause you were like, nah, she deserved that. But you wasn't saying she deserved. You were just saying that she put herself in that. But every one of us who get killed by something or someone, you can absolutely say we all put ourselves in that predicament. I shouldn't have went to the store when it was being robbed and I got shot. The children shouldn't have been in school that day when that little boy ran in there with the gun and shot them all up. You know what I mean? So every time you say it and you be smiling with your cute little ass, right? I'll be thinking, what the hell is going on with you? And then none of the men speak to you. I want to speak to you and say, hey, a woman died and she didn't deserve to die. All she did was, you know what I mean? I think y'all keep saying because they told her to get out, but they didn't, she didn't have to get out that car. And maybe she was scared too, right?
And get this, I can
But I
even
see,
support that. I can even support all the reasoning, but why she didn't do whatever.
yeah,
My
but I see what you're
my
saying.
issue my issue comes in at the fact that even though she didn't have to listen to law enforcement at the time, there were a lot of things that happened that were within her control. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of instances where something happened that she could have avoided that entire situation, leading up to her listening to her wife. Because at
No,
a certain point, yeah, sorry.
no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And that's kind of where my issue comes in. There was so much that happened. And keep in mind, we all are watching the videos 3 days later. So we're responding to a 3 second instance. We're
No, that's
responding
true.
to something that we in that situation. And as I said myself, had I been in his situation, I would have shot her too. I'd feel bad about it later,
That's
but that's what
because you knew though. Like that's because you're not trained. But and so I see your understanding because you're going from your point of view, right? You're not
right.
trained. These people are supposed to be trained, and and then if I'm correct, this was not no new people neither. They had been there. They've been working there 6 years plus. Am I
Yeah.
right about that, Big J?
Yes. Yes,
They
ma'am.
released the names, and these motherfuckers wasn't even new.
And here's
Okay,
the
but
thing. That's
if
what
he was,
IAB is for. Sorry.
yeah, but if he was hit and Brownsville left or Brownsville left, so let me just go ahead and say if he was hit, right? So
Mhm.
Josh, so you believe he was hit, right?
Yes, based on the following report and what I heard during the video.
Okay.
Initially, I thought the phone just fell on to the car.
Okay.
And when we
But
see
we
the
know he
video
did.
from
Remember, it showed
right,
his
we
face.
right.
Well, here's the thing. Well, how many bullets enter into Renee's head?
3.
Okay,
No,
3
no, I
shots.
think two hit her head, 1 hit her neck.
Okay.
Oh, he shot
Okay.
just 3 times.
Yeah. So how would somebody get hit with a car and fire re-shots in the same area of the body without being this or because if you're going to shoot somebody, you're supposed to shoot at center mass. Right. So why was there 3 head shots?
Well,
Well,
he was
here's
calling
my
a fucking bitch.
and now we can talk about like what my feelings on that situation were. He was already mad. So when we watched the video initially, he didn't say a word to them as he made his first circle. It was weird that he was doing it on his phone anyway. Like to me, that was a whole weird scenario. But whenever she backed up, and here's 2 points a lot of people miss. He was actually about to leave. He started walking to his vehicle until the other 2 officers got out of theirs. That's when he turned around. He turned around from where his vehicle had already been parked. And then he started going around towards the driver's side where the other 2 officers had already had their guns drawn. By the time she pulled forward, he was only at the driver's side or the driver's side headlight. So he was like, he had his gun drawn. He was like, I bet, pull up if you want to, because he had just been dragged 6 months prior.
Yeah,
So
but he's
instead
not
of
supposed
getting
to stop there with his gun drawn, waiting for the
No,
pull forward. He was supposed to make sure he out of the way.
but I do agree with that.
That's
He shouldn't have
that's
stopped, but he stopped to take that shot. And he aimed
right.
directly between her eyes. He shot her in the
Yes, and
face,
that's what
shot her in the head, and then shot her in the neck.
that's why he gonna get found guilty. It's his actions. Her
Well,
actions is her actions. We get that, but his
but you know,
actions. Go ahead.
but you know, if I was an attorney, if I was going to be aggressive, right, I would call it a hate crime because they find out though he was a passport bro, and then on top of that though he called the woman the B word and so forth. So if I was a DA, I would be more called it as a hate crime because she is a lesbian and she's married to another. She's married to a woman, not to a man. And him being a passport bro, yeah. So
Yeah, I
anyway,
was about to ask you how they help hate crime, but then you reminded me that she was gay. That's
right.
yeah. But can he be jailed being a federal? Because that's the one I don't know. You know how some of them they could go through trials or whatever and still not really get time because
Oh no, if
I
he's
think
convicted of a hate crime, he will absolutely go to the feds. They will send him to Beaumont in a
yeah, I
heartbeat.
don't know. I thought I heard somewhere somebody said, nah, they have like a immunity. But even that, like Trump could come and and give him immunity, right? He can come and pardon him and shit. Which I don't
Well,
think he'll do. I think he
th-
said that for the people who could give him $1 million plus.
there's 2 scenarios in that. So if they charge him in the state, first the IAB investigation is still ongoing because they're still doing the FBI is still doing their part to make their full determination. So yes, they released his information, but he has not been officially charged. But keep in mind, he can be either charged A, federally under the hate crime laws because of what he said post shooting, or B, he can be charged via state for actual murder or homicide. So he could actually be charged in the state of Minnesota. And if he does, Trump or any other president has no say in that. No federal president can pardon a state convict.
Right. And that's why the state was going after. But like when it originally happened, the FBI wasn't doing nothing because they wouldn't give access. They wouldn't give access to nobody, to anything. They had to take them to court and force them to give them access. So that's when I was saying, like, they had damn here shut it down. Remember, they was accusing her of being this terrible person, and she did this and she did that, and they was trying to shut it down from there. Um, so Minnesota officials say they can't access the evidence. That's what they were saying.
So,
So
Vaughn, there was something I was actually going to bring up to you because me and you kind of had this conversation both on Sharon's channel and on here the day we talked about Alex, right? We talked about the fact that you were like, well, the president's team is calling them domestic terrorists, right?
mhm.
Well, I had to take the time to actually try to rationalize that, why that could even why it would even fit any scenario, like why it could even be said and it could even be plausible. And what I came up with is the fact that because of, and we talked about this earlier today, specifically obstruction of justice, if people are actively engaging in conduct to specifically hinder a federal law enforcement on a consistent basis. So this isn't just, oh, well, I did this one time because I was out there. This is a systematic action, right? Well, if that is how they would have considered it and they were systematically obstructing justice, I could see why they're trying to use the label of domestic terrorism, despite the fact that that's not what it actually is. It's actually consistent obstruction of justice.
Okay. Well, if you asking me why they would do what they do, because they are liars, right? Because based on the definition that they're using on him, January 6th, which had just happened, right? A few weeks back, they didn't like being called domestic terrorists, and they were, right? So we dealing with a group of people who do not like to see things equally on both sides. When people try to accuse me and others that we won't see it, which is ridiculous, right? Because I'm not the one that brought up all the mother um presidents and shit. I didn't bring up Obama. I didn't bring up this. And the reason I'm bringing up Trump is because it's valid today. 10 years from now, I'm quite sure I'm not going to be talking about Trump, but they're going, we're going to try to forget him. But so it was crazy when they say, well, y'all won't, the thing is, y'all won't, see things the other side. I'm like, yeah, we do. In fact, y'all know that progressives do. Progressives was, when that shit happened with, what his name, burning of his cars and shit like that, progressives wasn't proud of that. Progressive was like, hey, everything you do, make sure you do it within the law. But that's not what MAGA says. So,
Vaughn, can I ask you a question then? I want to ask you because we kind of got into it earlier because we were talking about the different levels of protest, and you said protesting in general is not a bad thing, right?
right.
But what about the people who are protesting who are actually like lighting police cars on fire? Are you saying that that's still within reasonable protesting? Or are you saying that's unacceptable too?
Yeah, if they light cars on fire, that they shouldn't be lighting cars on fire or buildings on fires and things like that. But you
See,
cannot, if you believe us side and you didn't do your research, you'll find that we do have some bad actors, and those bad actors don't be on the side you think. I can show you videos right now where police officers doing Black Lives Matter. Police officers was coming from a whole nother city dressed in all black, getting bricks and throwing it in places, right? A riot is easy to stoke up. Soon as one
oh
person
yeah.
do something. So, but they found that there was a black man recording, right? So I'm doing it, asked him, what is he doing? What are you doing? And he threw the brick, and then he walked away. But the black man followed him, right, with his camera out. And come to find out, it was a police officer from another area. So we already know, because you got to understand, when black people are out there, the ones who are walking and actually protesting, they want to protest and to make a difference. And then they got the bad ones who want to go. And what's the purpose of breaking a window far away from where the actual protest is happening? Those people, not necessarily the protesters, they just the people who may go out there. When they want to rob a Louis Vuitton store, right? Or a Apple store. But I'm not sure if you ever look and you see that the protest might be farther up than where this group of people are who rob in this store. And then they'll lump everybody together. Do you think that's fair?
Oh, absolutely. I understand that it happens. I think I don't think that's rational. I think when they do that, they're just trying to group everything together for collective bargaining. Because they're trying to use the mob mentality, saying, "Oh yeah, well here's exactly what happened. Because these people were doing this, people 2 miles down the road decided to do something too," which, as we all know as humans, doesn't make any sense. But when
Yeah,
you're thinking about it as an insurance issue, every business is like, "Look, they broke into my business because 2 blocks down the road they were protesting for one reason or another."
uh,
Like, I think it's a scam.
yeah, it is a scam. Now, listen, I'm not. Some people go out there who are really out there protesting, and they might have some people who go out there just so they can see what they can get, start problems, right? But so, um, if you ask me if burning down shit is a form of protest, um, nah, it shouldn't be, especially because somebody may get hurt. But uh, I don't know, it depends. Like, if they start shooting me with guns and shit, rubber bullets taking eyes out and shit, and they the ones causing fire with some of that shit, gas. So people could be civilly protesting. Nobody says anything. Like when Trump gassed them people and they did take out eyes, uh, just so he could get a photo op. People was outside of the White House protesting. And he told the people to just go shoot him in the leg. And they said, we can't do that, sir. When people, like, I don't
Sorry,
think
Bob,
y'all
I'm
know.
back. Sorry, my
Oh,
daughter just called.
oh, okay. I don't think y'all know the president that that y'all like. I think y'all think everybody just like him, and y'all think they just like it for a reason. It is a reason, for no reason, but it is a actual reason. So many reasons. Even when I was
So,
telling
Bob,
people that he was
uh,
a pedophile, people wouldn't believe me. It's something that the shit that I said, even pictures that I said that used to be out on him on this internet. And then when they pop up, people like, oh, because they like, show me, mama, I ain't never seen it. And then I go and show it to them.
so
Everybody want to
here,
overlook that Epstein's files, though. What you got to say about that?
the Epstein files. My statement is very clear. I don't care who you are. So there's two scenarios. If they have evidence that you have done any type of illicit activity, been complacent in the illicit activity, or been in the same room as the illicit activity and not reported it, you need to get booked. Simple.
Yeah, but
Into
they
that
knew.
story.
A lot of people already knew. Like, y'all, a lot of y'all knew because he said it. Like that man had a hot mic and said that when he does the pageants, and I'm not sure if you knew, but the pageants are little girl pageants. That he said they will let him grab him by the pussy. He would walk in while they getting dressed, and because he was famous, they'll let him do it. And you know what I heard these men online say? Oh, that was just men talk. That was the way men talk in locker rooms. But he wasn't in no locker room. So what he was in private, sharing that with another man, which mean even if it was locker room talk, he was telling the truth because he didn't even know he was being recorded.
But see, like me and Beachy kind of had this conversation where I made the point because we know what people who know what the finger test is. We know what they're looking for. We know what the test is actually for. And at a certain point, that is just not okay, especially when you're talking about little girls. I'm gonna leave that omission where it is because I think you know what I'm talking about too.
Isn't that, I think in the Epstein file, I think there's a little something in there where they said that he got sued and had to settle by raping a little boy.
No, only like 1,100 pages in it right now.
Mm.
So, like, I'm trying to read it. Just it's very dry and boring.
Then there's a little girl's diary in the files where they but she I don't know if they got to the point where she mentioned Trump, but she mentioned Epstein and a few others.
Yeah, no, she mentioned
Trump. Yeah, but
no, and I think I know which part you're talking about because I looked for it, those specific one. So the issue, I think there's only one like explicit situation in the Epstein files that I can see that Trump could be held liable for criminally, but it's only because it's implied and it suggests that he was in the room. It didn't. The thing I don't like about the files is if he kept notes on something that somebody did, right? They weren't good notes. But then there's all these pictures, and most of these pictures we can't see.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
Most of the 2,000 pictures they didn't release half of them.
That's right. They still got 1,000,000-something files of. So yeah, and just imagine what they keeping back if what they put out there. Hey, Brownie, that's you.
That's me. Hey, Bomb. Hey, y'all.
Hey, Brownie. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm all right. I'm over here reading these files now.
Girl, what you stumbled on? Anything juicy?
I need my computer because I was trying to go and I was trying to look up like like they were kind of messaging about a lot of stuff in the open.
Yeah.
It's a lot of strange things in these files.
They would do. So that little girl, the one that her diary is in there, she was talking about where she possibly had some children.
Yeah, they were impregnating her and breeding her. Did you see the
the breeding fetish?
No, it was beyond a fetish. Like it, from what I've been looking at, it seems like Epstein he was with the small hats and he was trying to like get like purebred like small hat girls, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because he believed in like them being the superior race. So he was it was one thing where he was ordering like 30 DNA kits at once.
Man.
23andMe contacted him and asked him why he need 30. He ordered 30 DNA kits. And he was an occultist. He worshipped Baal. And that's some crazy stuff right there. That was his bank account name.
Have you watched the interview with Stephen Bannon?
With who?
The interview, his last interview.
Yeah, the interview. Yeah, the last interview before he died. Yeah, that one was crazy because he was on some spooky. He was on spooky astroteric stuff, and then he talking about black people are intelligent because we run from lions and all that foolishness he was saying.
Yeah, he was very much into occultism. Old like very much into like what's like race superiority, breeding people, talking about clones, eating people. There's a lot of things that's going on in these files.
Because like the last 20, 30 minutes of the interview, that's when it got crazy. Because it was like, what the hell? Because it was boring, right? He was talking about boring, financial stuff, though, the early parts more, okay, I get it. He's on that Wall Street Journal stuff, and you're like, okay, yeah, how you trade stocks and all that. And then that last 30 minutes. That's when he turned it up. It was like it was on from spooky. It started off scary, right? Well, it was like a slow burn, and it was getting scary because he was talking about some, you know, it's almost like though he went to an alien ship, almost like
all of that. He was talking.
Good damn.
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And
Wait, who is this interview with?
I think they said Bannon, right? Who was it with?
Steve Bannon, I think.
With Steve Bannon?
Yeah, it's files in there where they talking about how they were doing what they was doing with children, and they was choking them, and they choked them out to where they weren't alive anymore.
God damn.
It's stuff in there about torture. Did y'all see in the files they was talking about how Biden got hit with the firing squad, and the Biden today is not the real Biden?
No, I heard somebody say they got some people out here who not the real people, and I think I did hear somebody say Biden is not Biden. I was on a panel the other day. Somebody told me that shit.
It said, in the files it said that Biden got hit with the firing squad, and Biden isn't Biden. Now, if you search up the files and you type in Biden's name correctly, it's not going to pop up. You got to put an A instead of an E. Then it pop up.
Hey, cool.
Wait, really?
Yeah. If you type in Bidan, it'll pop up and it'll say that Biden is he ain't here no more. He got hit with a firing squad, and the Biden that's here today is not the real Joe Biden.
Did you realize, like, you going through the files too, is what I'm hearing. Did you realize there's some people, in order to find them, you have to intentionally misspell their name?
Yeah,
or
because
you can't do the deep. That is weird, right?
And it's not weird because you got to think about how social media is. Social media already programming people to spell words wrong.
Right.
And
It's
like
speed.
how we don't type out white, and how we type out YT. Like social media already programming us to. So I think what I was looking at is that on social media during that time, people's accounts was getting blocked for using Biden's name. So instead of spelling it the right way, they spelled it with an A. And we know what they talking about.
Damn, he's in the files too. Didn't somebody just testify? Wasn't that the which come testified today, right?
The Clintons?
Yeah. Did anybody see it? I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either.
So are they officially doing the actual like Congress interviews over the Epstein files now? Or over the released files?
They had Clinton up there. I think that's what they were going to.
Did you see the stuff about Bill Gates?
I did.
Bill Gates is a dirty, but I would have whooped his butt.
Bill Gates is savage.
Bill Gates was okay. So a couple years ago, Bill and Melinda Gates were married for a long time, and they just recently got divorced. So it was strange, and people were like, "What's going on with the Gates?" Because not only did Melinda divorce him, they threw a party and excommunicated him from the family.
What?
When these files came out, it said Epstein, they was corresponding back and forth, and Bill Gates was looking for antibiotics because he had caught something from a young Russian girl, and he was asking Jeff, and he was looking for advice for Epstein on how he was going to give his wife antibiotics without her knowing.
Yeah, he was gonna sleep. He was gonna sleep her, give her antibiotics, and he was asking Epstein how to do it. I was like, "Yo, that's dirty."
And then when the files dropped, Melinda Gates came out and was like, "Bill Gates got some explaining to do." And she was
Damn.
saying that it was bringing back. She said that it was bringing back like memories of when they were together. It was probably the first time that happened.
So wait, so she came out and said she was telling on him kind of a little bit.
Yeah, they don't rock with him. She divorced him.
Okay.
When Melinda divorced Bill, they kicked him out the family, like the
Really?
kids and everything.
Excommunicado.
How y'all know? I didn't know that. I knew. Remember, these black men was talking about how she took half his money and da 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 da. And I was like, she that money, but now we know she really earned that money, huh?
You know, she earned that money from the beginning because she was married to him when he had nothing. When he was working on a little Game Boy, and well, I don't care what these dudes talk about. He need to pay her double for doing. He need to just give her all the money.
I know that's right. Oh damn.
But it's deep. It go deep. Bill Gates up in there. They were in there talking about doing a trial pandemic in 2017.
What? So if that's so, you think
Wait,
they
hold on.
actually
I missed
created
that.
COVID?
Yeah.
Wait, you mean in the files it talks about them doing a trial run of COVID-19? I'm sorry.
Yeah, they talked about doing it. Yeah, Bill and Bill Gates. He in the vaccine world.
Yeah, yeah, because like he was doing the vaccine things in Africa, and he was talking about the malaria. He was trying to work on that malaria, trying to get all the Africans on board on the malaria and also the West Nile virus. And he was trying, yeah, he was on that type of, he was trying to tell them Africans, well, y'all need to go ahead and get on the vaccine train. And yeah, he's actually part of it.
Yeah,
I knew he was pro-vaccine, but I didn't know they would run in it like that. I didn't know it's in the files either. That because keep in mind,
but
you gotta remember Epstein was a financer.
And Epstein wasn't just the financer. No, Epstein wasn't just the financer. That's the thing. Epstein, they think he was a spy. They think like Epstein was a spy, and he was a lot more than just a financier, right? Because the power that he had and the people that he was brushing shoulders with and linking up with wouldn't be just people that you brushing shoulders with because you got some money.
After watching that interview,
because you muted. You've been here for a minute.
Oh, what's up?
Oh yeah, actually, how you were doing earlier?
Sorry about that. I'm cooking food for my family, so I'm listening to the background. But I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'll jump in a little bit just once I finish.
I'm having. I don't know. This might sound weird. Do you think that because I watched the Epstein interview with Steve Bannon, and do you think Epstein is somewhat of the fall guy?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one, because the way I was looking at that interview, that last 20 minutes when he went on to that spooky shit, I was like, is he on to something, or is he putting out some? It was kind of weird, and then
he was putting out information.
Yeah, he was putting out information, and it was weird. And then he was, it was like, okay, is what he's saying? I mean, what the purpose of Stephen Bannon putting it out? Was it just there to, the grift, or was it there to tell us that Epstein is not who we think he is?
Epstein is more than a financier. He's more than a financier.
So in the files, it says if Steve Bannon was trying to change Epstein, like after his 2007 or 8 court case, Steve Bannon was the PR guy for Epstein. Like he was trying to change his whole public image and trying to help him out. As you get through the files, it mentions that. So he was trying to interview him, change his image, trying to make him a philanthropist and all types of stuff. So Steve Bannon was his friend.
Oh. I need to look at that interview. I'm gonna look at it.
Okay, so one more thing. Let me say one more thing, because this is one of the craziest things that corresponded. So the day or the night that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly deleted himself, right?
Mhm.
It was a post on 4chan from somebody that allegedly worked at the prison that he was, or the jail that he was in, right? And they made this post to say some weird things was happening the day that Epstein, quote unquote, deleted himself. They said that a military truck pulled up, an unmarked military truck pulled up with a dude in military fatigues in the back, coming to pick up Epstein. They didn't have them sign any logs or anything like that on signing him out or anything like that. Then he said, like, a short time later, it turned around. They're like, "Oh yeah, Epstein gone." Why in the files did they release the name of the dude of the prison guard that wrote that and that leaked that information on 4chan?
So they think that he
They confirmed what he was saying. It confirmed what the guard was saying, pretty much.
Oh.
Because the guard was anonymous.
Oh, okay.
There's something about, okay, hear me out. There's something about the Epstein situation that didn't sit right with me for a number of reasons. When they arrested El Chapo, I was in Florence when they brought him there. The military brought him in, they shut down the entire prison, and they put him in the ADX because he was a high profile case. How did Jeffrey Epstein end up in an FDC without going to Florence ADX first? Considering the fact of that, one, the type of crime that he did, and two, the people that were related to it. They would have put him in a maximum security facility had he meant to be protected.
And the cameras wouldn't work. You know, that was the first deletion. That was the first self-deletion since 2006 at that facility.
And being on suicide watch is no, you can't, they don't give you anything to do it.
Right.
He was in a green smog.
You don't get no sheets or nothing, huh?
Nothing.
You know, you can look up
happened.
In the files. You can look up his logs and reports and what they had in the room with him.
Right, and they have when you're a suicide watch companion in a federal prison, you have to literally write down every single thing that happens every 15 minutes, and that log is kept in the psychology department for 25 years.
Damn.
So where was it? Where was the log in that hour time block that just vanished? It's not even possible for that to happen. Even if that facility got locked down, like if they brought everybody back in and they got locked down, the suicide watch companion is a one person who never leaves their post.
Epstein still he's still here. They low key,
Epstein still walking around.
That's
high key.
That's what I'm
pulling up. Hold on. They was pulling up Epstein's like his pictures, his autopsy pictures, and they were comparing like the nose bridge in the profile, and the profile wasn't aligning up, and high key the profile aligned up. And what they saying is they think that was like, I think they said that was either Hillary Clinton's brother. It was somebody that was linked with the Clintons, and that was not Epstein.
Oh damn!
That's what I'm thinking though, because I'm thinking that it's weird, and I'm just I mean going by the interview itself, right? Going by the interview itself, that last 20 minutes, 30 minutes interview with Steve Bannon, I'm just like, I don't know what to think anymore. Because that interview tripped me the fuck out.
I'm comparing notes, and I'm comparing notes with the Pizzagate stuff, with John Podesta emails that came out, and all of that stuff, is kind of corroborated. And it seems like, you know, the Dems might be, you know, worshiping Malik, and the other ones might be worshiping Bob. But, you know, I don't know.
Wait, so wait, they mentioned the Pizzagate in it?
They have Epstein was keeping up intel on Pizzagate, and he was keeping up with intel on QAnon.
Mm-hmm.
I knew
Oh,
he
And I
was
know that
keeping
I
up with
was just
Chile.
looking at that earlier today.
well, we know QAnon was that guy
And
came out for
and,
and
and,
told who
and,
he was.
and didn't he mention Charlottesville, and then he mentioned something else he mentioned. It was, what was going on. I mean, it, it's like it was like very closely detailed information. Like,
Yeah, he was getting Department of Justice emails and notifications about what was going on. He was getting a lot more stuff than you would think that a financier would be, just getting in their emails.
So y'all think Epstein's not actually dead? Y'all
No,
think they just got him?
and I think these people really out here sacrificing little babies and consumers.
So here's what my next question would be: that if Epstein's not really dead, what's the purpose of putting these files out?
The files give enough information to satiate people, but then they done blocked out so much stuff that it don't get a full picture and a full story. And most people are not going to go through the full 3 million documents, and then they're suppressing the stuff that people are going through and are putting out online.
Well, I mean, so when it comes to redactions, I understand the TVPA. They had to redact specific information that could be identifying markers for victims, regardless if it was like there. That's why
They redacted names and emails where people are sending crazy messages. Like they redacted a lot of stuff. Like some of the files you can like go through, and because I was on my computer, and you can highlight it and you can copy it and paste it over to another Word document, and it'll pop up without the redactions. But then some of the stuff is actually redacted properly.
Wait, are they doing an in document on face redaction, not actual physical document redaction?
Yeah, it's all digital.
Some of it was the first type of redaction you said, and some of it is the actual redaction. So if you like, if I'm interested in what I'm looking at, I try to just copy it and see if I can paste it over and get some extra information.
So here's the thing: actual federal documents that are redacted pre-screening. So you get a black box, but that black box isn't a digital black box. There's no way to copy and paste it. That means it was redacted on a computer and it was put as an overlay. And if that's the case, that will make me question the validity of the files. Because
you can't question the validity of the files. I think it was what's it called? A malice compliance.
mm-hmm.
That was some malicious compliance. That was I'm gonna do my job, but I'm gonna do my job.
Yeah, you're speaking facts. So I saw that when it came out, right? When they released the first batch, like a month ago, 2 months ago, people were posting all over the internet that they were able to copy the whole entire paragraph with the redactions and post it on another, Microsoft Word or like a little notepad, and it would unredact the files because whoever was doing it, the redaction didn't actually, like Josh said, like redact it. They just use like a black highlighter or something like that, digitally.
Right. So it's a digital black box. You can basically put square over a certain location.
Yeah.
But the thing is, those documents aren't supposed to be loaded in the federal system like that. Because whenever they go and seal,
it's malicious compliance with what's going on in the current office.
I mean, I can support that. I get that.
Yeah, did you know, Josh, that Trump had the FBI and the DOJ like redacting his name from the files months before it came out? Like he had a whole team that was doing it. You know what I mean? Like going through all these files, and anybody that was tied to him and his name, he was redacting their names. So I do believe that, like what Brownie said, it's malicious intent or whatever she said, or somebody that was doing it, didn't want to get in trouble and get, jail time. So they purposely did it that way. So people who are smart with the computer can figure it out and expose it, So there's like a couple theories on it, but yeah, man, that happened. But with these files, I don't know, Bronny. Like I haven't tried it. But it seems like they redacted the name the legit way.
Some of them work and some of them don't. Like when I was on my computer
Okay.
last night, the one about Biden, the one that they saying that Biden not here no more. Yeah. That one, I unredacted that whole thing.
So something interesting about the redactions, right? And this, like, again, this is speaking strictly legal. If they were able to unredact that, the only people who should be redacted based on the type of crime that Epstein was convicted for. Even Ghislaine Maxwell, because she's still in prison right now, right?
Yeah, but she got
don't
moved
even
to
know.
the same
Is she?
prison.
Right.
But she got
So,
moved to like a better prison. That's like you can have a dog. Like she got
which again
benefits.
is weird as shit. Well, to be fair, when I was at Springfield, there's a dog program where you actually train a dog for a year at a time. So that's actually a normal thing. It's only in like 4 prisons, but it's a thing.
Yeah, but she's
But
supposed to be a maximum, for the shit that she
right,
did.
no. So if you ever read the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, something interesting about it is whenever you're convicted of a certain type of crime, your base offense level and custody level cannot go below a certain thing. Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of aiding and abetting sex trafficking of minors. That means she had 2 public safety factors. How the fuck is she at a camp? Sorry about the language. I owe you $2.
Oh man, that's
But
crazy.
how is she at a camp? So that's why there's a lot of things that don't make sense. Like anybody who's in this file now would legally become a co-defendant of Ghislaine Maxwell. If they tried to make a big case, they would all be sentenced under this same document number. Because it's all part of the same course of conduct. That's why I find the fact that they released it so weird, because that would imply that they're not going after anybody whose name is already in it.
Yeah, they're not going after
And so
anybody.
you think they're just gonna be embarrassed? What y'all think gonna happen?
I think some loose ends gonna get tied up.
Like Bill Gates, he's still alive, right?
Yeah, he did an interview recently, and his wife, or ex-wife, my bad, and he's saying that it's false. Like the emails is false and whatnot. But his wife kind of, what Brownie said earlier, like kind of admitted to what happened. I felt bad for her, honestly. Like hearing her talk.
Yeah, I'm about to look at that interview.
Yeah, they don't. His family don't rock with him. And y'all remember what happened with Pizzagate? I feel like all of this is connected. Y'all remember what happened with Pizzagate when a dude ran up in Comet Ping Pong, whatever the name is, and he shot up that pizza place?
Oh yeah.
Y'all know that dude died last year, right?
Oh, he did?
Guess how he died?
Oh.
On a traffic stop by police. Tell me that ain't a loose target.
Oh,
wait, what?
Up. He died on a traffic stop getting shot by the police, I swear.
No fucking way.
Absolutely.
Sorry, $4, bomb.
He was crazy though. He went into a whole pizza place looking for some kids.
No, what they said is okay, so if you look into what the emails and all of that stuff, that was very much legitimate. You gotta remember, those emails that got leaked to WikiLeaks, the FBI confirmed those were actual emails from the government officials. So yeah, those emails got confirmed by the government that they were, actually official emails and not just BS. So that dude, like, they got him in there, and that dude was like, he was on before he went in the pizza place and did all of that stuff, but nobody knew who he was or whatever. Right before that, he had a DUI where he hit a kid, a 13-year-old, with a car. And he didn't get charged for that. But they think that, he had some connections, and they was like, yo, go in here and do this. And, then you go to jail for 4 years. and you get back out, and we gonna drop the whole. We'll make the accident disappear, type move, right?
Yeah.
And
Brownie,
when the dude ran into the pizza place and he was shooting up, he didn't. The only thing he hit was the hard drive on the computer.
Wait, there was a computer in the.
It was a computer in the closet bomb, and the only thing he hit was the hard drive, and he killed the computer.
In the pizza place?
That's the
He didn't
hit any people. It was families in there eating. He didn't hit any people.
I didn't know he had taken a shot. I thought it was empty. I thought it was just a plane with no. Well, anyway. Listen.
yeah, I think it's all tied together. Like Brownie, Josh, and Juice and Big said. Like it's definitely all tied together. For example, from Hillary Clinton, Bill, from Anthony Weiner, and like y'all can look this up. When they found his hard drive and went through his files, you know, the police officers who allegedly went through it, after a few years, most of them unalived themselves. You know, which is very weird. And I think that what Epstein was doing, I definitely think he was a foreign agent for a specific small hat country. And I definitely think it was a multi-decade honeypot operation to where anybody that looked like that, you know, like was going to be popular or influential or be in government, whether it be a politician, whether it be movie star, actor, scientist, they were trying to compromise as many people as possible, you know, with videos, with footage, with emails, and that whenever these people got into power, later on in life, they would be at, you know, the fingertips of the individuals who has the videos, you know, and now they can sign bills and, you know, will make, you know, Trump or Bill Clinton or Hillary or whoever, you know, is compromised, do what they want. You know what I mean? And it's just weird how Epstein made his money with Les Wexner, Victoria's Secrets, and just all the donations and gifts that he got, you know. So I definitely think that all like a lot of these politicians are compromised, and I think that you know, on both sides they're protecting it, right? So the reason why Biden couldn't release it because it was sealed, but I definitely think that if it wasn't sealed, that he wouldn't have released it anyways because his side would have been compromised, just like I believe Trump is. And if you listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene, she even said that in a phone call, the reason what made her stop really supporting, you know, Donald Trump was that he said, you know, he's protecting his friends. And him, Hertz, like Thomas Massey, and the other dude, I forgot his name. But after the Epstein files were released just recently, all of Trump's donors spent $800,000 in his district on ads going against like Thomas Massey. You know what I mean? So I definitely think that we're in a battle right now that a lot of us, you know, us on the panel, we understand, but most people don't. And they're falling victim to the tribalism, to the hate of Trump, the hate of Obama, Biden, and the liberals. And they're not seeing the bigger picture that our government is protecting PDF files.
You know what's
That's crazy.
You know what's y'all heard of that lady named Marina Abramovich?
Yeah, the spear cooker.
She got tired. She was beating up with Epstein people, and she was beating up with Clinton people.
It does kind of make sense that it had to be both parties because, like you said, right, there was a time when the Democrats, if they had these files, they could have did something, right? It's like everybody was trying to hide them. But
that's because they correspond.
They
confirmed what the other stuff was already put out there. When that dude went in that pizza restaurant and he did what he did, that shut all of that QAnon stuff down because that they put it out there like, oh, like people are going in on these baseless arguments and this dude that went crazy and did this and he gave it a lot of bad press and it turned a lot of people off. But that was a whole inside job rigged to do that, to get people to stop digging because people were digging. People was hacking those websites, like, and they said like the pizza website had like a fault. Like they said a hacker hacked it, and when he hacked it, he found another page, like a hidden sign-in page, that you needed a email, like you needed a username and password to get into. And then when the hacker got behind that, he said that they were like large files that you could only download if you had a specific key to it. And after the hacker put it out, like 1 or 2 days later, that whole part of the website was gone. They said, remember back in 2020 when people was talking about Wayfair and these online stores having
Oh yeah, with the furniture.
yes, did you know
Yeah.
Epstein was ordering furniture off of Wayfair for $20,000?
Yeah, it's
Damn.
20.
What? Yeah, they were saying that people were coming up missing. The
And their
furniture was
names
named
were
after
popping
them.
as furniture.
Yeah.
And then think about this. When you talk about this immigration stuff, we can't talk about the 500,000 kids that went missing under Biden that don't nobody talk about while they out here trying to fight ICE. I'm not doing none of this.
Oh damn. How many children?
500,000 children went missing.
You know they say
from the border.
Oh yeah, that's right. You know
While
they say
Biden
even
was in office, and don't nobody talk about that. And even these people right now, where immigration and ICE is such a hot topic, people are not talking about looking and finding and locating where all of these missing kids went. 500,000 kids in 4 years is insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know, a lot of them came up missing under Trump too.
But that was when Biden had opened, when they were letting people just cross the borders. Like, so when they were tracking it, the numbers kept going up, and they said that they were sending them to like trustees. But when somebody did, like, people were doing, like, they were digging a little bit deeper, and they were pulling up to the locations where some of these kids were supposed to be sent, and they were like abandoned lots, abandoned houses. They sent 13 kids to one house, and the house was a lot. It wasn't a house. It was just an empty lot.
Right.
They sent 2 kids to an abandoned house. They weren't telling these kids where they were going. And even though the kids were requesting to go back to their country, they weren't sending them back to their country. So where all these kids go? Where 500,000 of these kids go that don't nobody know where they at?
No, I agree. I've been mentioning it, but you say it's under Biden. That happened under Trump.
No, bomb. That happened under Biden. That was before, because I was looking at that when Biden was in office. Actually, those were the stats when Biden was in office. That ain't had nothing to do with Trump.
Well, there's higher numbers when Trump was in office. Remember, he separated the parents from the kids, and then the kids, they started putting them in homes, and them people, for many years, parents was talking about where are their kids. And Biden came after Trump. So this happened when Trump, I don't know what happened when Biden was in, where we already knew many kids. They said like almost 1 million kids was already missing. So Biden then came in and then Trump came in again. So I'm talking about his first term when he separated adults from their kids. And then they started giving these kids to strangers. Anybody who pulled up, they was, like you said, they was just giving them, letting them adopt them or not adopt them, but take them. And then the kids came up missing. And people been suing the government ever since, looking for their children, wanting to know where they at.
Like,
that was under Trump.
This just popped up. 2 missing American children aged 8 and 9 from Canton, Ohio were safely recovered in Iceland.
Yeah, that's great, man.
The kids went missing in October of 2024, and they were found January 10th, 2025 in Iceland.
In Iceland? God damn.
They're from Ohio. How did them kids get from Ohio, like in the middle of America?
Oh, wait, I think that's when the mother took the kids. You talking about in Iceland, yeah. And the parents over there now the father trying to get them
Oh wait,
back.
yeah. Better fact, yeah, that was the mom, but still, like, that's crazy. Hold on, let me look up. I was looking up these little kids. It messed. That popped up and distracted me. But they were doing like the people that were investigating, because they were using CIA contractors to transport these kids via plane and flying them who knows where. But it's over at least 500,000 unaccompanied children.
Yeah, so yes, I'm looking it up now. So it says 320,000 unaccounted children. Wiley cited August 2024, and the OIG report found that Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) could not monitor the location of more than 320,000 unaccompanied children. The totals include roughly 291,000 children who were never issued a notice to appear for court, and another 32,000 who missed their scheduled court dates. So this is the part about the sponsors that you were talking about, Brownie. Data released by the Criminal Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley in 2025 indicated that 11,000 children were placed with sponsors who did not receive background checks or fingerprinting. So these are the exportation risks. Whistleblowers and lawmakers have testified that the lax vetting led to children being released to traffickers or criminal organizations for forced labor or sex trade. But it's but like it did, but then it goes into the context that just because that they were unaccounted for and missed their court date doesn't mean that they're necessarily missing, because the ICE didn't monitor them after they left their care, I guess. But I'm just curious, like, were these sponsors American? Because
they said the sponsors were supposed to be like related to the kids.
okay, because I'm about to say, like, if that's American, then we got because that's Americans trafficking, you know what I mean? And things like that. But yeah, but that is true of what you're saying, though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like
they were
all of
supposed to
this
be.
is
They was
tied
American
in.
though. They started letting anybody come and take them. They sent the parents back and had them children. I mean, what year you said yours was when you was reading it?
24.
Oh damn!
They said in 2024.
Damn. Is that when the kids were missing, or that's when because they were reporting on it again?
That's when they were reporting on it. See, when Trump was in office, it was like it'd be 50K a year. It hovered between 40K and at the top of 2019 it was at 70K. During COVID, it went down to 15K. 2021, 122,000 unaccompanied minors. 2023, 118,000. 2024, 100,000.
Yeah, so it says here, so for the sponsors and nationalities, approximately 75% of the sponsors were family members. This includes parents, siblings, and extended relatives that are already residing in the USA. So these family members of the missing kids that apparently went into trafficking were USA citizens or residents in the United States. And it says the undocumented sponsors, a significant portion of sponsors were undocumented. In 2021, the administration of Trump ended a policy of checking the immigration status of potential caregivers to encourage relatives to go forward without fear of deportation. So Trump actually, like Trump ended a policy, or no, it was a Trump era policy that ended vetting and checking for these sponsors. So when they blame it on Biden, like it was actually Trump's fault in 2021 for removing this policy that vetted the actual sponsors.
Right.
So this shit weird, man. Like, and that's why I say, like, it's like a both sides thing. You know what I mean? And I'm a hardcore Democrat. You know what I mean? So,
we need to
damn,
you need to throw all these people away and start over from scratch.
Yeah.
That's what I'm. Look, that's what I think gonna happen. I think we really
United
Dynasty about to
States.
collapse.
We need an overhaul because this
We
is
definitely need,
insane.
because the money, how much money can people make to be able to afford? So something got to happen. Something gonna collapse, and it's gonna collapse real bad, and we got to be prepared.
They said the housing market gonna collapse, and they said the AI bubble gonna pop. So y'all watch out. The dude that did that bet on the housing market back in 2008 before it crashed, the dude that was sick, he had that the movie The Big Short was based on. He said that the AI bubble gonna pop, and he got like $1 billion betting on it, and I believe him.
Yeah, man, but silver dropped again. Silver and gold dropped. Man, I was hoping silver went up, man. It was $100 an ounce over Christmas holidays. Damn, I lost some money.
Get y'all some candles. Figure out how you're gonna have some fresh water because you know when it collapse, there won't be no electricity. And people been hacking us for years, testing in hospitals, all chemicals, all kinds of shit been getting tested throughout this nation. And instead of companies telling us they're getting hacked, they try to hide it.
The housing market in Texas is going to collapse. I've been telling people that housing market going to collapse. So, oh, Texas is so good, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
Y'all electric gonna go to hell because y'all got one of the worst electricity what you call them, don't y'all?
Grids, yeah. And still, and that thing happened about 4 years ago, and they still hadn't even worked on it.
Yeah, because it costs money.
You see Ted Cruz slide his little self into the airport and hop on a jet, go to Hawaii when y'all got a storm coming.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz be on a flight. They like, Ted Cruz gone.
Yeah. Gave me an idea. I was like, shit, why I didn't think of that?
He up in Hawaii. The whole state of Texas is frozen.
All messed up, huh? Yeah.
I'll see y'all later.
His ass was on the beach, girl. That shit was funny. People had died that year. That was crazy.
I know.
He did it this year.
I witnessed people dying from that.
Yeah,
you know,
he did it again this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time it's a possibility. Ted is hopping on a flight to Hawaii.
Man, suffer like just suffer with us then, with that cold ass weather. And and I'm gonna say this to you, Brownie. You up in Chicago. Listen, y'all can keep that weather. Okay.
I was in Texas during the little winter freeze. Right. I was in shock and dismay. I was dang near disgusted. We left out to go get some food. It's 30 degrees outside. It ain't no rain, no snow, no ice. Everything closed.
They were setting the country up.
And I've been Chicago. But I know y'all don't get cold like that, so I know that's like a special thing. But for me being in Chicago, I'm like, what's going on? I don't see nothing happening
like that. Yeah, we get cold like that, so that's why I was like, why are people buying all that shit? I'm like, we used to snow. You know what I'm saying? 16 degrees ain't nothing. That's nothing.
It got really cold out here. When it was freezing across the country, it was like negative 25 in Chicago. It was crazy.
Oh, God damn.
That's why I was in Texas. I had to go. I had to pull a Ted. Slide out of Chicago.
I think the lowest I've seen here, which was recent, that may have been like -5 or some shit, maybe 10.
It'll get real cold during a polar vortex out here.
Okay, like that Texas storm a few years ago, that last Texas storm we had. Yeah, I remember it was -1. It was -1 down here.
Damn.
That's how cold it got. Who's in the
In the South,
negative?
that's bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
remember,
The negative one in Texas is
people died in their house, froze in their house.
you know what okay, so I'll give y'all some life-saving tactics in case y'all freeze one day. If you have a tent, you can set up a tent in your room
Mm-hmm.
and you can throw some sheets over it and it will warm up off your body heat. And even though the rest of everything else will be cold because the tent is insulated, it'll keep that area where you at warm. So if you sleep overnight, you can sleep in the tent and so you can have space to move around and you won't freeze.
Well, and so like in Louisiana in some areas, they don't have installation the way you have there and we have here. Because
Yeah, that's why you had a tent, because then you can create, even though the whole house isn't insulated, you can create a bubble of insulation for yourself that you can
tent,
actually
okay.
survive in.
So
if
that
you have
cold ass air coming through the cracks of the windows and the bullshit.
you gotta throw a sheet over a couple of sheets over your tent, and it'll keep the warm air in and it'll keep the cold air out, and you'll feel a lot more comfortable, and you won't freeze to death.
Yeah.
You had started fires and shit, died from carbon monoxide.
Yeah, and you don't want to start fire, like you don't want to do that.
Yeah, and I pour antifreeze in the toilet. Make sure all of that.
There was one house. The guy was on YouTube or I think Instagram, and a pipe had bust, and you could see the shit turn to ice coming from their ceiling, right in their living room. Just a big sheet of ice going all the way from the ceiling to the floor.
See, in Chicago, most places got free heat. And if you got an older apartment, then I got radiator heat. So
man, like that radiator heat, that's a special type of heat.
That's some good heat right there.
Oh man, you ain't lying. Ooh.
Radiator heat, I'd be walking around in some shorts and a sports bra. It is 80 degrees in the house, and I go outside and I'm like, damn, it's winter. I forgot it was winter outside. Radiator heat is so good. But most places in Chicago offer free heat for those reasons. So in the wintertime, because it's legally mandated here where it can't, and a residential building can't drop below a certain temperature. So they have to make sure that they can maintain the heat and the temperature levels of the entire building. So it's not too much worrying about that, even if it get down to like -25. You're not gonna be sitting in the house freezing.
What else they mentioned about Bill in the files, y'all? I'm looking at y'all. I'm not sure if y'all look at Reese Waters. I see a little thumbnail where he mentioned in Bill Clinton, and Maxwell said something about he built like a horse. Goddamn.
Yeah, so Bill Clinton is referred to as Bubba in the Epstein files.
Yeah, that's what it says. Bubba strikes again. Oh, damn.
That's who Bubba is. That's Bill Clinton.
Oh, god damn.
But I don't know. I feel like all of them. After really looking at this and trying to get a bigger picture of the big picture, I feel like all of these celebrities, I feel like all of these politicians and all of these people in power are into some very dark, weird, creepy, yes.
Oh, man.
And if I didn't believe it, a part of me believed it before, but this confirmed it. And people will call you crazy for having these beliefs that these people are doing these things. But then when they talk about it, it's like, hold up. Hold on. What's going on? Y'all, people say it's a conspiracy theory, but Epstein's account was named Ball. They say it's a conspiracy theory, but John Podesta was talking about doing sacrifices to Molech. They say it's a conspiracy theory, but they all hanging out with Miss Spirit Cooker lady.
Oh yeah, like that Jamie Foxx thing. Jamie Foxx
James,
involved.
they
Foxx.
all of them hang out with that Epstein. People was telling Epstein how they was going up with her and meeting up with her and inviting her to events. With the Spirit Cooker chick.
Oh,
that lady is crazy bomb. She said the only difference between her art and a ritual is that her artistic rituals are meant to be seen. If she's out here doing real life rituals as quote unquote art, she writing the stuff, whatever spell she be doing on the walls with pig's blood and then throwing the blood on the statue of a baby. She the same. But she also hanging out and brushing shoulders with Jay-Z, Beyonce, all types of celebrities.
Why they've been calling Beyonce a witch, huh?
Mm-hmm. Because why would you be hanging out with that lady? Is like, you could. I know people be like, oh, like that's satanic, and I know, Mom, you got different beliefs, and so you might see it from a different perspective. But it ain't no way that you can see this lady's art and this lady's rituals and be like, this not satanic.
No, they do have some satanic ones. You know, they got people.
She was talking. She got a ritual where she was telling John Podesta or to take a knife to his left hand middle finger and cut it to where it bleed, and then to stare in the mirror until he see the light, but don't eat the light.
Yeah,
and then
she doesn't.
They corresponded it, and they looked up the date that those emails were getting sent, and they looked up John Podesta around the same time, and he had a Band-Aid on his left middle finger.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, you know, and like people think that all type of, I guess, witchcrafts or all type of spirituality is satanic. It's not. You know what I mean? I've met girls, I've dated women that were into crystals, sage, you know, a different beliefs that I respected, and it was never evil. You know what I mean? It was always for the betterment of them and, you know, energy. But it seems like with her, you know, spirit cooking and the photos of them eating cakes that were in, you know, in the shapes of humans and babies and stuff like that. That's some other shit that I really don't fuck with, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's just real, you know. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these politicians use, you know, who say they're Christian, but like behind closed doors, they're actually doing like a lot of this evil shit. So,
but you gotta think about it. If you want to delve deeper into, you know, the conspiracies, you know, they say like Bohemian Grove, and not to mention that they said that all of the presidents are technically related.
Yeah, they are related to King.
They all cousins.
No, King. No, except for one president. Van Buren is the only president who's not related to King Richard.
And so they all, it's not as separate as people try to make it seem. And that's the main thing. Like, these people are all doing this on an open level. And even when you go over to celebrities, y'all remember John, what's the dude name? John Love. What's his name? Is his name John? No.
John Lennon?
John Legend. No. Y'all know John Legend wife?
Yeah.
She was back in the day, and y'all can look it up, it's verified. She was on Twitter calling herself a pedo lover, talking about how she enjoys seeing little girls do splits and how she need to go to jail, talking about how a baby looked like a dirty porn star that will let you do anything to it.
Oh my God, what?
Yeah, these people are dark.
Isn't she?
Yeah.
She looks like she Asian or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, her face keep getting blown up. And
Yeah, so reading now, it's the famous King John connection. So it says a well-known a genealogical study by uh, this person in 2009 found that 43 of the first 44 presidents are direct descendants of King John of England. And then it
Mm-hmm.
says uh, father and son relations. So John Adams the second, Quincy Adams the sixth, George W. Bush. Okay, it says right here that Barack Obama is the 10th cousin of once removed George W. Bush through common ancestry from the 1600s. And it said Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are reportedly 19 cousins, both sharing ancestry with the 14th century British noble John of God.
they all from the same bloodline.
Man.
So are they really ops? Are they really ops? They are not ops like you were think you were saying.
Yeah, it's I think all this shit is to distract them because once the people stand together, whether you're right, left, in the middle, like no matter your race or religion, once we all come together and actually see what's going on, there like the military can't stop us. They don't have enough, soldiers to stop 350 some million people if they were to all get on one accord. So yeah, they're definitely is playing the politics to keep us divided and keep us distracted. 'Cause at the end of the day, as I've noticed with like it don't matter who like you talk to, whether you're right or left, you know, all of our differences all align when it comes to protecting children for at least majority of us and protecting women. You know what I mean? So
I don't.
they have to keep us locked in these the programming of conservative Christian has this type of beliefs, the liberal left has this type of beliefs, and we're always each other's natural like enemy, and this one side's evil, the other side's is evil, and that's just all distracting us from what's really going on. That both sides.
I disagree. I disagree. 'Cause let me
Okay.
tell you something. Trump
Yeah.
supporters are, I consider them as enemies. Okay.
Mhm.
The mud seal class. I call the mud seal class. The white trash that keeps on thinking that they can't conceptualize that Trump is against them and they vote against them. But I view them as the enemy because anybody with a right mind can see all what's going on, and they still on this. Oh, I'm gonna still fly this flag. I see this all the time in Texas. They
Yeah.
are the end.
The Confederate flag.
Yeah, yeah. I just don't believe in that whole unity. And no, they keep us divided. No, no, no. They're part of the problem. Everybody else can see all this, but yet you still own this. After all what's going on, you still own gang gang, kidnap a president of a South American country, broke 15 treaties doing that, and we supposed to sit here and think, oh, that's normal.
No, as I agree
The
with you.
14th, yeah, the 14th
Do
Amendment is this. Now we're going to threaten our own ally in Greenland. Then though we're going to sit there and tell, I mean, and then we going to slaughter the Palestinian children. I'm like, okay, y'all don't see what's going on. I mean, he making America first. Ain't nothing about America first doing any of that.
Man, I agree with you 1,000%. Outside the Greenland situation, we're on one accord. But let me ask you: do you think that those the mud clash or what you call them, they're
The must seals.
programmed? Okay, the must seals. My bad. they're programmed that way. Via the religion. Being in a small town, like they don't have access to the internet, media, like the way that we do in the city. Because I'm in Dallas. You know,
Right.
so like, do you think they're born like that? And it's genetic, or you think it's a program, it's them being raised, taught by their parents who were programmed by the news, Fox News and shit like that.
I don't know. I don't know I don't know whether it is a genetic thing or is a cultural thing, but look, I see them all the time down here in Texas. I see them, right, and
Mhm.
you're trying to tell them you don't see all this. You seen all this stuff happen around you. They still want to put on that MAGA hat on and try to tell you about, oh, I'm pro-American and and I'm America first, and they still blinded by that. So yeah, the mud seal whites are man, I don't know how to tell you. I mean, they
I think it's
they want what the white elites want, right? They want what the white elites want, but they try to punish you as a black person because they think, okay, well, let me keep the black man down or the black person down or the non-white person down so I can be seen superior, and so I can get in the good graces of the white upper class.
But it's like that. It's like that in other places too. Like here, like we, we blue, and here it's the it's the same. It's the same thing in a different flavor. It's the same thing in a different flavor. Like, so here, all of this stuff that comes out, all of this stuff that's coming out about all of this stuff, and people are blindsiding it because they get so consumed with the anti-Trump that they can't see anybody else having their own opinion or even, seeing it for what it really is. It has to be a us versus them. It can't be all of these people kind of whacked out crazy and none of these people need support.
Yeah, I think it goes to like you were saying. I mean, I think like both of y'all are right at the same time. I think it's more of a class issue, along with the people that are in the upper class are doing sick, evil shit. You know what I mean? And they use, like you said, the must seals in different groups to protect them as like a first line of defense. You know what I mean? As long as they keep the majority of the country, at the must seal level, like believing that they're better than the richest black person or Hispanic person, then they keep them in that emotional state is to continue to fool them behind their backs. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, I think it's programming because, like, for example, like I was trying to tell, because we were having a debate with a couple coworkers. This is like 2 weeks ago, and they were trying to tell us that white people create a country, and I'm like, no, no, no. So I pull up my phone and I show them, like the history behind the first cowboy, like the famous black cowboys, and how in what the 40s and 50s they used Hollywood to flip it with them old Western movies, and then now that became their modern culture. You know what I mean? And they think they own it. So that's a programming thing. You know what I mean?
Like that John Wayne movie called The Searchers. That was John Wayne was actually playing a black man. If y'all ever read the book that the movie was based upon, that was a black family that was fighting the natives, fighting the Indians. It was no white man, a white family, fighting the Indians. It was a black man trying to search for his daughter. He had to fight against the Comanche, and it happened in Texas, right? Or the Lone Ranger. Prime example. Lone Ranger was no white man wearing a mask. It was us, right? It was a U.S. Marshal from Arkansas, Bath Reeves. So yeah, so some of those Western movies that we watch, those were mainly based on black people. They were not based on white folks like that. I mean, I'm gonna say some of them, ain't all of them, but yeah.
No, that's facts. They were doing what modern, what the conservative base called DEI when it comes to movies. Like they were woke back then. Is changing actual black stories with white people, and then they were making billions off the stories, and then now they adopted it as their culture, and they think it's like it's who they are. When in reality, they never invented country. They never were the real cowboys. They never were, all that stuff, bro. So I think it's more so programming with a little bit of genetic, incest and shit like that they be doing in the South and shit like that. But Okay, sorry. I'm new to the Zoom, so that okay, yeah. Um, so but that's why I think they have to use them as a way to combat the people who are actually knowing what's going on. Because as long as they're the first line of defense, and let's say, for example, and I'm not trying to get uh, people in trouble, but let's say, for example, we were to take up arms and try to take over the government via the way the Constitution says that we could, right? Those so-called must seals would probably stand up and try to protect the billionaires who don't give a fuck about them, is because of the programming, the brainwashing, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So we're definitely being ran by a bunch of sick PDF files that are using a low IQ, poor class to keep them in power.
It's kind of like I view things in a more darker. I always have been dark, but since the Charlie Kirk, event, I'm gonna call it the event. I believe that the Mud Seal whites has been activated. I think that they have been activated, and somebody's going to tell them to act. Because they can't think. The Mud Seal class can't think for themselves. They're a bunch of sheep, and it's in it's gang, in its gang activity, and they don't want to see that they're being used as a tool. They're just believing that they're going to be the pawn that's one thing going to be that's going to move up the chessboard to become a Rourke or a king or something on a chessboard. They actually believe in that, So.
Yeah, man, I've seen so many videos after he passed on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, them talking about Trump, give us the green light.
Right.
I mean, just give it, yeah, as I can't wait. And like just talking about civil war. I'm like, yo, like to be honest, y'all are the group that follows the laws to a T. And y'all get mad at everybody else for breaking the laws. Y'all bring up all these crime stats and shit that don't even make any sense and shit like that. If anybody was gonna really, step shit up, it's not gonna be the Must Seals unless they were given, free reign to do shit, without any consequences.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, PhD Diva, and welcome back, Brownie. Okay,
Hey.
I'm sitting up here.
Hey.
What's up, PhD Diva?
Hey.
You want to add something? Yeah, sorry, Brownie.
Oh, if y'all
No,
look
I was
up,
trying to just
sorry.
catch up. No, go ahead.
You got it, PhD, but I was already back here.
Yeah, I was saying I don't have nothing to say.
I was gonna say if y'all look up if you go on the Epstein files and you look up grape soda, if you look up grape soda, yes, it's some weird, strange conversations that's are had.
Grape soda?
Yeah.
Kind of like when that song with I got lean in my cup.
I don't think that's what they was talking about.
I'm just saying to me.
No. It's let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand.
Oh, okay. Pizzagate again.
Yeah, but this Epstein files. this is the Epstein files. What time you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow?
Oh wow.
You can pick them up after you use them. Wash your hands and let's go get pizza and grape soda. Call me.
And who was having this conversation?
These were emails, email correspondence getting sent to Epstein. This one says this is better than a Chinese cookie. It's a picture attached, and then it says let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else could understand. A lot of strange things.
Man, you know what? So as I was watching a Kash Patel video this morning on my way to work, and he was talking about the Epstein files because he was the main one that lied to Congress about there being it's Epstein files and stuff like that. And when he was speaking about the Epstein files and whatnot, is he said that they can't arrest anybody because the old FBI administrations didn't consolidate the evidence and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, like that's a bunch of baloney, bro. Like I know for a fact y'all got videos, y'all got links, and some of these emails. But I see one email that's talking about uh uh is Jeffrey raped this young girl and murdered her, and there was video links, and it was showing timestamps to the video links, and with a caption of Jeffrey raped, a young girl, torture, all this other stuff, and it's like y'all got all the evidence that y'all need. It's just y'all are choosing not to for some reason, man, and it is very disturbing. Like it's very disturbing, and like it just makes me believe that all this shit, no matter what side you on, is bullshit because even if let's say Democrats get in office this 2028, do we really think that they're gonna and I hope they do, but do we think the Main Street Democrats are gonna go and actually pursue charges? Probably not.
Probably because it's
It's gonna
let's be real.
implement everybody. Everybody caught up.
Right. Let's be real. Nobody cares about those victims. I mean, when it comes to the media and all that, nobody cares about those victims. So I mean, I think this will be looked on as a like another scandal, everyday run of the mill scandal. And they, once the new administration takes over, everybody gonna wash their hands of it and act like though it doesn't exist. And that's gonna be the tragedy of it.
Because they all doing it. How you gonna go after somebody else when you was there with them doing it? All of them involved in that stuff. And like honestly, it's just a part of white people's culture. Like they believe in that.
I agree with that, Diva, because you got to look look up the history on what them same people was doing to people and our ancestors, and they were torturing us and lynching us and having a nice Sunday dinner, watching, and then they would take souvenirs and body parts and pictures of us.
Yeah, and they were doing it to each other too. They treat each other like that. They treated their own children like that, right? That's where the idea of mentoring came in, because it was a grown man who mentored an adolescent boy, and he initiated him into more than just the world of work. They introduced him to sex.
Yeah, that's like I forgot the actual term, but that was like Roman in Greek, right?
Yeah.
But they considered Roman and Greek culture as high culture. They think that all of Western culture came out of Roman and Greek culture.
Yep. Even in the Epstein files, you got Ghislaine. They got correspondence between somebody and Ghislaine, and she talked about how she praying to Athena, and it's helping her get through her days.
Right.
And
so y'all got to actually know these people. And I'm confused by how we don't be knowing, and we've been subjected to them for so long.
And you know what's crazy, Diva, when you talk about the boy lover figure that came out of Rome. Y'all know the dude that owned the pizza place got shot up. His profile picture was that statue. He was a gay man, and his profile picture was that statue. And before he privated his account, he had pictures of him with a bunch of little kids. Y'all know what chicken lover mean? And I don't mean like, okay, so chicken lover comes from this movie that came out in the 90s, I think. And it was about extreme age gaps, illegal age gaps, like a 30-year-old man with like a 5-year-old boy type of gap. He had that hashtag under a picture of him and a little boy, and the baby was like 1.
I believe it.
These people is into some weird and dark shit. And people point the fingers, but it's not one. It's not one side. It's not one party. It's all of them. All of them into weird stuff. And all of them are doing it because they want. Clearly, they done sold their soul, but they sold their soul out to the person that has power over Earth. So, they try to stay here as long as they can and rack up as much money as they can and do as much crazy stuff as they can to maintain before the Reaper comes to collect.
That made me think of that. I think he was one of those Rothschilds, but he was like 98 and was on his like 6th heart.
Yeah,
And he looked like he was like Walking Dead. And then
because
he
they
finally
don't
died.
want to go. Because they know when they go, it's a wrap. He laying on a hospital bed, and when people start shutting down and it's time to go, they start seeing visions and stuff. Now you seeing all of these demonic entities that you spent your whole life worshiping and sacrificing to, and they ain't looking so friendly. I'll pass.
Yeah, that's why like a lot of these people like they invest into all these like super like weird sciences when it comes to like consciousness, when it comes to like is taking your consciousness like put it into synthetic bodies, all types of stuff. But they're really trying to live forever. They're just trying to stay on the planet forever and rule it. And I just think it's fucked up. You know what I mean? And man, yeah.
Y'all still here? Shit. Okay.
Hmm.
I was looking at this Don Lemon e- interview with Jimmy Kimball. Is that his name? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm trying to catch up on that. See what's going on. Um, yeah, because they didn't arrest that poor man. He was in jail for a whole night. Okay. Um, so what y'all was talking about? I know y'all
And
was
you brought up my mind, like the day the files were released, the
mm-hmm.
Trump administration went and arrested fucking Don Lemon. You know what I mean? And to distract everybody from it, like or at least to distract their base from the file release. And then it's like I've noticed, and I mean, just go to show you how messed up the game is. Like I went to like a lot of these so-called right wing influencers page to see if they're talking about Epstein and Trump and all the connections, and only a few of them mention Epstein, but they're mentioning Bill Clinton and only Democrats. I'm like, yo, like how do people not recognize these people are so biased? Like if you're gonna be an honest journalist, and tell the truth about both sides, like you have to mention both sides. Sorry for my background, I got my child playing with the students,
No,
but
that's okay.
but like it seems like with this administration, like when something that makes them look bad comes up in the news or the media or on social media, it's like arrest somebody, or it's like say the most craziest things when it comes to Greenland or NATO or Russia, or have ICE go in there and stomp a couple people's heads in. You know what I mean? And it's just
Or
like
go blow
just
something up, huh? Blow
yeah.
a little ship up with some innocent people on it. It's crazy. America is a whole around the world. We are different than we was just a year ago.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm
America,
talking about through the eyes of others. You don't think we don't have our allies we used to have? They be looking at us like we crazy, or maybe not us,
Yes.
but I think they're looking at us
America,
like a lot of
America,
crazy.
America is going to be attacked. I give it five more years.
What that got to do with her saying people outside of America look at us different now?
Because we're going to be attacked. Because that's the reason why we're going to be attacked. Because nobody's going to help America or shield America from whatever's about to happen. We're going to be attacked.
PhD, but just came back in the country. What did you have any sense of anything different this time you went over, PH?
Well, so it was people asking about Trump, and what I think about Trump. When I was leaving Cape Verde, um, I got to the airport and I went up to the counter to check in and check my bags. And when they took my passport, the guy was trying to run it, but it wasn't running. And so he went to the lady sitting next to him or whatever, and she, looked into it or whatever. But somehow my address was no longer in the system. And so that's why I wasn't accepting my passport. Now, I had used that passport just a few days before, 4 or 5 days before, to get in the country, and that wasn't the case. So I don't know what happened to my information. But the lady was like, "It ain't us, it's Trump." The lady at the counter. So yeah, so I had never had that happen to me before, and the lady was blaming it on Trump. But yeah, I did get people asking me about Trump and what I thought about him and what's going on over here.
Yeah. Did you have a good time on your trip?
Oh yeah, I had a wonderful time. It was a great trip.
That's good. Good food and
Yeah, the food
shopping.
was actually really good.
Yeah. I was thinking about your girl. I was like, damn. I hope she I hope she ain't get married over there. Okay, to have the men jumping high to see which one.
Not this time. Not this time. Nobody was offering me any cows.
You making another one, because I know when people have fun, they start planning the next one.
Yeah, well, I'm going to Miami. I got to go home next weekend. But then my birthday's in March, so I'm trying to decide where I'm gonna go now. I'm trying to decide between Brazil, because I've never been there, and there's a wellness retreat in Costa Rica that I'm looking at. And
Oh
then
yeah.
yeah, so I'm trying to decide between those two, and then in April I'll probably go to Aruba.
Okay. Damn, you be traveling a lot. Then a sister, a bitch Ty. I think she used to live in Costa Rica, and she know
Oh,
all
for
about
real?
them, like you, like herbs and things like that.
Mhm.
And so she, like that retreat you talking about. I think she mentioned that to me a couple of times.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if
Okay.
she in the clouds. Um, I should text her and see if
ABT,
she.
come on the panel. I want to ask you about Costa Rica and why you left, because everybody I've talked to who has moved over there, they love it.
Yeah, she said she loved it. Um, said she loved it. And her was planning, in my mind, but she really planning it, where we were gonna take a drive. And I was like, I didn't know we could get down there in a car. She said we got to go through Mexico.
Texas and Mexico.
Yeah, and then go what's the next? She was like, yeah, you can drive. She said it'd be a long trip. I said, shit, let's do it. Um she said, yeah, when she was younger, she was all over the place. I was like, damn, that sounds like a dream to me, traveling. I want
Yeah,
to
as you
travel.
age though, you do start to get tired. Because now I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, I'm
that's
so
what she
glad to
said.
be back home. Yeah. So
She she wanted to raise her daughter and everything like that. So I guess that's when you come back to America, for some
right.
safety and different things like that.
It's a lot of people like moving abroad, but because this kind of started in, I'm gonna say like 2019, but really ramped up in 2020, during the pandemic.
Mm.
Um, but now, that we in year 6 to 7, a lot of people are coming back, depending on where they went. But even if they went to there's a lot of people talking about how, you know, people who went to Africa are starting to come back.
Yeah.
But even if they went to like Asia or something, a lot of people are starting to come back. And I think it's just kind of hard to stay, you know, gone for that long. People start moving around quite a bit. A lot of the like content creators that I would, you know, kind of passingly follow, who have moved abroad, and they talk about that, are talking about how they, you know, okay, I'm leaving, you know, Mexico or the Philippines, and I'm going to you know, somewhere else. So yeah, I just think it might be kind of difficult to like, especially go one place and just stay there for good. Now, why I don't know, but
Yeah, like
I
especially if you're
noticed
not working and like social media is your only like income. I've noticed a lot of people who went to Costa Rica, who went to Honduras, and like you said, after 3 or 4 years of like living in the jungles and like living in the nice little areas with the river and stuff like that, they end up coming back because they didn't prepare properly, they didn't take enough money, or just the economy is just not that good out there for them to make money.
and there really
yeah,
is something to be said for American convenience. It really is.
yes. So we spoiled. When I tell people like,
Yes.
man, we spoiled as hell. I know damn well we spoiled. Even our, the ones who live in the worst here still not spoiled, where you have running water right there in your
Right.
house, toilets and things. You go to other countries,
Hmm.
some of them don't have that.
Yeah, a lot of them don't.
Yeah. So, not until I met you, PhD, when you come up and speak, I never thought about visiting Africa though. And that's crazy because, I love Black people, I love, I would love to see our culture, but I guess growing up and hearing, I don't know, that brainwashing that they did us when we was kids, seeing kids with big bellies and flies, and
Hmm.
telling us everybody live in huts and out with the animals, and that's
Well,
crazy.
and I know people have always been visiting and even coming to stay, right? So when I went to Ghana, one of the first places we went to, I think the first place we went to was the W.E.B. Du Bois Museum, because he went over there and stayed until he ended up dying. Um, but if you like, even now when you go, it's a lot of, hey, what's going on down there? It's a lot of you got to get used to a lot, and you got to go in, you got to change your mindset in order to go in there. You got to know that you're gonna be lacking in some stuff, gonna be lacking, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
um but even more so, that would have been the case 20 years ago, even. So certainly 30, 40, 50 years ago, it would have been very difficult to travel there and be comfortable.
yeah. She corrected me. She in the cloud. She said she was in Belize, not Costa Rica.
Oh, I was watching something about Belize too. It's people moving there too, buying land and building stuff.
Yeah.
Ambergris K, I think.
Mm. When she be telling me her stories, I just be, listening and get all engulfed in her stories. Just like when you tell me, when you up here and you talk about where you've been, it's almost like I could picture it. But how the mosquitoes in Africa?
Oh, they was out there. Apparently, well, at least my friend told me that the ones that carry malaria, they usually don't come out until the nighttime. He said maybe around 10 o'clock at night.
Okay.
But they're always out. There's always mosquitoes out there. The interesting thing was their mosquitoes were like tiny and white, and so you had trouble
Mm.
seeing them, but they would be
Hell,
biting the shit out of you.
hell yeah. That's up
So
here too.
yeah.
The ones in the south. I don't know about in Florida where you from, right? But in Louisiana, you could see them when they swarm and they come and get you, and they will pick
Mhm.
your ass. Okay. But here in Delaware, they be biting. I can't never see them, and it be feeling like I'm getting cut with a knife. The way they poke
Dang.
you and punch you and move, they can move, kind of thing. It's so bad. But then I heard that, when we get older, because for many years up here, I never felt a mosquito bite me. And I
Mm.
always assume maybe because it's different in Louisiana, maybe I'm immune. All them Louisiana mosquitoes bit me through my life. But now, man, I walk through the grass, it feel like they are cutting me. So I have to spray.
Mm.
But yeah, so you can't see them. They so small.
Right. So yeah, we got ate up.
She said she was in Kota Goda, the southernmost part of the country.
Oh,
And
okay.
she wanted me to ask you if her skin so soft works out there. The skin so soft for the mosquitoes. I need to buy some of that. I forgot Avon existed.
I'm sorry, I got a emergency notification. She wanted to know if Skin So Soft worked out there. I don't know. I had this herbal mosquito repellent.
Uh, Hubby say a lot of rich Americans export something.
Expatriate.
Yeah, what the hell? How you know? You reading my phone? Yeah, what that
I see
mean?
you. Move to another country to live.
My husband's so smart. I ain't never seen that word a day in my life. Say it again for me.
Expatriate.
Okay, to Belize to keep from paying taxes.
Ah, okay, so that's the tax shelter. Y'all heard it. You better run to Belize.
That man be knowing words that's crazy. Lord, y'all don't just hit the link. Look, I got like two of y'all talk to me, hubby. And ABT, my friend. Hubby says skin so soft is for green head flies. Oh yeah, but he a fisherman too, so he
No, real okay. So he know all that stuff too, how to keep all the insects from following you. And I got O blood, so
yeah,
those mosquitoes was loving me.
hubby listen, he a fisherman, and I didn't never know they had clothing that will repel insects. He had
Hmm.
shirts that had what they call it for the sunscreen in the shirts and
Oh,
mosquito
really?
repellent in pants and shirts. Uh, and then he tried to put some of that stuff on my clothes. He bought some because he knew I was getting bit, so he bought some stuff and told me I had to treat my clothing. So I ain't got time for all that. When I'm ready to go, I just want to put shit on. Can I just spray something? Oh, and bounce sheets. He's telling me bounce drying sheets is for mosquitoes.
Okay.
You take the bounce dryer sheets and water, kind of go it all over your clothing,
Yeah.
and repel mosquitoes.
You can use essential oils too. It's a bunch
Yeah,
of
what's that?
different
Yeah.
essential oils that mosquitoes don't want. Or you can do what I do. I take the spray and I use it as my
Mm.
personal air freshener, and I get all them motherfuckers running around me.
Mhm. I tried that, because y'all know I garden, right? So they be tearing me up, and I tried the
Mm-hmm.
essential oil. Which one? Not peppermint. One of them is like if it's a plant, a flower that's supposed to repel them, and I have some essential oil of that plant. Let me think what it is. Lavender, I think.
Yeah, lavender works. I like lavender.
Gee, I put that lavender on me. The mosquito was still tearing my ass up.
The mosquitoes in Chicago aggressive. You gotta spray them down.
Oh, my eggs, man, I was running back in. That's why my garden didn't do that well this year. Mosquito was eating me up. But I'm getting ready to go and start growing. Put my thyme. I have thyme out there. It's under the snow. It was all green and pretty all through the winter. And now it's sitting under whole, like at least a foot of snow. It should
Dang,
be a shame.
really?
It's a lot of snow in my yard. Yeah, it's a lot. That
Is
shit
it
was
still
high.
actively snowing?
No, it's just sitting out there.
Oh, okay.
It's because it's still cold. It ain't melting.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just. And then they shove, the kids, and well, I don't know who shoved the snow. I don't want hubby to be mad at me because I was about to say the kids, but I think hubby did it. I think he did all the work. Told him to let them kids do it. Hubby said lavender oil is like spring water to these Delaware mosquitoes. He should have told me that because they was eating me up. Um, let's see. ABT says she gonna come up in her company leave if we still on. So, Kulu, tell us about yourself. Anything.
Yeah. Just turned 30 on Christmas.
Okay,
I'm
happy
mixed,
birthday.
Native American and black. Um, Married, got 2 kids. One's 3, one is 2 months old. I have a baby girl.
Oh, you got a baby,
Um,
baby. You okay?
I said again.
I said no. You got a baby, baby. 2 months.
Yeah, yeah.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Going to the trenches though, but it's all worth it. Hey, Bubba, hey, a little bit, okay? Um, Dallas, Texas, electrician. Yeah, just, and like I got YouTube as well. I'm not gonna promote it, but like I'm from another
Promote
sector.
it.
Nah, not it's cool. It's cool.
No,
Uh,
it's okay if you want to. Look, if you
and I brought
come
it up
over
because
here and spend
What?
time with us, we will appreciate we will come over there and spend time with you, back. It's okay.
yeah, and I
You ain't
appreciate
over there
it.
doing no white nationalists on us, are you?
Nah, y'all can look me up. Nah, y'all can look me up. It's Kulu live streaming on YouTube. I'm known for exposing like cult leaders, like Black Cult, all types of cults. Famously, Nature Boy, Young Pharaoh, Rashad Jamal, Brother Polite when he was doing his thing. Um, there's some groups that I promote that are doing things the right way, like when it comes to spirituality, consciousness, uh,
Oh,
and stuff like that.
who you
But yeah, so
recommend?
that,
Who doing it right? Who I may not know, but
yeah. When PhD brought up like Costa Rica, there's a couple groups in Costa Rica that left and they live and they do wellness retreats and stuff like that. They're called Pura Vida is one. What's the other one? Yes, I forgot her name. I have to pull up my Instagram right now. But there's a couple of guys in on YouTube called I forgot their names. And I'm gonna have to look it up. But recently, I've just been is covering cult members that have left the cult afterwards. So there's a couple guys from Nature Boys cult,
ooh,
Rashad's cult that have been doing the same shit as their leader. So, like for example, right, Rashad Jamal, he got arrested for child molestation. He's serving 18 years in a Georgia prison. Nature Boy is serving life for grape. One of his members,
oh,
as
he
you'll know
got
better,
life.
yeah, he got life.
Oh,
As
I
I
didn't
got
know
the
that.
trial here, yeah, he got life for that. So I'm covering a couple members that are still trying to keep it, alive and going. Um, Is y'all know Brother
Dang,
Polite got 7 years?
dang.
I said again?
I was shocked that he got life. No, he was he got caught because yeah, she wouldn't let her go, and then when she got yeah. So which one you
Yeah,
say? The last one you just said, pro light. Didn't he just get a
yeah,
couple
Brother
years out?
Polite. Yeah, he got 7 to 8 years in Miami Dade.
Yeah.
He should be, and I don't know if poop on the potty. Good
He's so
job,
cute.
Bubba. Good job. Proud of you. So yeah, he's serving
Thank
7, 8
you.
years. Thank you. Yeah, Bubba. I'm
Did
proud of
you?
you.
I know you probably followed that trial. Did you see how he was faking on his Instagram, claiming we won after he already pleaded guilty? Did you see him do that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
People
And he was
believe
bragging
him.
about not being a sex offender or not being on the sex offender list and stuff like that. But yeah, you know, if he wanted people to believe that because he didn't want to lose his money, his following, his subscribers and whatnot. Um, but yeah, so
What he
he,
did to that little girl and then blamed. Remember, everybody here on YouTube was blaming the
you know,
woman, the girlfriend,
yeah,
and the little girl, claiming why would, because he lied and said that she allowed him to take her out to the club. And and it's weird because I'm like, y'all not understanding he's lying. No club letting no little girl in no club. They're gonna lose their
yeah,
liquor license and everything. And you know,
yeah. He was trying to take her to the club at like 2 a.m. or something like that, right? Like late at
right.
night, he was trying to take her to the club, but the club was like closed due to COVID or something like
Yeah, that's
that.
what he claimed. Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
they found a demon.
the girlfriend or the mother said that he was supposed to go. They were supposed to go eat, and when she went down there, she couldn't find him, so she was looking for him, and he claimed that he was going to take us some ice cream. So there was no club involved, no nothing. He said she
So he lied about
disappeared.
that,
He
man.
disappeared with her daughter, and she didn't know where she was. And then when he came back, the daughter looked all messed up. You know, you
Yeah,
gotta be
and
a sick mofo to do what that man
and
did.
she was drugged, right? She was drugged or drunk. If
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken.
yeah, he made her drink uh alcohol
Yeah.
before he made her get, and so he could, and then blamed it on her to the mother, talking about she's sick and she was drinking. And you know, and the reason I know the story because you know after she spoke when they sentenced him, she was on the camera and I almost cried listening to her.
Yeah. I saw what was the video that she did at his trial, and whatnot. The
Yeah,
testimony that she did to the judge, and yeah, it was heartbreaking.
yeah, it was
And
heartbreaking.
so I covered him and his little crypto scream, or his crypto scam that he was doing. And he was connected to like Floyd and like a bunch of people. Also like Dr. York, Brother Polite was a Nuwapian as well. So
Yeah,
like all these people that are tied when it comes to the community that I cover, um, it uh, they're all connected. They're all connected. So for example, uh, a Dr. York, and you know what happened to the Nawapians. And I'm not saying he's guilty or not, but
yeah,
he did plead
guilty.
guilty. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
they
he
got
pleaded guilty, and the children came out and spoke
that's
about what
right.
happened. You
That's
know,
how I met Polite on here on YouTube years ago. He was walking in the park and met somebody, and he asked that young man for his story, and he told it right. And then
yeah,
he said,
yeah.
and plus he messed with my sister, and then he tried to excuse it, and I was like, what the hell going on? But what did you say about what his name over there, Sonetta, and all them who was
Yeah, Farnetta, yeah,
man?
and also he's the one that promoted all these all these demons to the black community. From Brother Polite to Young Pharaoh to Nature Boy to Yada, uh, and now Yada is one of those red pill dudes, and
He
shit
is
like
because
that.
Yada was just telling men they need to give their woman a $250,000 allowance every year.
Yeah,
He
he's a
must have
different type
heard
of.
me. I was I
Yeah,
was over here telling the women, I was telling the men that, hey, if you want us to stay home and do this and that, and you want to go 50-50, I'm not sure if you heard me, PhD, but then I start breaking this shit down. By the time I was done, the man owe us $100,000 a year. Okay. For the babies and, and
Right.
man, like,
so when I say red pill PhD, I'm not talking about Anton and like the Myron and like the guys that we see. It's a different type of red pill. Like he still believes that men should be the leaders. He still believes that men should rule over their woman and stuff like that. But he just does it in a different way to where and like for example, and I don't know if you've done research. You probably have, Steve, but that wife that he has like used to be his disciple, his student. Like before he became like the modern day Yada that we see now with the mansions and stuff like that. He
Mhm.
was he was doing debates with Polite and Nature Boy and all them, and he had his own little mountain, his own little village that he took a bunch of ex cult members from Carbonation, and had him up, fucking starving out in the jungles, like doing all types of shit. And even the girl that Nature Boy raped, Yada was dating her. I was in a polygamous relationship with her. So, and then when he was living at his first baby mom's house, he took on a student, which is now his wife. And when the baby mom found out, and like these videos are all on the internet, she kicked him out, and that's when they started doing their thing, the Adam and Eve formula and shit like that. That to me seems like a scam, but uh, yeah, and there's videos of Yada beating on his wife, and her
Okay, I
going to the
heard something
neighborhood.
like that.
Yeah, yeah. As I got the videos, as I've done videos on it.
How do y'all think people get into these cults? And because Nature Boy was having sex with the women and the men.
Yeah,
Jesus.
How you ever interview one of them where they admit because
yeah,
that's
yeah. So,
crazy.
okay, so, and I don't mean to like plug my channel, but I got interviews with Solar, which is one of the guys that testified against him. I got interviews with the girl Janae. We do. I mean, like we're recently friends. Like, and we talk. Me and Janae, like the girl that claimed that I'm not gonna say she claimed, but just to be like legally safe, that Nature Boy raped her. Um, I just talked to her 2 weeks ago. I know a lot of these people, and I interviewed a bunch of people from the Rashad group. Not nobody from the Brother Polite group, but yeah. And what PhD always talks about, reading, like when it comes to our community, especially Black boys, it's the lack of education and reading. Because if you notice, like a lot of these guys when they talk, a lot of it is just Google. You know what I mean? Just Google shit, and then they have the ability to articulate the gift of gab and put it in a way, and then they also use movie references a lot of the times, like Avengers or things that we watch culturally, and they tie it into that to get these people to believe it's truth. Um, so that is one reason why they do it, and there is awakening that's happening to where more people are waking up. A lot of our people are trying to figure out who they are spiritually, um, who they are mentally, and these guys, they put these videos out here, and the algorithm just sends them a video, and they get caught up in it. Like for example, I was talking to Janae, and she said that she had an awakening to where she just felt that she needed to start eating better, eating cleaning, or eating better, or like eating more clean food, start doing more natural things. And when she went to look it up, his video was on the recommended, and he was talking about being the chosen one, and then that's how they get caught up. But yeah, man, these individuals, in my opinion, they've done a lot of damage to the youth. Um, Women, especially single moms, like that's like the group mostly that they target, and young boys is what I've noticed. They've done a lot of damage, and just my bad, I got to stutter, but like recently, I was doing a Rashad Jamal video, and he targeted boys age 14 to 18, and they grew up watching his videos, and he got actually caught touching on a child, or having a child, an 11-year-old girl, touch on him, and it's in the transcripts. I read the transcripts, and you got people calling up to my show, and like basically calling me out, saying that I'm an agent, I'm a fraud. He's only being arrested because he's spreading the truth and shit like that. And this was like 15 different type of dudes. And when I asked them their age, they're always young guys. So to be honest, as I believe it's reading, and comprehension, but at the end of the day, I don't know if it's something genetic, if it's something that just mentally they lack. I'm not sure why they fall for it, but they do, and people are still falling for it.
So, like even the young boys, what you said, makes sense. But like a single mother, I don't know. That just seems counterintuitive to me, just because, you know, as a single mother, like you got a child to worry about. And so running off to follow some man in the jungle of Costa Rica just seems inconsistent with that. And so what have you like what insights do you have interviewing these women that you know, why being a single mother would make them more susceptible to falling prey to a cult leader?
So so as I might have misspoke, but as I didn't mean being a single mom made them more susceptible to that. They targeted single women um, for whatever reason that they thought. But yeah, so to answer your question, dudes that they're speaking about it, like if you notice in a lot of their videos, they're shirtless. You know what I mean? They're flashing cars, money. Um, you know, they're using a form of attraction to get these women to, listen. And then along with the programming and the repetition, like repeating things 3 different times, uh, and the coercion tactics, they manipulate these people into believing into these different ideas, is believing that they are gods, and just a whole sorts of things. So I might have misspoke on that, but as I meant that uh, they're targeting young single women, and a lot of the single women, like you said, they handed their children to family members, they sold all their belongings, and they went out to move. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, I don't know why they target them, but that's what they did. Like with Pharaoh, with Brother Polite, with Nature Boy, with Yada, like a lot of these women that they dealt with were women that were single moms.
Hmm. Interesting. I don't know. I would say if I had to guess, I think probably desperation got to be somewhere in the equation, just because, you know, I've stumbled upon those videos, and Nature Boy and his cast of rejects greased up
Yeah.
with no shirt on is not something that's gonna make me, you know, pause, much less stop to listen to what he actually saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know.
You
It's
know,
just weird.
yeah, because there was an older woman, and I know you probably know this, who followed him,
Mama
who
Dia.
sold her house and
Yeah.
then gave him all her money and everything. And then he had her over there, told her that he was gonna save her, from her disease, made her
Yes.
stop taking her medication. And that woman died over that PhD hotel. And they
Yeah.
buried her body somewhere, didn't even let her family know.
Damn.
Yeah. Her name was
Older
Mama Dia.
woman. Oh, yeah. Um,
Her name was Mama Dia.
yeah.
How old was Mama Dia? They calling her
She
mama,
Like,
so she had to at least be middle aged.
she's like
so
50 something. Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. She was in
And,
her 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
yeah, and now that's crazy, because now as a 50, 60-year-old woman, you gonna let some 20-something-year-old nigga tell you anything?
Girl, she was out there sleeping in the rain. And like he would make some of them sleep outside under like a tent while he was in a warm, sheltered place. And
Something
she
wrong with
was
these people.
all out there sleeping. And when it was raining and everything, and when they woke up that morning, she was dead.
Oh wow.
So like for example, PhD was so he would use like credible people. So he would use Dr. Sabi. He would use is what's that white doctor, that biologist? I forgot his name, but is he would use sciences and these people as like a source. So for example, is he would like his main teaching was that you are a cell on top of a cell, inside of a cell. So basically, your bodies are made up of trillions of cells, and your organs are built, by trillions of cells, and the earth is a cell, an organism, and we're just a cell on top of a cell, and inside of the universe. So this is kind of like the basic basis of his teaching. Then he would use that combined with Dr. Sabi, eating clean, eating vegan, plant-based. And when these women, a lot of them young, but like you said, Mama D, some of them old, they want to try something new, they want to eat healthy, they want to eat clean, and they hear him say that, and they maybe have watched a video of Dr. Sebi or some other, herbalist in the past, and then when when they hear him say, eat clean, eat these foods of the earth, and this is how you heal diseases, is diseases are made up in your mind, and then he starts going down this technology is to get them. So, as I believe, there was somebody that interviewed Mama Dia's a daughter um, after the whole death, and she believed that she was gonna heal disease by eating vegan, is connecting with nature, grounding, which you can look up grounding. It's actually healthy for the body. So he would use these scientific things that are facts, but in a coercion, like manipulative type of way. And she was on heart medicine. So whenever she left to go live, oh, and his main thing was you got to live between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. So you know, Africa, South America, because the sun is different down there than it is in the northern and southern hemispheres. There's 2 seasons and whatnot. Life grows with all the trees and plants and whatnot. So he would use that combined with eating healthy as a way that, oh, you got to eat healthy, you got to sleep in a tent to be in tune with the earth, is you got to bathe in the rivers, you got to do all these things to heal your diseases. And and like clear your body of all these toxins and parasites that are found in what they call, or what he called, Babylon, right? Like the modern world. And I honestly believe that she believed that he could heal her, because that was one of his characters or his egos, that he could heal people. And then it transformed into, only his peen, his peen can heal you, and that, yeah, no, I'm being for real. Like that's what he was teaching. His sperm could heal you. His download is what he called it, and this is why he would sleep with all the women and whatnot. And yeah, it was just like, I mean, this dude had the gift of gab, Like,
What you think? What you think about when they was claiming? I'm not sure if it's true that they was sharing HIV with each other.
yeah.
Is that ever?
So I don't know about HIV, but as I know that a bunch of the wives or women that went down there, so he would make them give confessions. Yeah, so that's Mama Diaz. Shout out to King World, man. Man, shout out to him. But yeah, that's Mama
You see
Dia
a
that y'all
video,
see.
Steven?
Yes.
Yeah. There's a video. I'm not sure if this is where she was under she looked like she was having fun in that water under a waterfall, and
Yeah, but
she was looking like she was happy, and then she was dead.
yeah, he took her off the heart medication that she had.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. And just for a woman to be that old, I can't wrap my mind around it. I mean, because okay, he's saying he can heal people. Who you done seen that he done heal?
So okay, yeah. So he would make those people do confessions when they got to his little campsite. So they would go on live and tell the reason on why they joined him. And a bunch of the women that he ended up making his wives said that they had herpes, they had chlamydia, gonorrhea, and then a few months after dealing with him and being on the so-called Airbnbs, which were just in the jungle, they claimed and came online and said that they were healed. Mind you, they didn't take no DNA test. They didn't do none
Right.
of no blood tests. And yeah, they were sharing those things. And a lot of people did have herpes. And after they left, they went and got checked and they got medicine for it. And some people posted their results. And there was one guy that actually did have HIV that was part of his group, his first initial group, that passed away, I think.
Remember that one of them had a baby, and when she had the baby, she was married to a guy, but he used to make the men come with women, and then he would take their women from them.
Yeah.
And so she was chocolate. She ended up having a baby, and they said the baby was sick, and that's when he was claiming that she had HIV.
Yeah, so her name was Zoka. She's still brainwashed, so she still goes live. And I did a video about 2 weeks ago about it. And she went live with the other mixed girl, Eferu, and they're still, proclaiming his innocence. He recently got pepper sprayed in jail because he was going live from prison, and he's still controlling the cult. Like he's still like controlling the group. He has a phone that he be like using Telegram, so he still be going live and doing like downloads and teachings and shit like that. Um, but yeah, her name's Zoka, and she got pregnant. So the guy that I told you, Solar, his real name is Courtney Townsend. I actually met him in California before he joined the cult, and like 2 weeks after. So as I was doing van life back in what was this before I met my wife, it was like 2017. So I was big into like van life, like building vans, filming it. And I moved out to California from Texas and lived out there for a year and a half on a beach. And I met him when I was out there, and then 3 weeks later, I see on his Instagram that he joined this group. And then fast forward, he meets. So he recruited that girl that he got pregnant by, Zoka. So what Nature Boy was doing is he was using the men and the women in his group to recruit other members. It's telling them their experiences. These people are obviously lying about like making it seem like glitz and glamour. Um, but we know what was really going on, abuse and torture and shit like that. But he actually recruited the girl to come, and when they come, like he said, that was Solar's wife, or what they call wives, but they weren't legally married, or didn't have a spiritual ceremony, but they would claim husband and wife. And then eventually, he took his wife, uh, and then would pass him back. So it was a big, it was like it was all confusing. But basically, Solar got her pregnant, and throughout the pregnancy, Nature Boy was sleeping with his pregnant wife behind his back, or he might have knew it and allowed it to happen because the dude was like the leader. And the dude came out and mentioned that Nature Boy was making her drink alcohol, take shots, drink certain teas that induce miscarriages, stuff like that, trying to unalive the baby so that it would happen. And then a day prior to them, it coming live about the baby's death, you could see her sitting down and her belly, like how some like most pregnant women like belly, you could tell the baby's alive by the belly being perky, it looking
Yeah.
full, the skin's glowing. Like her belly was looking like dark in a certain area. It was like lopsided. It just didn't look like most pregnant women. You know what I mean? And mind you, they didn't get no prenatal checks, no doctor visits, no none of that. And
These were
oh
some
yeah,
pretty women. Look at this shit right here. When Velvet and them was fighting out there, he made them fight.
yeah, I remember that.
And I don't, I just never understood. But well, I'm quite sure you do know. Before he was Nature Boy, he was with another group, and they was mixed race, right? White
Yeah,
people, white boys,
it was
things
called
like him.
Revelation. Yeah,
And then one of them young women, PhD, who was with their group, when she left, her parents, ended up getting her back. I think if she was from Canada, she ended up murdering her mother when she got back home. So, you,
yeah,
you know
and
that story, right? Huh?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I forgot her name. But her parents got in contact with the media and BBC and all them, and they came down and did a whole like mini documentary on him, and whatnot. And then there was another girl. Her name is Mariah Lynn in Florida. He had her as a wife for like a couple months, kicked her out the group, and then that girl, like 3 or 4 months later, ended up getting into an argument with her mom and stabbing her to death. And she's serving prison time right now in Florida for that.
murder her goddamn mom. Yeah. And these were some beautiful women. They end up looking like they're crazy, like right here. Um, because they lost all that weight they wasn't eating, and that they got kicked out of one of them countries for messing with a I
Yeah,
forget where they
Messing
uh
with who?
a child. He had a child
Oh,
come over
Costa
and
Rica. Costa Rica made him leave.
yeah, with a child. They written a vine or whatever you want to call a child. And he bragged about it. And that's why these men in this area, I remember the passport pro started really kind of taking off, and that's when you start hearing where it's legal at it. If you go here, you could get them this age and this age and that age. And these men just sound creepy as hell.
Yeah, and
And then when
so
he said that he let his son play with his penis, oh my God.
yeah, that was wild. And yeah, that was wild. He's like, and I let him touch it after I had with his mom. You know what I mean?
What?
And
Okay, and so
yeah,
what's wrong with these women that they can hear something like that and still stay there?
They thought it was
so
all
Not just
nature.
the women, the men was there sick too. They was there doing the dumb shit too.
Yeah.
what's up?
So
The men was there, bro. The man came with his wife. The man, he was sleeping with his baby moms, all of that. That cool is saying, I remember all of this. Come on, bro. The men and the women both. Why is y'all believing this person right now? That's just crazy.
He
yeah.
was having sex with the men,
Yes.
PhD. And the last time I saw something, because I didn't really follow, but people would come up and talk about it, so we would review it. And I'd be wondering the same thing you wanted, PhD. But the last time I saw him, he was sitting at a song called Pushing P, and he was talking, and he had a transsexual that talked about she was the baddest, and he said he loved you. Anybody remember seeing that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the trans name
Man,
is
go back.
Marcelo.
yeah.
Man, go back, bro.
Yeah, they actually recorded uh, a corn video. It's still on Cornhub right now. Of
Oh yeah,
of
he used to do porn. Yeah.
yeah,
That's
and
crazy.
it's right now.
He used to be a porn for men. He used to have sex with men.
I
Right, but
forget.
he told them that too, because I remember seeing a video
Yep.
where he was like, "Yeah, I told everybody," and like showed the video.
He's wild.
Yep.
He's wild. I remember Farrell. I think it was Farrell. Somebody was exposing him, and I think he was like in some doctor's office with some white doctor and some weird stuff.
Yeah,
So crazy
yeah.
with the doctor. Remember?
Wait, what happened?
Something
Yeah,
with
so
the
Dr.
doctor.
Dean Willoughby, you can look him up on Google. He got arrested for playing a fake doctor. So he dressed up his apartment as like a doctor's office, and he would bring people from homeless shelters and just homeless people and pay them $50 to $100 to allow him to examine them. And Nature Boy was one of the people, and it's a video that you can still find on the internet.
Oh,
And
really?
they had him butt naked, and
Went up in his bum, bro.
yeah,
That man bum, son. Crazy. You hear me?
Not
Crazy, bro.
bum.
yeah, and he got arrested for
Oh,
that.
damn.
That's crazy.
But
I never knew that part though, Kulu. I
Right,
just know
that
he
is
did that from
wild.
back in the day. That's crazy. That he was at the weird
You know how
doctor.
much money it costs to dress your apartment up as a doctor's office?
I don't know, man. Remember that one teenage kid that was playing the gynecologist? I
Yes.
don't know how much it cost. Man.
but the
But
thing that
but his patients liked him, didn't he?
They
In
did.
Florida, right?
They
He came
did.
back after he got busted. He
did.
came back and got a job again.
His old patients was like, finally.
Yeah, they loved him, I heard.
You the only doctor that listened to me.
so Uda, you brought up Pharaoh though, right? So the thing with young Pharaoh is, yes, he was exposing him, but he later came out and admitted that all that was just for clout, like for views back and forth. So for example, I don't know if you remember, but back on Sonetta, Sonetta introduced Pharaoh and Nature
I
Boy.
know the whole
Yeah.
shit. I know
So,
the
like,
history and the mystery.
Pharaoh was sleeping at Nature Boy baby mama house, and there's
Yeah.
photos that I have on my TikTok of them taking photos together on the couch, eating dinner. You know what I mean? Like there's a photo.
He jumped in Pharaoh first interview. That's what he did, actually.
Yeah, and so and then they were playing chess together after the expose. Like they were playing chess online, and all types of stuff. So it's just it's just weird how all these people are connected. You know what I mean? They all went to the same channels, the same sources, and they all had the same crimes, man.
Ooh, bro.
I remember it was a big blow up. Because Sonetta, you got all these pro blacks together. Pharaoh was young, because I remember him probably being only 19. And I remember and they had this other one who was a rapper. He was light skinned. I never really I can't think of his name, but then they all got mad at Sonetta because I guess they were supposed to do something together. He was supposed to pay him, but he ain't paid none of them. He the only one who made money. Man, that
That's what
pro-black area
happened.
over there was messy than hell. Girl,
That's what happened.
you think it's
Telling you.
messy over here? That area was messy.
I think it was messy, man. Yeah, I seen something the other day, man. Me and I had his our beefs too. I guess they under the bridge now. I seen something uptown one day. He was like, "Yo, what's up, man?" I was like, "Yo, what's up, son?"
What his name? Who called himself? I'm a big YouTuber. Remember, he was drunk at McDonald's. He from New York, but I think he lived in Jersey.
The one who
and
got
he met
shot.
no, he
One
the
who went
one
to
who used
jail.
to be the one who used to be with no, the one who used to be with that rapper who messed with him when he was a kid. And he came on and told everybody.
Yeah, he
African.
got shot. What's
Oh,
that
he got
dude's
shot?
name? Yeah, he ended up getting shot.
Oh,
Now he's
Hassan
still
Campbell.
alive, but
You talking about Hassan
Yeah,
Campbell?
Hassan.
yeah,
Yeah, Hassan. I remember Hassan claimed he got shot. I'm talking about they shooting at me. We all can see ain't nobody was shooting at
We seen that damn. We seen that damn 40-ounce bottle go flying by. I heard that.
Boy,
Get out of here.
Hassan I used to listen to him because I felt sorry for him because he was telling his story
We all
about
did. Everybody
when he was
did.
a boy. But it messed him
Then
up
he
because
flipped.
huh?
Everybody felt sorry for him. Then he flipped on everybody.
Yeah, he I guess being drunk, and I felt so sorry. We women used to be over that man. So them women used to be giving him money. I'm broke to be giving people money, but I felt sorry for him. And yeah, and then he'll flip on
No, though,
he
bro.
be cussing you out in the chat.
That
He
whole
said,
shit is real, though, man. Listening to Kulu talk about that shit, bro, that shit just bring me back to that time, son. You know what I mean? When I was doing my channel, talking about a lot of different things. And I'm telling you, just how people get into them. It's crazy because I was talking to people that was a part of like the Nuwapians type stuff. So like what Nature Boy got going on, that's some little rinky dink janky promotions. You know what I'm saying? He got a janky cult going on and people getting down with it. But we talking about things where people really got things more structured. And when I was interviewing and talking with people that was in the Nuwapians, I know I got to go back and find that interview. And I was talking to the guy and he was talking about like how the men and the women and the children was all separated from each other and like only Dr. York could go through be in every space. And then he was telling me like how the men that was there had to pay like I think money's different now. It changed, the money changed from back then for now. But I think like we could guesstimate that it's like $100 and something, maybe like $150 or $100 if they wanted to sleep with their wives, besides them paying towards everybody chipped in, everybody had to pay like a certain amount of money every time anyway, period. But then for them to sleep with their wives, like he was like, yo, he had to pay, I think like $100 and something. I think at that time when I was rounding off the money, I think it equated to like 120, like maybe like 140, $50. But yeah, the men were paying to sleep with their wives. Yo, it was
wait
just
to sleep
crazy.
with their own wives or sleep
With their
other
own
people's
wives. Remember, it was like a family because remember Dr. York was in New York and then they moved it out to Georgia. A lot of people's a part of it, like Erykah Badu and them people. But then when I was out there, he had the pyramids and all that stuff going on out there. Yeah.
Man, I
And he
saw
had the
a
women separate from the
documentary
men
on him.
and the kids.
Yeah, I saw a documentary on him, and it was so sad because there was a little girl. The women was involved in what that man was doing, girls, where the woman would bring the girl, tell her to keep it a secret, and they had went to move to Georgia, and they had this young girl, and her parents didn't know nothing about it because this woman who would bring her to him, and that's how they get away with it. There's somebody helping. And I don't understand the thinking of a woman. If the woman think what she's doing is right and what he's doing is right, then why are you telling the little girl to keep a secret? And it's so bad. It's so
I
bad.
see men too, man. The men, you know what I mean? Because we're talking about men too, like what you looking at this man, right? Sometimes a woman might be attracted to a man, you might think, but these are men, you know what I'm saying? They was paying Think about this. They paying. Remember, you moving to Georgia. People's moving from the city to Georgia too. So remember, you going with.
Yeah.
Remember, you believe in a way of life. This is your religion, like Christianity, anything else. You want your wife to be,
Oh,
your kids to be the thing too, right? So we all the
right.
thing. Now we move out there to Georgia, our family with my wife and everything. But listen, on the grounds, the men is separated from the women and the children, though. So my
Yeah.
kid is in some camp like type pot, wherever they at with the kids, and the women is really where the women at, and the men are where the men at. And they all like really dealt with the system and lived like this and paid to sleep with their wife while he was sleeping with everybody, allegedly.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying he got caught for it. So no, allegedly.
Yeah. I get, and that's the dangers of beliefs, especially when you're raised in them, especially if you never question them, so you can, because yeah, a lot of them when they said, "Hey, I grew up into this," and they try to put that all on one race of people when you go through the religion, but there's a whole race of people over there. They got lots of wives, and they start their wives from being children. Right? They run the little boys away when they get old enough to start being with the little girls. I think they call them lost boys. And they run their sons and nephews and all them away. So them old men can be with them young girls. Sisters being with the same man, mother and her daughter gets old enough. I just don't understand.
Well, we got to just do our own research. You got to be doing your own knowledge. We got to be seeing sometimes the values in our own selves. Because you just think about it, a lot of time it's always like this charismatic figure that's ahead of these things, like at the forefront of these things.
Hell
And
no. You
it's
see
like,
that Jeff dude? What his name? Jeff
ooh,
something, the head of the Latter-day Saints or something like
oh
that.
yeah,
One
them
of,
dudes, yeah.
but this is the thing. They did a documentary on them. And I guess I would understand if the man had wealth. Remember when the men say, "Well, if I can afford it, I should be able to have 2 or 3 wives." But the truth is, these men who have 2 and 3 wives are poor as hell, and the women are on welfare. Oh, the white women living in like the motels, when they used to be motels, but they so old and raggedy now that homeless people living in them. That's where they wives live in things like that. And she on social services, you know. Um, and while the men though, they own companies, they actually have money. They not taking care of their kids. That is crazy. I don't understand it. Look at I received the message. Let me see. Oh, hubby said coming up an hour. Okay. But what else? I was about to touch on something, but I forgot. It has something to do with one of these.
He's still in jail thinking he's still doing something.
Huh?
He's still in jail thinking he's doing something. Nature boy.
Mm.
What's up with Rashad Jamal for real? I never really know what the hell going on with that. What's going on, Kulu? What you say? He guilty of that stuff that he did?
So me and the baby mom, or not his baby mom, the one that
Not his one, not the one that's running the page, right? The light skinned chick.
yeah, not her, like the one with the daughter that he touched. Me
Okay,
and her
cool.
actually
Yeah.
like really good friends, and I interviewed her a bunch of times, and he's
He had
guilty,
caught a
man.
charge with something like that, though. Wasn't it a charge or something like some allegation like the baby mom was making against him too? Wasn't it something like that?
So just to kind of give you a quick story. So basically, he has a history, and he has a video of him basically admitting that he likes single moms, like, and he was telling his followers, like, go get you a single mom, and the way that you have her forever is if you make her kids fall in love with you. So that was always his base, right? So he had a girlfriend in Wisconsin that had a child, and when they broke up, he put his hands on her, and he got a charge for domestic violence. And this was like 2017. So this is leading up to him building his YouTube and becoming like the big following that he has today. So then he moved down to Georgia as a rapper, and Darshell, that's the mom of the child that he touched. She's a singer in Atlanta, and her manager, or not manager, but like some friend that she had, introduced them because they were both artists. And from there, they talked. And what she describes is that, like, basically, they hung out, he spent the night, and then never left. So basically, he was sleeping on her couch. She was paying for everything, working, and she has two other children at this point. So he gets her pregnant, and at this time, she tells me that Rashad is watching Dr. York's videos. He's watching Young Pharaoh. He's watching Nature Boy, and he's like taking notes, like in like a whole binder, and like a whole binder and notebook type shit. So he's really like studying. And then he comes up with the idea to start a YouTube, and he starts his YouTube, his TikToks, and he just blends all of their information together and creates this Anunnaki, alien, chosen one, indigenous type of information that blew up when it comes to conspiracy theories and stuff like that, right? So once he's getting bigger, he does what he does, and I'll tell you like a little bit like what he did via the transcripts. But basically, the situation happens with the daughter. The daughter tells a counselor, a teacher at school. The teacher then calls the police, gets forensic nurses, and the mom finds out, and that's what causes them to break up. So 4 or 5 months go by, and he already has a new girl, which is his wife now. Fast forward about 4 or 5 months from then, he then marries her out the blue. And mind you, the new girl that he has now has 2 daughters, all minors, by the way.
Oh.
So he marries her quickly, and then at this time, after going through the investigation and the forensic nurse, she files charges, or the police file charges against Rashad for child molestation and child cruelty.
Mm-hmm.
And
he online talking about his lies around this time, right?
Yeah, he's saying it's lies, that she's bitter, that she's mad, and she's only doing it because she's jealous that he got married.
Mm-hmm.
The industry and the system, the government gave her a music deal, which is why he's selling out. I'm a political prisoner. I'm telling the truth. And anybody that tells the truth, like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, is the government either, kills or puts, false charges. So this is how a lot of the followers still believe that he's innocent because of that, of that technology right there.
Yeah.
And so anyway, fast forward, trial happens. They bring out the forensic nurse. They bring the she's now 13. It's like 2 years later. They bring out the forensic nurse, and they bring out the girl, and they testify. And basically, and I'm not gonna get too in detail, the YouTube policy, but basically, when the mom, so they were living in an apartment to where the barbecue grills were in the, I guess, core area, like the playground area and whatnot. So it was like a, like a block or two away from the apartment. She had to walk a minute. So she went out to cook, food on the grill out there. And basically what she said in testimony is that she did something, and Rashad got mad and told her told her to go to another room. And in this room, he came in there and said, if you want to get in trouble, if you want to get out of trouble, is I need you to do something for me. And she was like, what and whatnot. And he then, grabbed her hand, put it, up his shorts, and, until he, until he finished, on the ground and whatnot. And after that, she then, went back to playing. And then a few days later, told the teacher, and that's whole thing unfolded, right?
But she said she was like 11 at this time, you're saying? Because when she went to court, she was like 13. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm following you. Yeah.
It was like 2 years later.
Yeah.
And so he gets found guilty, sentenced to 18 years. He had an option to take a plea, but he didn't take a plea. And now he's still
been
going
like 5 years or some stupid thing, right? I bet.
Yeah. And same when he had like a 6-year, 7-year plea for the charges, but he wanted to go to court. And but he's still going live from his from the jail phone.
Oh, word? That's crazy.
He's recording his videos, is still posting it on the YouTube and the website, and that's how she's making money. You know, it's through the subscriptions to the channel for the.
Still even have that associated if he got arrested and convicted of some kind of charges like that. Why does he even allowed to have a channel still? No matter if she's running it or not. We already know that is his channel. And what the hell?
Yeah, man, I'm not sure, but it's still going.
Crazy.
But yeah, man, he's definitely guilty of it. And I brought up like video evidence. So like I went back through a couple of his lives, and there's a video. So he's sitting on the couch, shirtless, and he's talking about polygamy with a group of women on a panel on Instagram Live. It's like, you know, like how it's like a, you know, like a face on the left side, like a face on the right side, and two faces on the bottom side. So it's a 4-person panel, and he's sitting there shirtless talking about polygamy, and he sees the oldest daughter of his current wife. Mind you, they've only been married a year and like 2 months at this time via the date the video was posted. And he says her name, hey, come here. And then he tells her, I'm not gonna get on you. Mind you, Darshell like came out and made a video pleading to the wife, saying that don't let him wrestle with the kids, or you know, get on the kids. What she said in the video. So Rashad on live says, I'm not gonna get on you, and the little girl says, oh, I thought you was. So he then grabs the little girl. She's like 14 in the video, 15, and he has her sit on his lap, and he then kisses her on the side of the like cheek, like next to her lip area, like from the like side of her lip to the cheek. He kisses her, and then I got the video, but I wish I could pull it up now, but we're not on StreamYard to show y'all. But and then as soon as he kisses her, she looks directly at her mom, who was in the back in the kitchen, you know, behind a wall. So she's seeing if her mom's checking. And like basically, you know, she then puts her face up to his face, and then gets up and whatnot. And I'm just like, why is he kissing on this girl that's 14, 15, and he's only been married to the mom for a year and a half, and they've only been dating, if not 18 months total.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's weird.
Weird as hell, though. The moms is who's weird as hell. It's the moms. She over there in a washing machine in a rinse cycle, her brain in a brainwash.
Yeah. She still does.
Women.
Yeah, and I'm that PhD, or not PhD, I'm sure. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
But yeah, so as I don't know if the mom ever saw it or noticed it, but I clipped that along with him. So when him and Young Pharaoh were going at it, because they were like beefing on who came first and who had the most knowledge. Like that was a
style, man. He bit Pharaoh whole style, bro. He took his own rock. He took his own shit, bro.
About what he would do to Golden, right, which was his baby mama, and he was talking about he pulled the chair up and was actually like stroking, like actually doing full on like thrust on a chair, and then you see two little girls walk in the background and he's like stroking still, like he doesn't stop and tries to act, you're like, oh shit, you know what I mean? Like he's stroking while the girls are walking to the background, and it's just like when you combine those videos and him always being shirtless at the house and his short ass shorts, him smoking all the time, him believing that he's God, you know what I mean, and shit like that. It does something to your mind, man, to where you feel like you can do anything you want. And at the time, you know, he thought he was sovereign, so he didn't believe in America's laws, you know, and all that. So I believe he did it, man. And I was looking at some statistics: 92 to 96% of children who make those allegations, they tell the truth. You know what I mean? So, and I listened to the little girl. I spoke with her personally, and I believe her, you know, and I believe that he's not guilty, but his followers still don't.
How long was he sentenced to?
16 years. Well, 18, 2 years served already, but like 16 years and 20 years probation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's still gonna be locked up a while, but he still has a big following. Like he did a video today, going at other spiritual conscious teachers because they're not, because he believes they're fake and they're not locked up, and they're not supporting him. So he did a whole video today that had a damn near 1,000 people in the chat, live. So it's like he still got a big following, man, huge
You got
following.
bigger fish to fry. You in there arguing about what, bruh? You need to do a video on something else, bruh. Because ain't nobody trying to pay you no mind. Straight up, bro.
Yeah, but I actually got not to brag, but Vice News actually interviewed me because the reason why I made him, in my opinion, more dangerous than Nature. I don't want to say more dangerous, but on the same level. So he had what's called an online cult. So you have PhD, but like you know, like Juice, you know this, and you know this, but there's different types of cults. You know what I mean? You had the ones that you see in the white community with James, Charlie Manson, Jim Jones, Nature Boy, Dr. York. But then you have what's called online cults, which are cults that people join online. Groups that they affiliate with, and they follow their routines, their spiritual beliefs, their behaviors, their patterns, and stuff like that, right? So he has what's called online cult, and he was telling people to go live out in nature, go eat healthy, fight against the white man, fight against the police, you know what I mean, and all this stuff. You're sovereign, which some of it is good, like messaging and like healthy and stuff like that. But if you do it the wrong way, it becomes bad. And a lot of his knowledge was conspiracy theory. So, for example, is he believes, and he taught a lot of people that birds are CIA robots to spy on people. So the birds that you see sitting on the electric lines or the telephone pole and shit, those are cameras and robotic birds, and they sit on the power lines to charge, to self-charge. So that was one of his, yeah, that was one of his conspiracy theories. Another one was that the reason why the Grand Canyon is blocked off and you can't really explore it is because there's a portal to get to Africa through the Grand Canyon, that you can walk through the Grand Canyon and get to Africa. Yes, he believed that. Yeah, it was straight delusion. It was straight bullshit. But these people believe it, and he would use movies as a way to verify or to validate his knowledge. So he'd be like, "Yeah, you can is get to this place through the Stargate, just like the movie blah 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 blah." You know what I mean? Rainbows are stargates. NBA players are synthetic robots designed by the government to keep you entertained and distracted. So he was teaching all these types of things, but along with that, he was telling his people to go out to the, like to your national park and just go out and live. You know what I mean? He had this magical belief that you'll go out and you can live off the land, and you'll find fruit trees, you'll find acorns and shit like that. But basically, a few people actually took his advice. So there was one instance to where two young ladies, one was 21. I mean, I could find it. This was a national story, I think, in Alabama, to where two of the ladies and a group of people, or they haven't identified the group yet, but they had a whole camp inside the national forest in Alabama or whatever. And the game wardens or the people who control that area didn't know about it, but they were living in tents and foods and whatnot based off his knowledge. And they ran out of food and resources. So two of the girls, one was 37, one was 21, basically was out in the woods, and these two hikers come up. It was I forgot the name, something Simji or something like that. But it was a man and a girl. They were college students, white, obviously, and they were hiking in the woods. And the young girl, the 21-year-old, flagged them down. Hey, can you help me with my car? My car is broken down and whatnot. So the two people go out and help them with the car. He's looking under the hood. He's trying the normal shit. Oil filters, shit like that, oil change, spark plugs, and whatnot. So he gets on the phone to call his dad because apparently his dad was a mechanic or knew about cars. She pulls out a gun and tells them to put their hands up and to give them access to their cash apps, their financial stuff and whatnot. So as she's holding the gun, she tells them to walk to a certain point in the woods to where the other girl, I forgot her name, man, but this 37-year-old was waiting, like a rendezvous point to where uh, they were both going to meet and rob these people. So as they were walking to the spot through the woods, she didn't, check and pat down the guy, and he had a gun on him. So he turns around, pulls out his gun, shoots the 21-year-old, and she shoots him a few times, and the guy dies. His name's Adam Sinji. Y'all can look this up if y'all want to see the story. And he dies in the woods as the girlfriend is, like trying to do what she can to save him. And the girl ends up, who shot Adam Sinji, survived. And when the police came, um, they end up finding the 37-year-old girl and the 5-year-old boy in a tent with a shotgun. You know what I mean? So they got arrested and got like 37 years. And the reason why they're connected to the cult is because they were posting Rashad Jamal's videos. They were posting hashtags. They were talking about Planet Pi and Planet Nern and white people are reptilians and devils and stuff like that. So, so that's one story. Another story was it's somewhere on the West Coast, to where a guy who watched Rashad's videos after like 3 or 4 weeks was buying crystals from his website. He bought a bunch of firearms, bought a bunch of samurai swords, because that was what Rashad was known for, was like taking samurai swords, like doing videos, swinging them and stuff like that, acting like he was preparing to go to war with the white community or America. And he got into an argument with his mom about his spending, and he stabbed his mom through the chest with a samurai sword and then sliced up his brother's face and shit like that. And they sent him to a mental hospital after his court hearing and trial and whatnot. And he was watching Rashad's videos. The dad got interviewed and said that he tried to show him Rashad's videos and try to wake him up with his videos about what's going on and how people are asleep and stuff like that, right? This recent instance, and this one like bothered me the most. And there's a group in St. Louis. Y'all can type this in. And I don't mean to be long-winded, but it was a guy, a big fat guy, and he basically recruited 2 women. It was 2 women, and each of the women brought a boy and a girl child, like 2 or 3 years old, and basically they were all living in a house together and sunbathing naked outside is what the neighbors said, and whatnot, and then they just disappeared. They believed the end of the world was coming, that they're going to inherit the earth after the earth shifts from 3D to 5D and whatnot, and they went missing. And those children that they took, those women one of the girls was married to another guy and took the babies without the father's permission, and the other child was in the custody of the grandma, and she took the child, from the grandma, and they just disappeared. They went off grid. They threw their cell phones away. They took an Uber somewhere, and the FBI can't find them. The police can't find them, and they've been missing for 2 years. And they went, they claimed to go live out in the woods and wanted to go, like off grid living. And there's no record of them leaving the country, like going to the border. So they're somewhere still in the United States. Could be dead, could be trafficked, but nobody knows where they're at. And there's 2 missing babies. You know what I mean? So it's dangerous, man. Like his group is just as dangerous. And there's been other guys that were trying to threaten to break him out of jail that went to Georgia, a few miles from his prison, and you find out he's from Texas, and he's evading a felony like a felony for a child sexual assault. So it's just like, man, it's just crazy, man. Like, it's just crazy.
So, Uda, last time I went to your channel, I saw you had a huge following over there, and you was doing some great things, interviewing people. So I guess I'm wondering why you're not out there, interviewing protest, or because it seems like that's your niche. That's your
Yeah,
niche.
yeah,
Did I say right? Niche.
yeah,
Niche,
yeah,
right? That's the word. What's
yeah.
going
Their
on, my
niche.
brother?
I've
That's
been.
a thing.
Nah, I just been taking my time. You know, what I mean, especially after the trial. You know, what I mean, I was at that trial for as long. I just
Yeah, I
took
saw
time for
that. You
myself.
did great at that job. But
Just took
they ain't
time
got
for myself.
uh nobody outside where you at protesting or
No,
anything?
I went to the last one. It was a protest out here. I went to it. A couple of my friends and people that I met that, especially at trial, they go to all of them too as well. But
Mhm.
I wanted to go to like the Lewis. I wanted to cover like the trial, like the Mangione case, but you know that was just the pre-trial. So when it do kick off, I do want to go down there for the Luigi Mangione trial. Especially March. I think it's March 13th, if I'm not mistaken. That's when I think
Um,
Maduro and them, I think, is going to be back over there too as well. So I'm gonna go over there for the Maduro down there in
but
federal
if, you know,
court.
if you're gonna be an interviewer, it don't have to be just trials. Go out there, see people protesting and ask them how they feel and show it around. You know, in this area we don't have a lot of that going on. I don't see people out there, but that would be
That's what
I'm just giving you an idea, just in case. But
no,
where you
I
at? You
agree
in
with
New
you.
York, right?
I'm in New York. I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah, man, listen, you got content all around, y'all. Man, if I lived in New York, I'd be everywhere. And they got people in y'all, what they call them, subways. They got a woman I see, she go in the subway and she knock on the thing and blow kisses at strangers and shit. I like that kind of shit.
Yep.
You could interview just anybody in New York.
Those things. Being out like
Man,
in Times Square, especially in like Times Square, especially in busy places like that.
yes.
A lot of
You
people.
know, people who never been would like to see. I would love to see I want to go to the fashion district. I want to buy some fabric, but I gotta wait till warm up. Okay. But I heard they was trying to evict all them goddamn people, and so they want to turn some of them areas into housing. Because I guess I'm like, damn, the fashion district, is that what it's called? The fashion district, yeah. I don't know what it's at, but it'd be looking pretty at night. But in the daytime, that motherfucker be looking dirty and crowded. Shit, Delaware don't have nothing that's open past 5 in the city. When the banks close, the city of Wilmington closes.
Everything.
Mm,
Just
I
used
got
to
nothing to
everything
do
being
here.
open all day. I swear.
Huh?
New York, everything is open all day, man. Nothing ever
I
closes.
know. A city that never sleeps, huh? Come and catch a play. I wanted to come there for around Christmas to see the Christmas lights. What's the name of that park? Where them lights be?
Rockefeller Center.
Yeah, yeah. I heard you could ice skate right there too, right? Is that true?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I went. Yeah, I've been there years ago. I remember going when I was younger too. Yeah, right there, right around the
Yeah.
corner from the
And that's something y'all be
NBC building.
y'all people don't go in their own city, right? You said you've been there years ago. Man,
Years
it's
ago, I
nice.
remember, but one of my girlfriends probably, I was probably like, I don't know, I probably was like 16 or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
damn.
one of my
That's many years.
girlfriends, probably younger than that. Probably like 8, probably like 17, probably, I think. One of the majors. That's a long time ago. Because I was like, yo, I was like, one of the first time I even went ice skating, right? Yeah, I think so. I think
Mm.
so. She was like, let's go ice skating. I was like, all right, cool, let's go. Like, I was busting my
Mardi
ass,
Gras
all type
is a
shit.
week away. Mardi Gras is a week and a half away. I didn't know it was so soon, but oh no, might have to have hubby take me down there. See what's going on. I don't want to get in no fight with because I was on the panel today, man, and I know nothing wrong with us all disagreeing. I'm okay with that. But when they get up there and just be outright lying, somebody said, uh, in the South, there's no protest going on with ICE. I'm like, what? New Orleans had a big issue with ICE, chasing down, people.
Them
In
Africans.
Louisiana, you never know what people are. And did you see where Trump them? Well, I don't think it was him per se. Yeah, it was Trump. That woman is bald. She in Congress, but she's a black woman, and he told her to go back to her country where she come from. You know which woman I'm talking about? PhD. She's bald. Look, her head is shaved bald. And husband gave me a name. Let me see. He mentioned when y'all was talking earlier. Let me see.
Ayanna Presley.
Is that her name? She bald.
She's in Congress.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ayanna Presley.
He told her to go back to her country. Like,
Who told her
so,
that?
Trump.
And the lady from here, she should have told him to go back to his.
Right. Isn't she a black woman?
Yes.
When I'm talking, yeah. And so there was an interview. They interviewed one of the, you know how, because I understand why we don't trust any side of the political aisle, which is understandable. We don't even trust the news media. I don't even trust them, especially now they blatantly will lie for him, right? Or they won't ask the right questions. So they're right what he says. So and then they was being interviewed. This guy was being interviewed, and they asked him, "Well, why y'all don't say anything to him?" Right? Like if I was in front of Trump and I was, a reporter and he said something, I'll be the one like they did with Obama. I'll be like, "You lie. You lie." And they say he smelled bad. I would probably be like, "Mr. President, you smell bad." They
Right.
talk about him behind his back.
I'm gonna tell him
He rich
somebody
enough to have
stank.
some gold campus, huh?
I'm gonna say it out loud. Somebody stank? Who shit it?
Look like they're holding their nose and shit around him. Like he didn't shit
I
his
saw
pants or something.
I saw a video of a military guy helping him get on his plane, and they was behind him pushing his butt so he can get up there. Everybody was looking at his face to see if he was gonna make a certain type of speech. I'm like, oh.
And that's
I
my
always
problem.
wondered though, the people who work with him, who's getting paid, right? I always wondered like how much money would I sell myself for? You know? Um e- Especially with Trump, I wouldn't trust it because most of the people gonna end up in jail at the end if they still alive. Didn't they see what happened to his last cabinet of people? So I I'm
Yeah, that
confused.
is I don't think that I don't think they think they're gonna lose. You know what I mean? Like they're so caught up in their own echo chamber, um,
Mm.
media influencers, that they really believe that they're gonna win and the Democrat Party is dead or whoever is coming up next is dead. But they're not. For example, here in Dallas, Fort Worth County, Otero County, it was been the election or Senate seat has been won by Republicans since 1991. A Democrat just won last Saturday for the first time. You know
Yeah,
what I
I
mean?
heard that.
Yeah, and they're
What's
winning
that
all over.
black woman? I know I should know her name, but it was redistricting her district. Do you think she
Uh,
have a chance? But she running against another Democrat too, right?
yeah, that's Jasmine.
Yeah.
So
What you think about her since you from the area?
yeah, I like Jasmine Crockett. I think the way that she goes at the Trump administration, she's not afraid to speak out on what she believes is wrong, and I think that's my issue with James Istalico. Like I might like him, you know what I mean, in certain aspects, but I just don't think he's strong enough to combat or go against Trump. And whenever Trump has those moments to where it's like, he's violating the Constitution. He's on the verge of doing something that shouldn't be done or that's unprecedented. You know what I mean? So I mean, like it sucks because they're both good candidates. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah.
so it sucks, but I think that with James, other communities look at him like the media has done Jasmine Crockett so wrong. And this is why I'd be getting on either man's ass like when it comes about Trump and Anton because like he literally was up there saying Anton does more for the black community than Jasmine Crockett when Jasmine Crockett has been involved in so many bills trying to help out the black community, like when it comes to justice reform, voting reform, and when it comes to issues when it comes to our rights and shit like that. So like the media has done a good job at like tarnishing her name
Yeah.
to like person that don't live in like Dallas that's on that side or in the middle. They view her as just somebody that Bubba. Okay. They view her as somebody that bless you that just talks loud or you know what I mean, like the typical stereotype that they say about our women. So and but with James, the Republicans don't really focus on it because in my opinion, he's the type of guy that's not gonna really fight back. He's gonna go with the norm, and stuff like that. But I'm gonna vote Jasmine uh and support her and tell people like about her that are in her district. But yeah, they're definitely doing some crooked shit here in Texas. You know what I mean? With the whole redistricting of the districts, like redrawing the maps without like taking a vote or seats because they know they're gonna lose the midterms. Like they know it's gonna be bad. So they're trying to do everything they can by redrawing the maps to try to get extra seats and stuff like that. So and that's what bothers me too. Is like the media of the Republican Party is such at a higher level than the Democratic media. Is when it comes to them following a script, them staying on code, them holding the line as Diva says, that the Democrat Party just doesn't have. For example, like you mentioned, Trump, pooping on himself, him smelling the faces, him falling asleep, and all these different things. You don't see CNN, like you don't see, any of these liberal or Democratic media
Saying
focusing
that.
on them.
Right.
You know what I mean?
In
Like
fairness,
MAGA,
you're right. They
you
weak.
know,
And we need a new group, because them old people want to do it the old way, but the old way don't work no more. Not against Trump, especially.
and
Because,
that's my point is that they're not is seeing the game that's being played and either stepping up or matching them at the same level. You know what I mean? So as I definitely think Democrats are going to win in 2026 and 2028 just based off how bad and incompetent Bubba, stop it, that he is. Um, but I just don't like there's certain people that I would vote for and think that they would be good, but their name is just so uh trashed via the media and social media that it's gonna be hard for like Jasmine Crockett to win, even though I think she can. But yeah, you know. And
and
then
they put
another
that
thing,
Jeffries dude. What his name? That light skinned black dude. Look like he crazy sometimes.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, he got to get out. Chuck Schumer, all these old corporate, it's tote the line Democrats got to get out, and we got to get younger people or people that have balls, have like what I say, like clit of steel, balls of steel or clit of steel that can stand for what's right and do what they believe is right. I think too many of our people in our party, want to go the high road when we see the opponent going low, and it's just like you can only take so many low blows and shots, before you fall, like just trying to go high. You know what I mean? And we got to match them or be better, and we're just not. You know what I mean? Like we're just too nice, or not me, not you. Like not others that that we know in the space, but just on the mainstream level, they're too nice. You know what I mean? And
No, I agree
they're
with
not
you.
getting that the game is
Look,
being played.
PhD was saying something to me a while back. Um, I think we was talking about Obama, and people say that he didn't do nothing for black people, and I was like, yeah, well, he following the rules, but then she said, well, Trump not like, and I thought about that. I'm like, sometimes we got like he not following no rules. I don't know, good, bad, or indifferent, but if he was helping the people, he will be one of the best. He could be one of the best presidents ever. Not giving a shit about the rules, giving people what they need, what they want. It's just unfortunate that he's a grifter and he just want to be wealthy on his end, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and people think just because we call Trump out on his bullshit that we have TDS or we hate him, and it's like no, it's not that. It's just we understand what he could have been if he would have done shit the right way. Not to say that he would have been better. Like in my opinion, he's not better than Obama, and will never be. But um, it's just he could have been a decent president, but his hatred and the fight that he has for the other side, um, just his inability to lead on his own. Like I believe he's compromised by certain groups from other countries and
Yes,
certain
Russia got it in the pot. Okay, but we should
Israel.
have known that from the beginning. Remember when he told them to hack the emails? That should have been against the law, and it's the Democrats' fault he's even in office because they wouldn't even prosecute him because they figured we're gonna let the American people speak. They'll do the right thing. Hell no.
Yeah, that's my
I
problem
You
though.
think
gonna
there
stack good.
the fact that they didn't prosecute him and the fact that they were such rule followers to a fault, whereas we see him coming in there doing whatever he want. To me, it just shows that they were committed. What they really want is to maintain the status quo.
What you mean? I don't
They
know what
weren't trying to change
status
nothing.
quo. Oh, okay. No, I agree with you. Like I remember when you told me that, when you said he's not following the rules, and I stopped and paused and I thought about that shit for a minute. You know what I mean? Because even after he's out, if they get him out, they still ain't gonna do shit. I still believe he ain't going no jail or nothing. And it's something,
Right.
and now with these Epstein files and something else, it's starting to make me wonder. Yet, like, there's a lot of them got shit to hide. Like, I'm gonna wait to see what the husband and wife had to say during Congress today, because I can't wait to see how that went.
Yeah, I heard they wanted to do it public, but apparently the committees wants to do it privately for some reason. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's gonna be interesting, and everybody's gonna be looking. But like Adiba said, like they wanted the status quo. Like Biden's Attorney General Merrick Garland, he tried so hard to try to seem like he's not being, up bipartisan or like partisan when it comes to his thing. They should have just arrested Trump. You know what I mean? When they found him
Yeah.
guilty, when he was lying, like they should have in the whole election thing, like they should have just got his ass, like locked him up, and we wouldn't be in this problem now. You know what I mean? But
I
they
agree.
didn't, and now Trump's taking back his revenge, and it's only the first year, which feels like fucking like 100 years. You know what I mean?
Right. We
And
just
it's gonna
reaching
be,
this year, y'all. God damn.
and it's gonna get worse. Like the more he gets in there, and he knows it's gonna be like unless he's trying to run for a third term, which he's been hinting at, and like what really not scares me but worries me is that he's been talking about controlling the elections for the midterms because he knows he's going to lose the House and the Senate. So now he's talking about ways of controlling the midterms, and he's sending Tulsi Gabbard and other FBI's into Georgia to get ballots from 2020, 2020 election. It's just
Right.
like a bunch of stuff that he's doing now.
He want them to concede that he won back then. This man is petty. He don't forget, and I can't believe he in presidency. And then we watching him become mean. Like these people gonna be trillionaires by the time he out of there. His family just getting money, money, money. People giving him money. I'm set. Some of these companies I'm never dealing with again. Okay. And we should be mad at them goddamn lawyers who gave him all that free. And I heard they rescinded it, which it was stupid for them to offer him that anyway, because they should have known that there's nothing they're gonna be able to give him to satisfy him. Remember, wasn't it some lawyers gave him like couple of $1 million worth of free legal something.
Free, yeah, I'm not even learn, but like free, like legal services and shit like that.
Yeah. And then the media, which they didn't do nothing wrong, but instead of fighting it and calling him, his bull, they decided to settle. And then now he throws that in their face all the time. How he won the lawsuit.
Yeah,
Because they was trying to merge some companies and things like that. The president shouldn't be able to stop mergers and things like that. But I guess because Congress, is sucking up to him. I guess that's why he's able to do that. Huh? It's crazy.
well, it's only gonna get worse. He's like the way that he's governing. It seems like he's just having like like lawyers saying, or what's the possibility of doing this and doing that? Like, what's the legality of it? And he does it knowing that it's gonna take years in court to be settled or to figure out, and he gets away with it during the meantime. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, man. It's just like he could go, like he could have done a great job when it comes to like doing things the right way, doing things like being professional. But
Yeah.
yeah, he's not that type of individual, and I don't think he's ever have. What
Trying
we
to
learned
destroy
from
America. I don't know how people don't see. Look at the ballroom, the White House itself, and then stopped construction on it. He did that without even getting permission to do it from Congress. Um, Russia, he's scared of them. Yeah, it's gonna
yeah,
be a new world order. What they say, new world order, is that what they? Well, I've been hearing about that since I was a little girl. New world order.
yeah. And I think that was just a conspiracy theory that the right wing was pushing to try to put fear in people's head. Using C-19 and what happened in 2020, and what a couple idiots at a fucking forum, said to try to scare people that they're gonna own nothing and do this and it's just like it's like mumbo jumbo. You know what I mean? And uh, it's pathetic. It's pathetic, but that's just who he is. Via what we learned from the Epstein files, like this is who we always been. And I believe those tips. I believe, and the FBI says that they're not credible, and they recommended, or what they said, they recommended mental, a psychiatric report or something like that for the witnesses.
So,
I'm like,
all them
like,
kids lying.
yeah. No, they're not lying. They're telling the truth, but they're gonna try to discredit them by saying that they need psychiatric, like investigation or help or something like that. I try to make them sound delusional, but in reality, they know what's going on. You know what I mean? So it's just
I heard
always.
that there was a lawsuit of him messing with a little boy in the Epstein file. Did you come across that yet?
No, I haven't. I can look it up.
Somebody, you know how some of these channels, the AI, when they spray it on truth. So I'm not sure, but it was a channel, and they said that there was an actual. Actually, no, it was somebody I know who told me that it was something he settled, a lawsuit, and it was a little boy. I was like, damn.
I know about.
Nobody, the women don't want to be, identified to a degree because he's a
Yeah.
bully, and his people just, but people who have been abused, they should be able to come out and speak if they want to, when they want to, without fear of people bullying them. Look at that young lady. Well, I call her young lady because I call everybody that, but who committed, what's the word? She deleted herself. Didn't she do that like a couple of years ago?
Yeah. Yeah, the main woman that was like coming out against Trump.
Yeah.
I think it was last year, maybe actually.
That's that, like where nobody will believe you, and you done told your truth and now you being attacked. That's crazy. But I think she win a lawsuit on him, didn't she?
Uh,
Yeah, I think yeah, when she was younger, I think it was proven. It was a couple of lawsuits where he lost for messing with the kids. And then when he admitted, the professor, she was the one who he grabbed her vagina. When he grabbed her in the by the vagina, she was working at like one of the fancy stores. He went in there to go buy something for his wife at the time. He asked her to try it on, and then he walked in behind her in the dressing room and grabbed her vagina.
the girl you talking about April Godfrey. She unalived herself in April of 2025. She was a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago, and apparently, she accused Prince Andrew, Epstein, and Trump uh, of sexually assaulting her.
Yeah. And she had pictures, remember? At first they were saying they ain't never met her, they ain't nowhere. And then that picture came up.
It's sad. It's sad. And it just blows my mind that back during what was it, 2020, uh, QAnon and the far right, they were they were going so hardcore about Hillary and uh, you know uh, Obama and Michelle being a man, and Podesta, which has some truth to it when it comes to the sick shit that he was doing. But as soon as the guy is mentioned, because they were the main ones championing Trump, that's going to save the children and save the country, and he's for God and he's God's chosen. Now that he's implicated in it, now all of a sudden it's fake. Now all of a sudden that they don't care. It's like, but y'all wanted us to care so bad just 4 or 5 years ago. Without any actual information, without any actual proof. But now that we actually got FBI documents, and stuff like that, now it's like, it's like not a big deal.
I think Trump did this to himself, right? Because think about it. Now we finding out that maybe some of that shit was true, right? The Pizzagate and all that. But these are some secrets people been keeping forever. But when Trump come on the scene, he knows this stuff that they're doing because he's been there with them. You see? So where most people wouldn't mention it because they know that it's gonna lead to them as well, here's just dumb. So he decides he gonna use it, right? And then now there's QAnon and all this 4chan and all this stuff being put out. And now it is bringing other people to light, but it's gonna also lead directly to Trump.
Yeah, and you can't tell me, man, when back in the 1980s, no cameras around, no cell phones, these big ass mansion parties and all these big ass buildings. Like you can't tell me that Trump didn't force himself on a girl or did, you know what I mean? Like let's be real, like based on who he is and his ego and whatnot, like you can't tell me what wasn't going on, especially
Well,
with him with
there's videos. I'm not sure if you saw where him and Epstein they're on a boat with the young contestants, right? They girls, and they like to call them young women now, but them were little girls, okay. And there was a few of them accused him of touching them, and one of the little girls ended up coming up missing. I think she was a immigrant, like she was in the country, but and yeah, that these stories have been told since I remember hearing them in the 90s, definitely 2000s. I guess people didn't, he wasn't on the political trail then. He was desperate to try to be somebody,
it blew
scamming
my mind.
people.
Yo, have you heard his wife talk?
Shit,
Like, if
I
you-
saw, I saw people talking about her movie. They said you could barely understand what the hell she was talking about in there.
she got the most foreign immigrant accent I've ever heard in my life. For her to be
She
like in
been here for
America for a long
years, huh?
yeah, like, and it's crazy because you hear his base talk about they want Hispanics to speak English, that they need to speak, be speaking proper this, proper that, but they're okay with Trump's wife, who barely can say 2, 3 words like without her talking her native language. And yeah, it just and then like the fact that he met her via through Epstein, you know what I mean, as a young woman, like, come
Yeah.
on, man, like, yeah,
And his
yeah, just
wife before that had an accent, but at least she was able to start speaking English, But isn't she from Russia?
yeah, that's who
Ukraine or something?
Huh?
Melania is Russian.
Oh, she was
Let me check.
Russian.
Let me check.
Yeah, I thought she was Russian. And I remember when his first wife, or it was his first wife, and then his second, and it's the baby mama. Man, they hated that woman.
So she's from Slovenia.
Tiffany's mom. That shit used to be,
Marla, yeah.
yeah. Is that Tiffany's mom, Marla?
Marla Maples, yeah. That was the
Okay.
woman he was cheating on Ivana with, and then
Yeah.
he knocked up and then finally married her for 2 minutes.
Who that is? He buried in the goddamn feet.
Ivana.
Yeah. For
Ivana.
tax
But I was
purposes.
wondering, how did he even get access to her body? Because they weren't married, which means that his children.
Children. Yeah.
And see, that's why I'm so glad I ain't never had no fucking kids. I'm for real. They loyalties be in the wrong place.
Yeah, because she couldn't stand him towards the end, from my understanding. And they let their daddy make decisions with with her body. That's crazy. And now she out there on the golf course somewhere between T2 and T8. I don't know what they call it up there. And they said it was overgrown and shit. That man is a criminal. It's just so I
Yo, have you
remember
seen,
there was a hurricane a couple of years back, and he wouldn't give people money. What they call it? The ones who help you get your money and stuff.
not FEMA.
FEMA, yeah.
FEMA, yes. But then FEMA went and fixed up his whole manga. They gave him millions where they wouldn't give regular people money.
That was last year, right? North Carolina.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the year before, right when he won. Oh, he was running. It was one of them. But I think he had one. Yeah, I think you're right. Last year.
Yeah, because they were complaining that FEMA was giving illegal immigrants money during the election year, and then when it happened again the next year, FEMA wasn't doing nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing to say about it.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Under Biden was actually giving people who were affected like the designated amount of money, like the minimum designated amount of money. I think it was like
And then but these people over here were talking about, oh, Biden, all they gave was this. Remember, because the election was going on. Remember, they had a black woman in the group. They went to Florida, and the NAGA people started complaining that they wasn't coming to their door. They lied that woman. Anyway, they was giving money because Biden was still in office. And then I remember Mr. Kev up here talking about they only gave them this amount of money. I said, Mr. Kev, that's the beginning. they gave them emergency money for now so they could go and get things they may need. I said, that's the emergency. Like, all they gave them was this. Like, what you want them to get? They haven't even checked their homes or nothing yet. You know? But FEMA is a bastard big. Okay, you live in Louisiana or any of the southern states where hurricanes come, they will try to lowball you. But, that's why you got to have insurance. But then now the law is the insurance can drop your insurance. So check this out. Hurricane season, the insurance companies can say, we're not covering. And then as soon as hurricane season is over, they can require that you have insurance. They can cover you again. I don't think that's right. And I just want y'all to know I went to my doctor's appointment and I found out my copay was $50. Okay? And my copay used to be $10.
With the VA or with like a different hospital?
Oh yeah, this is not the VA. I have
Oh,
the VA. That's my third insurance, but through my husband. Girl,
okay.
we pay more plus the copay. I was shocked. I said $50. Now I ain't have to pay it because I have a second insurance. I have a second and a third insurance, but they pay the copay. But I was like, damn. And in the beginning of the year is when I always have issues. Because in the beginning of the year, with my husband's insurance, we got to spend so much money before they kick in. Isn't that crazy? Like, that's a lot of insurance. Like, your family got to spend a certain amount of money before they kick in. And
Yeah.
normally, nobody goes to the hospital like that unless you like me, where I go every month.
Mm.
But for regular people, all y'all people doing is paying for insurance. But if you go to a doctor without insurance and ask him how much, you going to pay. Same thing your copay is, which means you don't need insurance because
Right.
you paying the insurance and you end up paying for the doctor visit with your copay.
Yeah. The only thing is if you have to go into the hospital,
Yeah. Now, if you have some real surgery, that's the thing. Yeah. But
Right.
them doctor visits, I've seen people go in there and, pay a couple of dollars, $50. But hubby paid like $1,000 a month. He paid almost $1,000 a month to have insurance.
That's crazy.
And all I would have to pay if I didn't have insurance is $50 for the visit. I only go once a month. So in 1 month he pays for the whole year plus, and then the rest of the money is all just free money for them. Yeah, that's crazy. But if your ass end
Did
up
y'all
like you
see
said,
that the SBA just announced that people with green cards, so like permanent residents, aren't
yeah,
eligible for the loans anymore starting March 1st. So now you got to be a citizen.
for what type of loan?
SBA, small business.
Oh, okay. Okay. I always had some complaints about how people could come over here from other places and get benefits that we couldn't get, like they would, and people say that this was a rumor, but no, they would come over and not have to pay taxes, you know, for like 7 years, and that's for the business. If they get a business loan, they would assure that they don't have to do certain things. They were able to get the business loan to buy some shit in our community when we couldn't.
Yeah.
So, and then they would tell them where they can't buy. Like they can put they liquor stores in our community, but they definitely better not go in their community and put that shit in there.
Right.
And I don't know why we as black women, when we dealing with hair products, I don't know why we still deal with them people. Cause did something a few years back that stopped me from. Girl, I haven't got my nails done, and I don't go in no hair salon shop for nothing with them motherfuckers. After they, remember they beat up on one of the men
Mhm.
was beating on a black woman with a broom. Remember
Mhm.
that? I ain't
Yep.
been there since PhD. Not for not even a comb, not a brush, not a bobby pin, nothing. But for some reason, we as black women, we can't stay out of it. I remember when they was claiming it was. I remember the black men was out there protesting. And all the
I remember
motherfucker did
that.
was put a sale on, and all the black women ran to the sale. You remember that?
Yes. Yes.
That was so embarrassing. Them black men was out there ready to whip that man's ass and make sure he don't put his hands on no more black women. And
Mhm.
them women was in line,
Right. And it was a long line.
a
They was deep.
long line.
Yeah, for
That
some hair
was
products.
girl. Oh, that couldn't have been me. But them men started getting sassy. I went to get my nails done, and the guy's doing it. Uh, and I can't remember exactly what it was at this point, but I think it was I said when he told me how much it was, I said I had to go to the ATM, right? Um, and I said I'd go to the ATM, which was right there, right, just outside the door. And I'm leaving all my stuff, and I said, he said okay, but then he got real smart, and I was like, it's okay, I'm gonna give you a tip. He said, you don't give no tip. I was looking at him, what? I said I tip. The way he said it, like I guess we all the same. Um, and I was like, well, I said every time I come here, I said I don't see you because I don't know you. I come here with I'm a regular. I said, but I tip and I get treated well. Girl, and by the end of that goddamn conversation, I told the motherfucker take them nails off my fingers. Okay, I said, you know what? You can take these off. There you go. Thank you. And I left. I got the fuck up out of here. I've been ready to get my nails done since.
I don't blame you.
Okay, because they already be talking about you. It's rude for them to start speaking in their language and shit in that bitch. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what they saying, but ching chong ching, shut the fuck up, bitch. You know? Shit. You could kind of tell they talking about the person in front of them because the way they be looking at,
But how you gonna talk about me when you got to clean my feet?
ain't that something?
Right. You can't ain't shit you can say about me. Cause you down
Mm,
there on your hands and knees cleaning my feet to my specifications. That
that's
line
right.
too big. Make it thinner.
No, that's right.
Right. So bitch, keep talking.
Man.
As long as you keep working while you talk.
And this place used to be where they offer you wine. You know how they try to make it like Sedini, real nice, classy.
Mm-hmm.
So it advertised that you get wine and shit like that. Or not wine, what is it? Shit. Well, it was wine, but they want to claim they're gonna put it in a pretty glass and all that. But then I guess after a while they didn't want to do that for people no more. When people was, that's what they advertise. So they're coming in there thinking they're gonna get them a little. They had that shit sitting there like with some paper cups and a bottle, and they wanted people to get it themselves. And so the black women stopped even asking for it. But they continue to go there though. But the bad thing is there wasn't a lot of black people doing nails. Now I'm hearing that they do have more black people doing it. But I remember when I found a black person doing nails here in Delaware, I went there. And I was so disappointed, PhD. You open this business and I want my feet done and my nails done. I want a full set and my feet done. And the lady come, you know that pink thing they give you in the hospital when you're throwing up shit. When I said I want my feet done, she came over there with that little thing with some water in it. She put it at my feet. And I said, what's that for? Oh, put your feet in here. Oh, okay. I just told her, never mind, I'm gonna just get my full set. And then at the end, there was some big ass nails. I kept talking, it's too thick, like file this tall. Like I had a big hump at the top of my. I was like, oh my God. Kept asking to file it down. She kept filing it, but it's like she didn't understand. And I ain't go back to the people since. But hopefully they doing better now. If they still open. I hear that the barbershops are closing in the area. The people want my sons to pay them like $100 and something to get a haircut. The world is going crazy. Africans, I'm hearing they messing up people's hair, you know, taking too long, treating you too rough, uh, talking about you while they doing your hair, and then overcharging you. They tell you a price, and then after when it's time to pay, they want more. Cause I spent time, so they want to throw in the tip. They sell. When it was, I saw somebody in Atlanta. I think they said all styles was like $250 or some shit like that, and they claimed it was gonna be fast. 2 people per, in your head, which I wouldn't do. I don't like having too many people in my head at one time. I think that's bad luck. But I might be a little superstitious. Anyway, there's a lot of little TikToks and Instagram things with women fighting. Them Africans be wanting to fight.
Fighting over what?
Over you not giving them the money. Even if you saying this ain't right, this is wrong. I don't, you gotta be. Girl, they got a little TikTok. I think tomorrow I might place some reviews. Girl, it's so bad. That the African woman, she done locked the customer in the place. Talk about give me my money.
Oh yeah, they
You
got
saw that one?
arrested for that. Yes, they
Yes,
got
she
arrested.
sure got arrested.
Yes.
Girl, she was ready to whip her ass. And then there was one where they jumped her. A group of women jumped this one woman.
Dang.
Jumped her. They gave her one price, and I think at the end, they gave her a different price. And no, and then she said, okay, well, my boyfriend gonna bring the money. And no, she said she got to go to the car to get the money. And girl, they went to calling people and ended up beating the shit out of her. And she had to go to the hospital.
Now, I don't know. I might feel them on that one because, lady, you came and sat up in here for all these hours getting your hair braided, and you got to go to your car to get the money. Like, what? That don't
Yeah, the
even like
cash.
make
She
sense.
left the cash in the car, so she wouldn't. But yeah, she said the cash was in the car. I think she had also left some hair in the car. But I understand what you're saying, but it was just right outside, And the hair wasn't even completely done yet, so it wasn't like she was
Oh,
going.
okay. It wasn't
Yeah,
done.
and she was like, "Well, you know how before when they about to close, because she said she was in there for, she was only supposed to be there for a couple hours because it was supposed to be 2 people. She was in there before they even touched her hair. She was in there for 5 hours, and she had an
Oh,
appointment.
hell no.
Girl, she
Oh,
had an
no.
appointment. They told her to be there early. She got there early, and they didn't take her. She was in there for hours before they even took her. She ended up leaving out of there like 9 o'clock at night. And she was there early in the morning, something like 7 in the morning. And she said, well, I got to go to the car. As soon as, she went to go to the car, they followed her out, but they had to already call. She had to already call somebody to come beat her up. And they beat her up outside. They went to jail. I think that was in another country. I think that was in like not Canada, but the UK somewhere. I think that was in the UK. So they wilding out everywhere. Okay. And then I saw one where they was in New York. And New York, everybody is wild in New York, okay? It don't matter what your race, ethnicity, nationality, everybody a little wild. And yeah, they fight. The people who work there fighting each other. They fighting each other. A customer saying, "Hey, I don't like this. You know, she doing them too big, or parts look all messed up." And then the owner come to this woman and smack the shit out of her. So, and told her to get out of here. Like, damn, the Africans will beat your ass. Huh? The boss can beat. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, they crazy
It's,
like that.
damn. Yeah, girl. That's crazy. I never. I'm trying to think that I had any African friends. I, I don't remember it. There's a woman from Africa who I was befriending. Nope. I had Haitian, uh, Jamaican. Uh, yeah, that's it. And Jamaican, she was crazy to the goddamn 52 bird. She was bumping. Her ass was crazy. She was crazy. Oh man, she was real crazy. I wonder if she's still in it. Um, but yeah, I had a couple of videos, set up so when I want to do a review day and review some funny videos, but they got that. And I'm. Have you heard about the man? What his name? Mr. Tenderism. How people was
Oh yeah, the little black
got tricked.
man.
Yeah, girl, they had people thought that restaurant was for that black man. Now I don't know how they thought that. What made them think that? I don't remember him saying this is my restaurant.
Right, right.
But from my understanding, people was flying from other cities.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, whoa. And then that man with the one who do
Keith
reviews.
Lee.
Yeah, Keith Lee.
It was like
Now they
they cutting
blaming
it.
Keith Lee for
But yeah, that was crazy because it was like, well, y'all were trying to deceive people, and he just pointed out that y'all were trying to deceive people, and now you
right,
mad?
blaming him. And then he gave him a decent review, but that white man wasn't having it. That white man was like, you know, man, that white man wanted them numbers to be higher than that. And then he started trying to be just like that black man. And the black man, they wouldn't let that man get that, what it was, $5,000, $4,000 tip.
Hmm.
He talk about, well, it's more than just him. But
So what? When
yeah,
you go to a restaurant, you don't have to tip every server in the restaurant. You tip the
right.
one that you had.
Man, he was mad at that. He said, and then he did an interview with what's that man? It's a black man. Forget his name. He has a channel. They both did an interview with him, and the Mr. Tenderism went to the bathroom, and the white guy started talking. Boy, them white people, baby, they don't. He started telling. He said, "Well, me and him, we." He mentioned that they went to Texas, doing some business, and he said that a woman walked up to Mr. Tenderism and just started talking to him, and he
Mhm.
said she put her back to me. And that's when you know, right? He's like, yeah, but we was there for business, and she just put, and that sounds like some shit you will do or I'll do. We'll be like, we want to ignore him. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Let me talk to the black
I
man.
felt, yeah, you know what I mean. But he was like, yeah, that was so disrespectful. She put her back to me. That's when you realize he don't know what he got going on. Like the people are there for him.
Right. Nobody coming to
Not
see you, Otis.
right. Nobody. Um, and
But
so
you could tell
that
he
is
want to be out front. Like he want to be the
yes.
one that like people know, recognize his face, whatever.
Right.
And so they done sent the little black man away.
Mhm. The last time I saw where everybody was like, "Where he's at? Where he's at?" But then I thought I saw where somebody said he was back.
Oh,
So
is he
I'm not.
back? Okay.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not sure if he's back because when the last time you saw him sitting away was that when he was getting on a plane and he hugged him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they said he came back after that.
Oh, okay, good.
I don't know if that's good. I think because old dude during that interview he had mentioned that they had a disagreement over the food. Now, Mr. Tenderism is the one who gave him the idea to even have food. He used to be a coffee shop.
Right.
And he said they met and he said, and then he said he used to cook for him and then he got bigger. And then he said they had a falling out because he wanted to change the menu. He wanted to cook different. And he said, and Mr. Tenderism wanted to keep it the way it was.
Mm.
So he shouldn't have told that story, you know? Because now we see that he's fighting for control, but the food was better one way. So now that's why it's not tender like it used to be. Now they cut it down. Remember, Keith Lee said they cut the bone
Mm-hmm.
down the center, which is why that should come off like that. But the way he was cooking it before, when he said they were doing it in the oven originally, that is how you get the most tender and juicy barbecue in the oven. It will the bone will fall off the bone. Okay. The bone will fall off the bone. And then he showed everybody in that kitchen. And oh my God, I didn't see not a black face nowhere. The only black face is Mr. Tenderism, who is no longer cooking, he says. And
I blame
and
him.
who Mr.
He get on
Tenderism?
my nerves. Yeah, I mean, cause you could tell he
Yes, he does.
old, you know,
Yeah.
stereotype over there tap dancing.
He wouldn't even let him speak it. But then when he did speak, he just said his jive turkey ass line. One in the nation. Okay, I was like, but the way he was hearing things for the first time about Keith Lee trying to give him a $4,000 tip.
Yeah,
Nobody
he
told
wanted
him
that
it.
money.
Hell yeah. It was around Christmas too. That's so when the white man finally shut up and he started talking, he said, "Ooh, well, let him contact me and we'll get together." He was kind of say, "Yeah, I'll accept the money." But that
Right.
white man was like, "Nah, cause he ain't the only one in the kitchen. He, it ain't
Exactly.
fair to the rest of us."
I'd have been like, Keith Lee, come bring me my money. Because the thing is, I can tell that man is like he exploiting that black man, right?
Yes.
Uh, and so I can tell that he is not even paying him a lot, right? He probably getting paid like a regular kitchen worker, $15,
Right.
$20 an hour. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Even though it was the man idea for him to cook food, he said he taught him how to cook the food.
Right.
Right. So yeah, I
He
totally
told him
see him like paying him some absurd amount of money.
right. And that's when so they had other people, and then old dude tried to trademark the name under him. And Mr. Tenderism, he's stupid if he let him do it. He could challenge it, right? If he's the first one who said this is, because it doesn't sound like something we made up. You know what I mean? You know damn well
Mhm.
that white man did make that shit up.
Right. But I
He's
think it was a black attorney who actually got to it first. So he
yeah,
tried to trademark it for two things. I can't remember what it was, but somebody else came and tried to trademark it for different categories because you trademark it for a specific like class of products.
category. Right.
Right. So
That's right.
Yeah, somebody had gotten it for, well, put in the paperwork to get it for some other things. But that's just so weird to me. You hear something that somebody else say, or something associated with somebody else, and then run and go say, "Oh, let me try to trademark it."
Yeah,
That's
they got
crazy to me.
people who make their money that way. Like, let's say, like I got Bomb Cherry, right? And they see that, I got people, they'll go and get a bombcherry.com, buy that shit, and then when I go to try to get it, they'll offer to sell it to me, which somebody has tried to sell me my name years ago, okay? And they wanted a couple of $1,000, some shit that,
Right, for a damn domain name, no.
yes. So that's why there was times when I had a bombcherryjuice.net, uh, and I let them keep that .com. And then when they realized it wasn't helping them, they let it go, and then I bought it. I since let that shit go. I think, I think I still own it right now, but it may have expired. But I don't know. I gotta go look. I think last time I bought it was for 10 years. It's been about 10 years, close to 10 years, so I may not own it anymore. But yeah, they used to have people get, well, with especially with the internet boom. That was a big industry on this internet stuff. The smart ones, they had a lot of wealthy people. Once they came to the internet, they had to buy their name, their .coms from somebody who already got it. That was the internet boom. That was a part of it. .com. But yeah, so Mr. Tenderism, I think it was a black lawyer, right, who got the name, and he offered it to him.
Mhm.
He was offering it to him,
Mhm. Yeah.
but I wouldn't offer it to him when I realized that he'd be controlled by, you know, other. I offer it to him if he gonna do something with it himself, or if you could, you got to prove to me that you ain't gonna get into this man and let him use you, because people coming off. Man, when I found that out, that there was lots of people just traveling from whole states and shit just to go try that meat. I was like, damn, I need to get in the kitchen and make me some tender. I love ribs too. I don't like them on the grill though. I don't like smoky ribs.
Oh,
They had a little,
really? Yeah, I'm not a huge barbecue person. Period.
yeah. But who else is hot out there? Mr. Tenderism. They got all kinds of shit going on. People marrying men who killing them. People marrying men, then cheating on a man, and then he killing them.
Lord.
You marrying men who sleep with your daughter. It's all kinds of shit. But the thing about these stories, I'm not understanding why people go and share them. I saw a young woman. She she got flued in. She got flued in to this area. And you could tell this young man probably was trying to come up so he can even be able to pay for her to come. You could tell his apartment was brand new, brand new. Because he didn't really have no furniture. He had his bedroom set, which I'm talking about nice bedroom set. I was like, damn. So they had spent she flew into him. He picked her up. They went to eat, had a good time, and then he said, "You want to get comfortable? Let's watch a movie." So they went in the bedroom. She said she went to the bathroom and came back, and she saw his shorts on the floor. So she opened up her phone and went live to say, "Look at this! What are you doing? Look at this!" And the bedroom looked clean. The bed, you could tell everything is new. TV on the wall, looking like a nice little setup. And she started talking about he ain't got no sheets on the bed. And he's like, "Hey, why you gotta do this to me? Like, what you doing? Ah, where your sheets at?" But you could tell it's new because if he ain't got no sheets, the mattress was brand new. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to show out for her, as it might have been rent-a-center shit that he rented just for her to be there. Okay. Anyway, she go live to be like, "Look, he ain't got no sheets." And he said, "Well, damn, we could have went and bought some sheets. Well, why you ain't get it before I got here?" And he was like, why you doing? He said, dress, babe. I'm gonna just bring you back. She's like, nah, nah, just wear your sheets. And she said, because he was like, nah, I'll bring you back to the airport so you can go about your business. And she then says, well, let's go to Target. I'll buy the sheets. He like, nah, just get dressed. And I'm thinking, if she really liked him, why did she go live on him like that?
Because people think they got to put everything on the internet these days.
People finding out they woman or a guy gave him HIV and they go live.
Mhm.
Look what he did. Look what he gave me. I just found out. I remember when them stories first came out quite a few years back. But now it's like everybody thinking they should be telling. And the men not caring. I see a beautiful, I think she was a stripper. The last time when on her interview, she was bald. She had to shave her head and she still looked good. But she was like, yeah, I'm HIV positive. Uh, and, and she explained how she got it, dealing with customer, somebody who she was dealing with. At least that's what she said, but and then she says how many men still hit on her, how rappers and all. And I'm thinking, what the hell going on? Yes, people playing Russian roulette out in the streets. And it's because they got the medicines that say you could, what they say, you could be
Undetectable.
undetectable. And I would just want young people to know, y'all, undetectable is not the same thing as not having it. Okay? That's all. When you're undetectable, you gotta take medicine. Always take medicine. If you don't have it, you ain't got to take no medicine. And then when you're undetectable, you still got to go get tests often. Your partner's got, which means you possibly might be able to still give it to them. Because that's the only way I can see where you got to always still go get tested. Make sure your partner, you ain't give it to your partner. I don't know. I don't know the medical science behind it, but that's why I got married. Don't tell my husband, but that's why I married him. Bitch, Diva, I was horny. I was young. And man, I'm learning about sex. I want sex. I want safe sex. Okay, I don't want to be. I don't want to be guessing who I'm gonna be with and what they got. Okay, so I chose one, and I was like, okay, we come up from a time when that shit was dangerous. It was scary. So, and but today it seemed like just a normal thing. A man came up here and told me that he said that he was gay. I don't think I knew you at the time. He came over here on my panel and explained to all of us that he was having sex with women, even though he had sex with men too. And he was purposely trying to give women HIV. And then he let it slip. I had him up here where I'm asking him questions. People was mad that he was up here with me, right? They were like, kick him off. But I asked him questions until I was like, you joking, right? Nah, I'm serious. And then he gave me a girl's name on Facebook. And girl, the next day I went live and I called the Hope services on his ass. Because through finding her, I found his name. So I had already hit her up in the PM and say, hey, do you know this guy? This is his name. Hey, here go look at this because he's saying that he gave you HIV.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I told him. And it was crazy that I'm telling her that in a DM. But
Right.
I linked her to the video so she could hear him.
Say it. So what happened?
She told me that she did know it. And I said, well, go listen to this. I said, you might want to go get checked, you know. I said, I'm not sure if if you've been with him, if you got it or not. I said, but this is what he's saying. Go get checked. And then the next day I called the health services on both their ass. Okay.
Not on both of
On both,
them.
on both their ass. Yes, I did. I was like, I didn't even know what to say, but it wasn't to be malicious. I'm like, hey, like, this man is legit claiming he going around giving this to people. I think that's the crime in some states. I'm not sure if it's a crime everywhere, but for sure in certain states that shit is a crime. And I think it's for the safety of the public, right? Get his ass off the streets. And she might need medicine. It might save her life.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's what I was thinking of her in as far as, helping her. But he was up here bragging. And before that time, he was up here and he the one I didn't even know. He had mentioned how he catch diseases, and he was saying, yeah, they nothing, I just go get a shot. And he told me, I think, was it herpes? He said, no, not herpes. There's another one, chlamydia or something. He said you end up with bumps in your hands. And I had never heard that before. So I went and looked it up, and he was right. I was like, oh, this nigga he was drunk as hell telling me how he loved the F men. And but he be with the women because he don't like women. So he purposely trying to give them diseases.
Wait a minute. What? So this is the crazy thing though. Okay, so he likes men. He's interested in men. He probably
Uh-huh.
got it from sleeping with a man,
Right.
but he mad at women and want to give it to them. Like, what women got to do with anything?
Right. And I asked him, and he told me, no, it was a woman that gave it to me. I said, how you know?
Ain't no woman give him that. You know what got to happen for a woman to give a man HIV?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Right. The fucking stars gotta align.
It's
Uh
a,
nah. If he was messing with women and men, he got it from a man.
right. And they like to blame us for everything, but it's not that easy for us to give it to them. But it's definitely easy
Right.
for them to give it to us. They always
Right.
say some woman gave it to you. I was like, dude, no. And he was over here drunk telling me how he liked being with men, but he's not gay, but he hates women. And he's like, yeah, I want to give it to as many women as I want. That's why I called on his ass. At first, the first time I talked to him, I thought he was joking. But when he come telling that shit again, he was up here with me for hours. And I'm little by little, I'm listening, asking questions. He got so drunk, he now giving me answers, giving me names. You know what I'm saying? And I was writing that shit down. I went on Facebook and I searched. And then uh he asked, oh, he sent me a cash app. That's how I got his name.
Damn.
Yeah, they gotta stop fucking me. That a white man come over here and be like nigga 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 nigga, right? He would come up and do that, and people would be like, kick him out, Bob. And I start asking questions like, oh, where you from? What you do? All kinds of shit. He would come back. He would do it on Saturdays. He must have was off on Saturdays because every Saturday they would run around YouTube doing this to black people, right? But see, I had Zoom, which I still do, and one day he came up here. Now I already asked him questions like where you from or where you live. I'm through the conversations. I would ask him things that seems generic, right? Seems generic. And then he came up here on Zoom under his real name, under his real name. And I tell people to hurry up and change the name. Like, don't say don't change the name. But he came up with his real name. I knew he was, and I hurry up and grabbed his name. He came over here with that nigga, 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 nigga. And then I talked to him a little more. While I was talking to him, I was searching him up. Now his name wasn't that common, but it was a lot of them. But when I broke it down to what area he told me he was from, I found him. And girl, he is a motherfucking doctor, white doctor in Virginia.
Hmm.
So I didn't inform him that I know who you are. Right? I tell him I know who he is and where he worked. He hopped off this bitch. I told him, I told him I was gonna call his job and give him a link to what he said. But then I decided, nah. I said if I see that you doing this shit again anywhere, I said I'm gonna call him. Right? I ain't seen his ass since. That had to be like 3 years now. 2, 3 years ago. There needs to be some influential people. Where at first I thought it would be the bums, be the, but nah, it could be, nah, this a racist ass doctor. Racist ass doctor. I'm not over there by Sharon and on stream, y'all. You gotta watch yourself because they be hacking. Somebody took control of my computer not this time, not today, the last time I was over there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what happened? Like, how did you know they took control of your computer?
Because
Like, they actually took control of your computer?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
they were knocking things down, putting it big. At first I thought, what's going on? And so when I realized what happened, I looked down there, and then so I would hit the escape to stop them from doing because they was messing, yeah. And I didn't ever say nothing. I just was doing it, hitting escape, playing with them, trying to see if I could see who it was, who up there with us. But sometimes Sharon have some people in the back, like if you're not on cam or you can't see who there. Well, I can't. You might be able because you might have some controls. But yeah, I know the panel was full, but yeah, somebody had taken over. And that's why sometimes they play with me. I'm trying to break it down to a few who be up there every time it happens to me to see if I can uh break it down to who it is. But yeah, sometimes when y'all see that I can't say nothing, it's somebody messing with my computer.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Cause I don't have no problem on no stream, on no up here. I don't have no problems. Um, when I go by other people, it depends who up there. I may have the issue, but StreamYard has bugs. Every time they do an update, they leave some open ports that if the person know what they're doing, you could go online and look for the open ports and how to code and take over. It should be right on the internet, telling you how to do everything. So I've been telling people, like, keep your camera closed. If you have a kill switch, lock it up. That's the only reason they couldn't see me on cam, because I have a kill switch. But other than that, your cam, some computers, like my computer, won't show me that my camera's on with a light. Some computers do, some don't. Mine won't. But I do have a kill switch. Or I put what that is I put on over the camera bed? And not the tape, the Band-Aid. Yeah. You see which come lost his channel, girl. He didn't get it back, get it back. Jeffrey. People
Oh.
have forgot him already.
Right. I'm like, who?
Huh?
There's a bunch of people on Fox News live stream wishing you had it.
Why?
That's where I was.
Fox News.
Yeah,
Oh,
live
because
stream.
you was over there messing with the people. My hubby be messy, y'all. Listen, hubby be going in them areas, and he real smart. He like you, PhD, when he go over there and just insult them with them big ass words and facts. Yeah. But you see, he just told me he'd be over there, but he ain't come on my panel. You see that?
I got distracted.
I know you got distracted over there. I know. Mm-hmm.
Especially since you were talking about Trump. You were talking.
Oh, what they was talking about?
How you doing a good job?
Trump doing a
Lord.
great job. We doing a great job. It will be. Listen, if
The economy doing good.
the economy is not doing good. Look, if the economy was doing good, I wouldn't have nothing to say about Trump, even though he's a criminal. But if he had gotten the food price down like he said he was gonna do from day one, what else he said he was gonna do? Man, and
Important people.
started deporting people. Yeah, I don't care about that one. If people get deported, then they're supposed to be deported. Adios. Okay. But maybe is the economy good? PhD? Because maybe I could be tripping.
I don't really think so. I mean, people
Yep.
aren't able to find jobs. People have been out of work for a long time.
Oh yeah. And a lot of black women lost jobs, the federal job was
Mm-hmm.
just, and they knew that though. See, they knew that. In fact, I think that was the reason why I did it. Remember, he started talking about DEI jobs, but there was a
Yep.
whole lot of black women, in certain, like the middle class. I remember them going to the middle class and interviewing these women, high professional women, work for the government, federal government, and they was in a group, and they was like, "Yeah, we vote." 'Cause I think they were looking for the people who vote for Trump, and they was like, "Yeah, we vote for Trump." And the person mentioned that most women aren't to work in the federal government, and do you know that this is what he planned to do? And they acted like it wasn't true because they didn't believe in that Project
25.
25. Yeah. People was reading that to them. That the reporter was there interviewing, letting them know. And they said, nah, we vote for Trump. And I bet you they ain't got no jobs right now. That's
Yeah, but
crazy.
when they were during the campaigning and all, I was saying like Kamala needs to have a direct message to federal employees and be like, "Hey, y'all remember when he was in office the last time? It's only gonna be worse this time." But like she never
Yeah.
said anything about that.
No, I agree. Her messaging was just, hey, we're gonna have a good time. Vote for me. We go and
Or playing games, like
yeah.
saying how she would support the amendment or the order to allow sex chambers in federal prison.
She said she was gonna do that.
She said she would support it, right?
What the hell she say that for?
Well, she first said I'm going to support it because Trump signed it on,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know she said she was gonna follow the laws, but
Yeah.
remember they kept putting that trans
She
stuff
said
on.
that
Oh
Trump
no.
signed this, so I'll support it. And those mouth breathing sons of bitches would have ran to go see if it was true and cried their hearts out. But you did.
Remember that's how they gotta do. At the very last moment, they started talking about trans kids getting surgeries.
Yeah, I want to hit on some fool with that.
Yeah, but they believe that, and
Mhm.
but instead of her combating that, she was like, "I'm gonna follow the law," you know. But she should. I don't know what she could have said, but they should have done something because that's what got him. Trump knew. They knew exactly where to apply pressure, and then he did use the race card. He was over there. Remember, he was over there. He was shitting on the Puerto Ricans and everything. Remember doing that meeting? They made that salute. That what you call salute? Remember that? Him and what's his name? Musk.
Elon.
Yeah. Oh man, and you notice Donald Trump did that kind of shit too, but they will always blame somebody next to him. Musk got hit and lost millions of dollars. I bet. But he knew he was gonna get that money back with them with all them deals
Contracts.
he got, right? Yeah, contract with the federal government. Anyway, I'm about to go, y'all. You getting ready to go to sleep, PX?
Yeah, I'm gonna lay it on down. I gotta work tomorrow, so.
Okay.
All
Well,
right. I
I'll
will talk
possibly
to you
see you
later.
tomorrow. Have a
Okay.
good night.
You too. Good night.
Yep. Good night, everybody. I'm going cause now I might be over there by what is that? It depends on what their topic is. Okay. It depends, because I did go to sleep last night, so I might end up going to sleep. I've been up since hubby left sewing. So I don't know. But Trade is where I be y'all at night. If y'all don't know Trade, wait, what is it? Trade the Truth Teller. Okay. Trade is, I think it's TRAE. Wait, let me look. And to the guy who was here, what his name was? I don't know if what was his name, y'all. Anyway, if you come back, let me know what your channel name is so I can subscribe to you. Okay, thank you for coming. Also the Brownie got a channel, y'all. Even though I haven't seen her go live in a minute. We do have some sisters who have a channel, but I saw that she was live one day, and when I went to go there, she had ended it. What is her name? Damn, was it Lena? I be getting the two. I'm sorry, it's two of y'all. I get mixed up because we got Lena Love, and then we got what's the other one? No, I'm sorry. Let me come look in the chat and see what's. Listen, if you got a channel and you got a rent, just put your link in the chat. Okay, you could always do that. If you have a rent, you ain't gotta ask me. We family, and I'm okay with it. If you see some new people over here and you want them to, check out your channel, just make sure you let them know that hey, check out my channel. Literally say, check out my channel, which is your channel, and put your link, and so they'll know that it's your channel. Okay, I'm okay with that always and forever. Okay, so we can support one another. And if y'all go live and I am not there, it's okay to shoot me like a mail. Now I ain't gonna lie. Now email might be a little. If I'm up and my phone is right by me, I may see the notification. But you can also call and say, "Hey, Bob, I'm going live." You know what I mean? Cause yeah, you might have to do that. Okay. I don't. I haven't gotten anybody notifications. Let me see who. When I say anybody, I mean like anybody I know in this area. I only get the notifications like sewing notification. Let me see what I've gotten so far. Let me see. Uh, let me see. Well, let me go to the YouTube and see. Because they got a number up there. Now, y'all know I'm subscribed to over, I know it's a couple hundred channels, but I only have the number 6 up there with that notification. The number 6. They telling me I only have 6 notifications. And look like O'Shea dropped something 7 hours ago, and I just got it. And I got in a sewing channel. And then Psychopathia, look like they're talking about R. Kelly. And Not for Humans, I do see DJ Witch Doctor 2 hours ago. I did get his, which I do get his notifications. And Midas Touch. Themis and Thought. I like him, y'all. I'm gonna go see what he was talking about. Indisputable. So it's mostly, and they got cocoa butter. What's that? Cocoa butter. I like that. I think that's where they cook, maybe. But I don't be getting none of y'all notifications. So listen, just send me a message. Okay, that's all. Oh, and the goat, I did get a notification last night, and he had old dude made a oh, well, I call her old dude, but she's a girl, I guess. What her name? Dirty Foot. Dirty Foot. Okay, y'all know I call her Dirty Foot. What her name is? Damn, what's that? Goddamn, Butch name is Pearl. Yeah, Pearly thing. And so go. Taz had put up where she made a song on behalf of anti-Thanius, baby. Like to hear it? Let me see if I can find it real quick. What her name is? Pearly Things, right? I don't want to go to her channel to support it. I'd rather go to something wrong with that woman right there, baby. And she got murdered doing that debate. Let me see where that song at. Everything that's true. Yeah. He's got them weird ass. Let me see. I'm Pearly Thing sing song. Sings. Let's see. It's so bad. It's terrible, y'all. It's terrible. It's real bad. Oh, look like she used to try to sing way back when. 6 days ago. Okay, I gotta go find Taz's channel real quick. Taz. What's his channel name? Gonna Taz, where you at? I know I did not see Taz. I did see it earlier. Yeah, man, mine's touch. And it's beautiful. Conscious Lord. He got something. Okay. Check it out. Yo, what's Taz goddamn channel name? Okay. I do not see it. Well, anyway, I'll share it tomorrow. It's short, but I think I see. Wait, his name, his channel is the Goat Debater. Is that what it is? The Goat Debater. Right. Oh, period. A. So let's just put the goat. Let's see what it comes up. No, that ain't work. The beta. I ain't gonna lie that. The beta, yeah. That's rolling off my tongue a little crazy. The goat, the beta. Where the hell is it? Is that the name of his channel? Oh, there you go. No, it's called Goat. Oh, I see. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. It's G B1 tabs. Okay. B1 tabs. Anton Daniels recruited 6 Guardians to do the same Black woman accountability content. Bruh. Damn, Anton Daniels is doing too much. I can't stand. Okay, let me see if I can find this Pearl singing song. It was over there by him. Okay. He does defend her more than his own wife. That is true. Pearl is his boyfriend. When oh look, when my boyfriend. Damn, I don't even see it. I just 6 days ago, 5 days ago. John Nicholas tries to call me JC, but I don't even see it no more. Maybe it came down. That's crazy. Oh, I found it. Okay, it's a short. Okay, that took me too long, y'all. I gotta do better. I have to do better. I gotta do better. Okay. And she got to go look better, cause this is crazy. She looked like a dude for real. Like, I know I be cracking jokes on her, but my jokes can't do justice. My jokes will never be as funny as she look. My jokes will never be as funny as she is ugly. This is crazy work. Here we go. Let's listen to this piece of shit.
Well, I'm kicking you because I just can't. I just can't, I just ban you.
She sound like a man. Listen, y'all, through the years, especially after menopause, I noticed that my voice is lower, right? It's lower than it's ever been. And I'm going through menopause, right? I'm actually in menopause. And here she is in her 20s. With that, I'm telling you, she got an Adam's apple and probably a big ass, DD. Okay.
User. That's the amazing thing. That's why women hate when you have a mute button. They hate it because they just think they should have their say in everything. And I'm just like, they're like, Pearl, it's harder without the mute button, isn't it? Debating. I'm like, yes, it is.
Oh, this
Because
don't
a
look
lot
like
of times
what
in
is
life,
song at?
Situation in which he did not
Hell
fall for
nah.
this.
Oh, here you go.
black fatigue.
What?
Shaniqua, please take out the weave.
See? And for oh my God. I think I might make a song about this ratchet ass bitch. That's that racist ass shit. I think I might have to target Anton Danes and tell him you better get this white bitch. This ugly, ratchet ass, looking ass, butch ass nigga right here. Got the nerve to talk about black women and weave. Oh, you need to go get a weave. It's what you need to do with your dirty looking ass hair. We see that you don't wash it. We know that you stink, ho. This bitch is atrocious. This. She looked like that movie. It was called Mask. Y'all, some of y'all too young for it. It was who was in the movie Mask? They? Yeah, the movie Mask. What was that singer name? Cher? Cher. Okay. Think it. Here it go. Let's talk about this. This we talk about this. Yeah, and I know. Listen. This y'all can't tell me. Y'all can't tell me this don't match up. He looked better. He looked better. Look at them eyes. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him dead eyes. Let me grab this picture real quick. I'm gonna need it. Okay. Now let's get back to this ratchet ass bitch in us singing.
we,
No.
Anton Daniels wanted to do a
What the
podcast.
hell is this?
Then this guy said, let's take it out back.
This bitch said, oh,
He thought that they were just gonna be
this bitch closed her
talking.
eyes and said, talking.
But now they're fighting in the back. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Did I hit that note? Did I hit that
No,
shit?
honey.
Or did
My
I not?
grandson play music better than that. That shit was, you was all off tune. I'm not even talking about your singing because that shit was atrocious. That's a whole nother thing. We're talking about you playing them keys, honey. Okay? It was bad. And she said, "Did I hit that?" She always trying to be somebody. She not. You need to be the big grown ass man you was born to be. Just come out already. We already know you are the one in every 100 people born with both sexes. You got a penis and a vagina. And you chose wrong. You chose wrong. You just have to just slightly change what you're wearing. That's all. And then you could be the big, strong man that you was meant to be. Oh Lord. And by the way, yes, there are people who are born with both sexes. And this is something like one in every 100 people. There are millions of them born a year. Okay. Uh, no. I said that wrong. There are not millions of them born a year. Okay. There's millions of them out there. Okay. I said that wrong. Oh, I know, sometimes I say things so fast and I'll be saying it wrong. Okay. There are not a million of them born a year. There are a million of them out here, is what. Okay. I corrected that. This isn't this nigga right here, baby.
Did I hit it? Did I hit it?
Nobody hitting it. That's your problem. We not gonna do that again, okay? Y'all have a good night. I did see look like Trey was live. Let me see what his topic is. See, I didn't get a notification, but when I was looking for her video, I saw. Let me see, did I got a notification? No, I didn't get. I saw you had 6 people, which me here just open it. Let me go look. So Trey, TR, is it TRA? Trey, True. I be spelling it wrong sometimes. It's hard for me to find. Tell her. Let's see what he's talking about tonight. Oh, look like Witchcom gonna be over there tonight. That means it's gonna be messy, baby. Be his peace or his expense. Oh, it's part 2. If a man provides 100%, what does he receive? Okay. There's only 2 people. Wow. It was 6 earlier. Anyway, y'all go check it out. This is his name, y'all. Trey. See that? There you go. I had a good time over there. Okay. I'm gone. Oh, y'all can't see what I'm showing. I apologize. Well, it's TRAY, okay? And if y'all find other places to be at night, hit me up and say, "Hey Bob, this is fun over here." Because that's what somebody did to get me over here by Trey. Okay. Just know if you invite me, I might be a little messy, okay? Don't invite me if they don't allow people on the panels, though. Don't invite me if they don't allow people on the panels. Because I ain't coming to just sit in no chat. Oh, and I had actually a good conversation yesterday. Me and Rose didn't go back and forth. Actually, we was agreeing with each other, and when I went into the chat, I spoke to everybody except her in the beginning, and then because I was thinking, should I speak to her? I don't want it to look like I'm being messy. So then I said, new day, new, you know, new beginnings. That's why I said new day, new beginnings, and then I said at and I mentioned her name and say hello. So I was saying, hey, we- let's forget. We can forget about the past. We can start all over. I'm down with it. How you doing? And everything went fine. Okay, everything went fine. And she kind of was standing up for herself last night too. I like that. I like that. Okay, so I'm possibly gonna be taking down the videos I've done on her because her name was in the title. I really don't like doing that to people for real. Okay, so the stream may stay up, but I would take a name off the title. But it just says Rose, so no, it could be anybody named Rose. So I might keep it up. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I'm gone, y'all. I'm rambling. I'll be wanting to look at TV. What you looking at, baby?